Nora hadn't been surprised when Ian told her that she was a Smith, but these DNA results had really come out of left field. She stared at them, a total look of shock on her face. Seeing just how perturbed Nora was, Justin frowned and took a step forward. He examined the test results with her. His jaw dropped. The two exchanged a look. This was the last thing they had expected. The DNA test had been administered for Nora and Ian to verify whether they were father and daughter. Neither of them would have been surprised at that. However, the results stated that the two shared a 99.8% DNA similarity. DNA similarity between a father and daughter typically came in around 99.99%. Nora and Ian's test results were very close, yet fell outside that range. Therefore, they were likely uncle and niece. This meant that Nora's father wasn't Ian, but that one of his brothers was her father. Nora's eyes widened upon realizing this. She glanced at Ian in disbelief. He looked despondent. Memories flashed through his head as he connected the dots with growing horror. When Yvette had left him all those years ago, she had told him that she didn't love him anymore. She had claimed that she had fallen in love with someone else. After asking him to forget her, she had left, without so much as a final look back at him. Ian had always believed that Yvette had made up this other person to make leaving him easier. But as it turned out, not only was this person real, it was one of his brothers. So that was the real reason that Yvette had chosen to leave. She hadn't been able to live with deceiving him anymore. Ian clenched his fists. His chest rose and fell rapidly. The disappointment and injustice of being betrayed by his brother and lover at the same time was too much to bear. A moment later, he lost consciousness and crumpled to the ground. "Uncle Ian!" Joel rushed over to him. He was about to call for help when someone blocked his way. It was Nora, bent over and checking Ian's condition. "He fainted, probably from agitation. He's very weak right now. It's not advisable to transport him elsewhere." Joel frowned. "Then what do we do?" Nora looked straight at him. "Get him medicine. We'll give him one of the Zabe Corporation's calming pills." She had just given Mrs. Hunt a box full of the pills. There were about 64 pills in there, more than enough. Justin left at once. He went to Mrs. Hunt's study. She looked up in surprise. "What's the matter?" Justin didn't have time to go into detail. "Mr. Smith fainted. Grandma, please give me a calming pill." Mrs. Hunt stared at him in shock, her eyes wide with worry. Meanwhile, Mrs. Lewis couldn't bear to part with a pill. She was about to make up an excuse, but Mrs. Hunt stopped her. "Give it to him," she commanded. Mrs. Lewis gave Mrs. Hunt a pleading look before walking reluctantly across the room. She picked up the small box that Yvonne had given them and handed it to Justin. He took it and dashed toward the meeting room next door. He found Yvonne standing just outside the door. She was shocked to see the pill box in his hand. "What happened to Dad?" she asked shakily. "Did he faint again?" Justin nodded but couldn't bring himself to say anything. Yvonne followed him into the meeting room. After they entered, he opened the tiny, exquisite box, took out the pill, and carefully handed it to Nora, who instructed him to put the pill into half a glass of water and dissolve it. Yvonne grew panicked. "Miss Smith," she cried, "that pill is really rare. It would be better for him to just swallow it. If you dissolve it in water, its effectiveness will be cut in half." Nora tilted her head, giving Yvonne a questioning look. "How," she tried to wordlessly convey, "is a patient supposed to swallow a pill when he's unconscious? And besides, even if its effect is halved, it would still work on Ian. Why is she interfering?" Yvonne shot Joel an indignant look. "That pill is not easy to come by, Joel. We can't let it go to waste." He looked sharply back at her. His harsh look made Yvonne stammer. It's not like I want to keep it for myself. Saving Dad is what matters most. I just want the pill's effects to be fully utilised. Joel took a deep breath and asked, "Did Dr. Zabe ever specify how the pill should be taken?" Yvonne nodded emphatically. "He did. He said it needs to be taken by mouth." "He's not in serious condition," Nora retorted. "Drinking it after diluting it would work just as well." To be honest, she could save Ian even without the calming pill. It wasn't like Ian was going brain dead. He had only fainted out of emotion. Still, it would be best if they used it. Yvonne's eyes flashed. She understood now. Her father's condition was not that serious, yet Nora was using the pill anyway. She was obviously doing this on purpose. Not only was she taking the pill away from her, she was diluting it too. Joel frowned, looking at the floor. He hesitated, unsure who he should listen to. But before he could make up his mind, someone suddenly took away the pill. When he looked up again, he saw that Justin had already plopped it into a glass of water. The pill dissolved immediately upon contact with the water. Soon after, it disappeared completely. Justin handed the glass to Nora. She held Ian's head in her lap, opened his mouth, and quickly poured the medicine into it. It was as if Justin and Nora had been working as a team forever. Their actions were perfectly in sync. By the time Joel and Yvonne reacted, Ian had already swallowed all the water. Joel's jaw dropped, and Yvonne balled up her fists. "Mr. Hunt, Miss Smith, I can't believe you just wasted that pill." Mrs. Hunt sat in her study, taking deep breaths. Although she knew Justin was correct to do what he did, he had forgotten that she also needed that life-saving medicine. Next to her, Mrs. Lewis fumed. "Why on earth did you let him take it, Mom? That was your pillbox, and you really needed it." "Yvonne was the one who gave it to me in the first place. I'll just think of this as returning it to her." Mrs. Lewis sneered. "You can't possibly think of it that way. The pill was given to you, and it belongs to you. They can't just decide to take it back. I did ask around, though. It turns out it was Nora's suggestion to give it to you in the first place. She must have been worried that you would favor Yvonne over her. I bet she gave it to you deliberately. It seems suspicious to me." Mrs. Hunt heaved a sigh. "I knew she was closed-minded, but I can't believe that she would pull something like this. Please, just get rid of the medicine she gave me. I don't want it anymore." Mrs. Lewis picked up the pillbox. "Before I throw it away, I'm just going to see how many carefree pills are in here," she said. The moment she opened the box, though, her face twisted up. Mrs. Hunt scoffed at her reaction. "What's the matter with you? Seriously, even if there are 50 carefree pills in there, they're not worth all that much. It's not like I'm wasting an exorbitant amount of money. Am I really paying you so little that you'd react that way?" Mrs. Lewis, dazed, lifted her head. Mom, these aren't carefree pills." Mrs. Lewis had worked as a servant for Mrs. Hunt for decades. Because of this, they were very close. She had known Mrs. Hunt since before she had gotten married and had followed her to the Hunt's residence afterwards. After so many years of working as a housekeeper, she had reached an annual income of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Mrs. Hunt was right to assume that the cost of the pills would not shock her in the least. No, it was something else entirely. Mrs. Lewis stared down at the pills in the box and swallowed. "Mom, these don't look like carefree pills to me. They look like calming pills." Mrs. Hunt was taken aback. She fell silent for a moment before saying, "Well, they did the right thing by giving me calming pills, which are a more suitable treatment for my condition anyway. I suppose that's rather considerate." Mrs. Hunt tilted her head to the side. "Why is everyone making a fuss about calming pills, though? They're cheap. No matter how amazing they are, they can't be worth as much as carefree pills, right? A dumbfounded Mrs. Lewis looked at her. But Mom, these are Zabe Corporation calming pills. The water glass in Mrs. Hunt's hand thudded onto the table. She looked at Mrs. Lewis in astonishment. What? Mrs. Lewis looked at the box in her hand. I said, these are Zabe Corporation calming pills. The smell and look of them are very similar, and the name is also written on the pills. Also, there are 64 of them in here. Everyone had sung Yvonne's praises for giving Mrs. Hunt just one pill, and here Nora had given her 64 of them. Mrs. Hunt stood up at once. The elderly woman took 3 giant steps towards Mrs. Lewis. She grabbed the pill box out of her hands. Let me see this. Mrs. Hunt was very well informed when it came to medicine. She examined the pills closely. Then she broke off a small piece of one of them and put it in her mouth. These are indeed Zabe Corporation calming pills, she said. She and Mrs. Lewis looked at each other, dazed expressions painted on both of their faces. After a short period of silence, Mrs. Hunt asked, how did the Andersons get their hands on such expensive pills? The Andersons have been dealing in traditional medicine for many generations, Mrs. Lewis said. When you think about it, I suppose it isn't very surprising that they would have these pills. After all, they are also a family with a lot of connections. But if that's the case, then why didn't Miss Smith just say so in front of everyone? They were secretly being mocked for nothing. Mrs. Hunt frowned at her words. Either she really doesn't care about things like reputation. After all, it's long been said that the Andersons are quite humble. Or perhaps these pills may not belong to them. Maybe they have to be low-key about it. Mrs. Lewis was flabbergasted. They don't belong to the Andersons. That would mean that Mr. Hunt gave them to Nora so that she could give them to you without embarrassing herself. Mrs. Hunt had already thought of that. No wonder Justin didn't show any sign of hesitation or apologize when he came to me for the pill just now. He already knew that they were calming pills. She felt a lot better now. It seemed that her grandson still had her best interest at heart. He hadn't changed just because he had a girlfriend now. She looked at Mrs. Lewis in relief. Then she sighed. Justin really seems to like Nora. He goes to such great lengths for her. Do you think I'm being too harsh on her? I think it was just that you didn't know what her intentions were. A lot of people resorted to dishonesty in order to marry into a wealthy family. They feigned amiability, acted innocent, and put up all kind of pretenses. Mrs. Hunt had seen it all. So when a girl from the countryside suddenly appeared with an illegitimate daughter, what was Mrs. Hunt supposed to think? You care about Justin, Mrs. Lewis said. He's such an extraordinary person. Naturally, you get indignant on his behalf. There are so many outstanding women from good families who want to marry him. So when he chose a woman like her... Let's keep our eyes on her a little longer, Mrs. Hunt said, cutting her housekeeper off. If she seems to have good intentions, I'll remain courteous when we are in public, even though I don't like her. But if she hurts Justin or mistreats Pete, I won't allow her to marry into the family. Pete is the Hunt's future, and he must be treated right. Mrs. Lewis nodded vigorously. Ian gradually regained consciousness after taking the Zabe Corporation's calming pill. In order to prevent him from having another emotional breakdown, Joel took Ian to the hospital. That way, a slew of doctors and nurses would be on call if the need arose. By the time Justin and Nora went back downstairs, everyone was looking at Nora like she was the luckiest person on earth. She was like Cinderella, they whispered. To think she had actually turned out to be Ian's daughter. No one doubted that that had been the result of the test. After all, Yvette had been in a relationship with Ian before Nora was born. On top of that, he had even stayed single for life because of her. It seemed obvious that Nora would be his daughter. They completely ignored the fact that Ian had said she was a Smith. Nora didn't notice their looks and whispers, though. She was still thinking about what had happened with her mother. She had been trying to figure it out for a while now. After all, she hadn't just been sleeping the entire time she had been staying with the Andersons. Occasionally, she would look through the things her mother had left behind. Even some of the books contained notes and interpretations that her mother had written. Through those writings, Nora had gained a general understanding of Yvette's character. The woman had been aggressive and stubborn by nature. In the patriarchal environment she had lived in, it was definitely uncommon and no easy feat for a woman to become the head of the family. But how could she have possibly gotten together with Ian's brother while she was still in a relationship with him? Given her personality, it would make more sense for her to have simply gotten together with that man instead after rejecting Ian. Why did she flee New York after becoming pregnant? Nora couldn't help feeling that her mother wasn't someone who would do that. When the party came to an end, Nora got Melissa to take Cherry home while she followed Justin to the hospital to visit Ian. They still had to sort this all out. After all, no one had told Nora which of Ian's brothers was her father. It was late when they arrived at the hospital. They found Joel sitting quietly on the hallway on an uncomfortable-looking chair. It seemed like he had been waiting for them. Ian, meanwhile, was sleeping deeply in his hospital bed. "Ask me any questions you have," Joel said. "I was the one who handled this whole thing." Nora lowered her head. "I want to know how you got my DNA sample." Joel spoke nonchalantly. "Someone took a few strands of your hair while you were at the medical university recently. The person I sent to protect you happened to be nearby, so he chased after that person and snatched the hair from him." "Have you considered that the hair might have been switched?" Nora asked. Joel was taken aback by her suggestion. Looking out at the medical ward, Nora said slowly but firmly, "I want to redo the DNA test." This particular floor contained the VIP ward. Joel had booked the whole floor so that Ian could rest and recover in peace. Because of this, they were the only ones in the hospital corridor at the moment. Right after Nora spoke, a darkly displeased voice reached them from the corner. "There's no way the hairs could have been switched. I'm a professional." Nora looked up to see someone slowly walking toward them. Nora hadn't noticed him at all until he had spoken, but now his presence was undeniable. The man was very skinny. He was fully dressed in black and was wearing a black baseball cap. His face was very small and thin. Nora noted that he was exceptionally pale, perhaps because he was rarely exposed to the sun. He had a metal stud on his left earlobe, and there was a sort of androgynous beauty to him. The man kept his head lowered, seemingly out of habit. He walked over to Joel, running his fingers along the brim of his baseball cap. Joel introduced the man to Nora. "This is Quentin, your second cousin." This meant that they didn't share the same father. Nora observed the two men's faces carefully. They looked nothing alike. Joel was gentle-looking. His fox-like eyes had a sly, wily look about them. And even if he wasn't smiling, he gave off a pleasant vibe. Quentin, on the other hand, projected a cold and sinister aura. Quentin glared at her. "I wouldn't stare if I were you. I could make your life hell if I wanted to." Nora didn't know how to respond. This second cousin of hers was like an angsty teen with delusions of grandeur. The corners of her lips twitched, but before she could speak, Quentin said, "Don't think I'll treat you differently just because you're my cousin. I'm different from the other Smiths. They may want a younger sister, but I don't. Uncle Ian is like a father to me, so if you make him unhappy, you'll be sorry." Nora stared at him, dumbfounded by his intensity. "It's impossible that your hair was switched," Quentin continued, finally getting to the point. "That man was constantly under my watch from the second he took your hair to the moment I got it back from him." He jabbed 2 fingers outward. "It is impossible to escape my watch." Nora silently glanced at Joel, her expression asking, "Is Quentin okay?" "That's just the way he is," Joel silently responded with a look. "All right," Nora said, returning her eyes to Quentin. "Assuming the hair was mine, why not do another paternity test for me and my so-called uncle, just in case?" She just couldn't find it believable that they were only uncle and niece. Quentin sneered. "What do you mean by assuming? I told you, it's impossible that the hair was switched." Ignoring Quentin's ramblings, she looked at Joel instead. He kept quiet for a moment before finally admitting, "Your father might be Ryan Smith, our second uncle." Nora caught the key phrase, "might be." Joel cleared his throat. "You see, Uncle Ryan disappeared half a year after your mother. It was later confirmed that your mother had died, but Uncle Ryan remains missing to this day. We've already checked your DNA against my other uncles. You aren't their daughter. The only remaining possibility is Uncle Ryan. Besides, he and your mother ran away from home one after the other. Before he left, he even said that he was going to search for her. It just makes sense." Even if Ian didn't believe that Yvette was the kind of person to cheat on him, the DNA test report was proof enough. Everything that had happened back then proved it as well. Yvette had claimed that she had fallen in love with someone else and wanted to leave, while Ryan had said that he wanted to look for her. There was no denying what Joel was telling her. Geez, this story sure was cheesy, Nora thought. She didn't want to believe it. Did Uncle Ryan leave anything behind? Does he have any children? Joel shook his head. No, he doesn't. Nora gave him a questioning look, and he explained further. I'm the eldest brother's son. Quentin and Warren are my fourth uncle's sons. The rest of my siblings are my fifth uncle's children. The previous generation of the Smiths had 6 sons and no daughters, whereas the current generation had 7 sons and still no daughters. Yvonne, the exception, had been adopted. Nora sighed. In that case, let's do a retest for me and Uncle Ian. Joel knew from his previous interactions with her that Nora was a stubborn woman. She probably wouldn't believe it unless she did the test herself. So he agreed. Are you also doubting me, Joel? Quentin said doggedly. When Joel didn't respond, Quentin let out a cold snort. In all the years I've worked for you, when have I ever made a mistake? Joel looked down at the floor. A moment later, Quentin stormed off. Ignoring him, Joel walked over to Ian's bed. He gathered a few strands of Ian's hair and handed them to Nora. I took the samples myself. Nora coughed and nodded. Then, tucking the DNA samples away, she got ready to leave with Justin. But she had only taken a couple of steps when she suddenly turned back to Joel. I can cure him, she said. Joel was quiet for a while. It had been the Andersons' carefree pills that had originally saved Ian's life. Although the Myers had claimed that the medicine was theirs, Joel had known the truth. But he had also known that Ian would refuse to take them if he knew that the medicine came from the Andersons. Because of that, he had kept it from him all this time. Now Nora was saying that she could cure him. Joel shook his head. Uncle Ian won't let you. Nora's very existence was proof of Yvette's betrayal. It was a thorn in Ian's heart. Allowing Nora to treat his illness would be like reliving the pain of Yvette's betrayal. Nora didn't insist. She turned and started to walk out. Suddenly, she sensed something. Her head whipped to the side. Quentin was walking beside her. Before she could say anything, Quentin spoke. "Don't be narcissistic. I'm not guarding you because I like you. I simply have to complete the task I was given. Besides, I'm duty-bound to protect all the Smiths." "I don't need you to protect me." Quentin was offended. "What's wrong with me?" Nora looked him up and down. He was so skinny, how strong could he possibly be? Quentin understood the look in her eyes. He became even more arrogant. "Did you know that there are fewer than 5 people in all of New York who can beat me?" he asked, lifting his chin in a show of superiority. "Apart from the 2 martial arts masters at the Quinn School of Martial Arts and the Irvin School of Martial Arts, I could beat anyone in a fight. In fact, I was the one who protected you when you were almost killed that one time. You'd better treat me with respect, otherwise I might reconsider being your bodyguard." Nora fell silent upon hearing Quentin's words. Justin, who was watching from behind, chuckled softly. He couldn't help himself. His Nora simply had too many secret identities, and she didn't want any of them to be revealed. If she told Quentin that she was the master at the Quinn School of Martial Arts, would he become her biggest fan or her biggest enemy? The 3 of them left the hospital. Nora got into the car and drove back to the Andersons. Quentin didn't follow her, but Nora knew that he was definitely lingering somewhere nearby. Should she be met with danger, he would be there at a moment's notice. This feeling of being protected by someone else was uncomfortable for her. By the time she returned home, Lily had already sent someone over to pick up the samples for the DNA test. They would personally be delivering them overseas, where her laboratory was located. After seeing the person off, Nora trudged upstairs. She found Cherry asleep in her room. Nora gently got into bed, hugged her daughter, and fell happily asleep. After waking up the next day, Nora found Melissa, Simon, Mrs. Anderson, and even Sheena downstairs. They were sitting stiffly on the couch with solemn looks on their faces. Puzzled, Nora walked into the sitting room. When Mrs. Anderson saw her, she sighed tiredly. "Nora, are you going to move to the Smith residence?" She raised her eyebrows and looked at Mrs. Anderson in confusion. "It's okay with me if you want to move there. That's the way it should be. After all, your father is there. I'm just worried that you'll have a hard time adjusting." Nora knew that Mrs. Anderson cared for her very much. After all, she looked almost exactly like Yvette. Mrs. Anderson probably saw the daughter she was the proudest of every time she looked at her. With that in mind, she replied, "I probably won't move to the Smiths for the time being." Mrs. Anderson's eyes lit up. "Really?" Nora nodded. Her words, however, took Melissa by surprise. "Why not? Didn't Ian acknowledge that you're his daughter?" Nora had returned too late the night before. She hadn't had a chance to tell them what had happened yet. "I believe you are mistaken, Aunt Melissa. Ian isn't my father." Melissa sat up, dumbfounded. "Your father isn't Ian? Then why did he acknowledge you as a Smith yesterday? Is he planning to take you as his goddaughter? That can't be, right? He's been treating Yvette like a taboo all these years. Not only has he never visited us, but he also never appears at any events we go to. They told me that my father is Ian's older brother, Brian Smith." "Him?" Melissa asked incredulously. "That's impossible," cried Sheena. Nora understood Melissa's reaction. She was surprised. However, Sheena's sudden sensitivity had come out of left field. Nora cast a few more uncertain glances her way. Sheena clenched her fist. It can't be him. Why? Nora asked carefully. Because... Sheena stammered, unable to finish her sentence. In the end, she heaved a great sigh. Oh, whatever. It just can't be him. Nora frowned as Sheena's eyes became evasive. Melissa shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. Redirecting the conversation, she asked, Why did they tell you that? They had a DNA test done for Ian and me. It determined that we are uncle and niece. Everyone's jaws dropped at that. Mrs. Anderson slapped her thigh. How could Yvette have two-timed Ian like that? If she liked Ryan, why would she have continued leading Ian on? Her eyes were red. Even if they are uncle and niece, Sheena cut in, her father may not necessarily be Ryan. Ian has so many brothers. She could be someone else's daughter instead. Then she sneered. But no matter whose daughter you are living proof that your mother betrayed Ian. Don't be fooled by Joel's position as the head of the Smith family. Ian's been in power for so many years that he's got Joel wrapped around his little finger. Sheena tilted her head for a moment. After giving it some thought, I think there are 2 reasons why he publicly acknowledged you as a Smith. Everyone eagerly turned towards Sheena. She had always been a career woman. She had been active in the world of commerce for many years and was naturally perceptive. Therefore, her opinions held a great deal of weight. First of all, the Smiths protect their own. If you're a part of their family, they'll ensure that nothing happens to you. Of course, this won't stop Ian from detesting you. Second of all, I reckon the Smiths did it to form a political alliance with the Hunts in the form of a marriage between you and Justin. Realization suddenly dawned upon Melissa. That makes total sense. Originally, Yvonne Smith was supposed to marry Justin, but now that he's chosen Nora, bringing her back into the family won't affect the relationship between the 2 families. Every decision that the rich and powerful made had its purpose. Nothing was ever what it seemed. Nora was silent. She kept going back to Sheena's behavior. Why had she said that it was impossible for Ryan to be her father? Did she know something that Nora didn't? Sheena looked over at Nora again. The Smiths will definitely give you some shares and money when you get married. In that respect, they won't mistreat you. Neither will the Andersons. But I have something to tell you. Her posture was perfectly straight. The black, tight-fitting outfit she was wearing made her look capable and shrewd. Nora realized that she would believe any word that came out of her mouth. Melissa interrupted her. Sheena, Nora understands. Sheena sneered. I haven't even said anything, yet you already know that she understands. Why are all of you always protecting her? Sheena turned her attention back to Nora. What I want to tell you is since you and Justin are in a relationship, there are a few things that you must never mess around with. Nora knew that Sheena was only trying to help her. Please tell me. Justin's mother lives in the suburbs. She's said to be very difficult to get along with, so you had best stay away from her and avoid making her angry. If Justin ended up in the middle of a situation between you 2, who knows who he would side with? Nora, Sheena is right, Melissa echoed. Had becoming sisters-in-law healed Sheena and Melissa's relationship? They rarely agreed with each other. Also, you must treat Pete Hunt well after you marry Justin, Sheena said. I know you'll want to have a son of your own with Justin one day, so that he might become head of the family. And, as long as he is more outstanding than Pete, he'll definitely be able to achieve that position. Just don't choose any of your small-town ways to take down Pete Hunt. Nora sat in silence, trying both to follow all this and ignore Sheena's slight. Oh, I almost forgot, Sheena added. Don't be fooled by the Hunt matriarch's old age or how she defended you in front of strangers at the party last night. She's actually very calculating and will cut you down if you mess up. So you have to maintain a good relationship with Justin's son. Got it?" Before Nora could say anything, Melissa smiled and said cheerfully, "But you don't have to worry about that, because Pete Hunt is..." Before she could finish, Sheena cut her off. "What do you mean I don't have to worry about that? She's from the countryside. She clearly lacks foresight. Once she marries into the Hunt family and becomes blinded by their wealth, it's the Anderson family that will suffer if she does something she shouldn't. Some things have to be said in advance to prevent a catastrophe." Everyone was speechless. Mrs. Anderson kept quiet for a while, saying nothing. Nora tried to look indifferent. And Melissa, whom Sheena had interrupted, only smiled passively, keeping her mouth shut. Seeing the odd looks on all their faces, Sheena grew self-conscious. "Why are all of you looking at me like that?" Only then did Melissa reply, "It's nothing. I was just going to say that the situation you described will never happen because Pete Hunt is also Nora's son." Sheena's brow furrowed, and then she nodded. "Of course he'll be her son once they are married, but Nora, you really have to treat him like your own. Everyone has feelings. If you treat him well, he'll still have a close relationship with you once he grows up, even if his real mother finds him." Melissa sighed. "That's not what I mean. What I mean is, Nora is Pete's biological mother." Sheena gasped. "How can that be?" Melissa explained. "Nora gave birth to a pair of twins, a boy and a girl. One of them is Cherry, and the other is Pete Hunt. They even met each other recently. But because we have no way of ensuring Cherry's safety here, it wasn't publicly announced." She abruptly stood up and looked at Nora incredulously. "Wait, so Justin Hunt was your one-night stand?" Nora looked up at her, saying nothing. The corners of Melissa's lip twitched. In all honesty, Sheena was even more impressed by Nora now. "That is some seriously dumb luck. I knew there was no way you could catch Justin's eye without there being a catch. As it turns out, I was right. It's because you share the same children." Sheena's insolence left everyone speechless. At that moment, a voice came from the doorway. "Sir, Mom, Mr. Smith is here." "Mr. Smith? Which Mr. Smith?" Soon enough, Joel walked into the room. His eyes narrowed. All of them got up in unison when they saw him, the same as they would have had it been Justin. Simon stepped forward. "Mr. Smith, why are you here?" Joel looked at Nora. "I'm here to take her home." She raised her eyebrows in confusion. "Home?" Joel nodded. "Yes, the Smith residence is your home now. This is all coming from Uncle Ian. After all, you and Justin have already publicly announced your relationship, and the Smiths have also acknowledged you. If you don't move into their home, people will speculate." Nora's instinct was to refuse. Sensing this, Joel said, "Besides, the Smith family's security system is better." Nora fell silent for a brief moment. Now that Justin had publicly revealed her identity, there was no doubt that Nora was already in the public eye. The words that her mother had left her with echoed in her ears. "Stay mediocre and avoid being in the limelight. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Originally, she hadn't believed that. However, after having had her hair stolen and almost getting stabbed at the medical university, she had immediately realized that there were indeed people watching her who wished her ill will. She wasn't afraid. She could deal with them even if they sent more people after her. But what about Cherry? Cherry was already in great danger. Although Quentin was protecting them, it was still unsafe at the Andersons at night. If she and Cherry lived with the Smiths, things would be different. Besides, she could also try to treat Ian's illness while she was there, and even look into the possibility of Ryan being her father. Okay, Nora said definitively. I'll go with you. She was reluctant to give Cherry to Justin. If both children were to stay with him, Nora might not have any chance of escaping in the future. But it seemed that her only option was to go live with the Smiths. Mrs. Anderson hadn't expected Nora to agree to this. After all, she had only just finished saying that she wasn't going to leave. For a moment, Mrs. Anderson was heartbroken. Surprisingly, it was Melissa who grabbed her arm and said, "Mum, you shouldn't stop her." "But Ian's attitude toward her has been deplorable." Melissa sighed. "Mum, no matter what kind of attitude Ian takes towards Nora, she is still connected to the Smith family. For Nora's sake, let her go. That way, she can officially marry into the family. At least to outsiders, her status would be on par with Justin's. Besides, if you don't let her go, it will disgrace our family as well." Melissa had never been one to believe in talk about families having to be good matches with each other when it came to marriage. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married into the down-and-out Anderson family back when she was still a Wood. But, at this point, she was worried that Nora would suffer some kind of injustice if she didn't go through with the marriage. Besides, this was Nora's choice. She must have her own reasons too. Melissa went upstairs with Nora to help her pack her things. She didn't have many items other than a few items of clothing. Cherry, on the other hand, had a massive amount of clothes and toys. As Melissa stuffed things into a suitcase, Nora put a hand on her arm. "You don't have to pack everything. We can wear some of these clothes when we come back and stay here every so often." "Oh, that's right. We're all in New York. You'll still be able to come back and visit?" Melissa said emotionally. She wiped the corners of her eyes while Nora wasn't paying attention. Then she stood up and took Nora's hand. "I know we haven't spent much time together, but you have always felt like a daughter to me. Remember, no matter what happens, just be yourself." "Okay," Nora said. She was tearing up as well. Apart from Aunt Irene, who had treated her a little better than others, no one had ever been so caring to her before. She felt a motherly kindness in Melissa. All mothers in the world, she mused, should be as calm and elegant as her. She impulsively leaned over and gave Melissa a hug. Melissa patted her on the back in return. They separated quickly. Nora wasn't used to such intimate actions. The two exited the room and found Simon standing just outside of it. In a voice that was just loud enough for Joel to hear, he said, "Nora, this will always be your home, no matter what happens. You can come back any time if they don't treat you right. The Andersons may not be as influential as the Smiths or the Hunts, but as long as Uncle Simon is still alive, you'll never go hungry," he said firmly. Joel raised his eyebrows. He knew that Simon was hinting that he shouldn't bully Nora. He looked down, saying nothing. Nora smiled. She was about to say something when her cell phone suddenly rang. She picked it up and took a look at the caller ID. It was Lily calling from overseas. Had the DNA test report come back already? Nora picked up the call and walked to the balcony. Lily's tired voice came through. "Hi, Nora. The report is ready." Nora took a deep breath and asked, "What's the result?" Lily replied, "Your relationship with Mr. Smith is not father and daughter. Your DNA isn't close enough." "Could we be uncle and niece?" Nora asked. "The relationship might be uncle and niece, but it's impossible to be sure about that. Can you find your father's DNA?" "No, I can't. If I'd been able to do that, I would have sent it to you before." Nora was a little disappointed. Just as she was about to hang up, Lily said hesitantly, "Actually, it's not impossible for you and Mr. Smith to be father and daughter." "Not impossible? What do you mean?" Do you remember that I told you that your intelligence genes are different from those of ordinary people? Nora narrowed her eyes. Yes. And what does that have to do with anything? Lily said slowly, the difference between you and Ian mostly comes from your IQ genes. However, it might also be because your genes have mutated. If that's the case, it's much more likely that you and Ian are father and daughter. If you can find the DNA of the so-called father you're talking about now, we can verify it. If the matching rate isn't as high as yours and Ian's, it might help to prove your relationship to him. In other words, I could still be Ian's daughter, Nora thought. Although it seemed far-fetched to say that her genes had mutated, her problem was that she couldn't provide the evidence needed. Nora said, if I could have gotten hold of the possible father's DNA, I wouldn't have let you test me and Mr. Smith. I understand, Lily said. Do you think I'm being silly? Not totally. At least you've let me know that there's another possibility. Lily said, if you go to the Smiths now, you might be able to find a way to get your father's DNA. It might still exist there, even after more than 20 years. I don't understand what you're suggesting. If he's been gone for more than 20 years, how could I possibly get hold of his DNA? There are ways. For example, from wisdom teeth or milk teeth. Some people keep them after they've been taken out. That sounds slightly disgusting, Nora said. Thanks for your help, Lily. I'll speak to you again if anything comes to light. After Nora hung up, she thought for a while, until she had the beginnings of an idea. If she wanted to know who her father really was, she just needed to find out who had gone to California all those years ago. She went downstairs and saw that Joel was waiting for her in the living room. Cherry was talking to him adorably. So, Mia's father is my uncle. No wonder Mia is so cute like me. Yeah, Joel said. By the way, Uncle Joel, can I sleep with Mia when we go to the Smiths? I like Mia the most. I expect that can be arranged, Joel said. That child is so talkative, Nora thought. Because Joel was getting bombarded with so many questions, he felt relieved when he saw Nora coming downstairs. He walked over to her and picked up her luggage. Let's go, he said. Nora followed behind him calmly. She was pleased that Joel had come to pick her up personally. An hour later, they arrived at the Smiths' residence. Joel got out of the car and took the lead as they walked to the house. Cherry jumped out of the car and skipped beside her mother while looking around. Her small eyes were darting everywhere. She seemed slightly impressed with the scale of the Smiths' home, but wasn't overawed by it. She had lived with the Hunts for a while and was used to grand houses. Joel slowed down and asked her, Do you like it? How does the Smiths' house compare to the Hunts? Cherry looked up at him and said, More or less the same, but Dad prepared a princess room for me. Do you have one here? Joel wasn't expecting her to ask that, and he hadn't made any elaborate preparations for her because it had been a last-minute decision to bring the two of them to the Smiths' home. However, when he saw Cherry's big eyes, which were full of expectation, he coughed and said, Yes, there will be. Cherry said, Fantastic! I'm not leaving then. Little Princess Lucy wants me to play with her. Joel didn't understand who Lucy was and decided to ignore her statement. This girl has an active imagination, he thought. After Nora entered the house, Joel took her upstairs. He had chosen a spacious guest suite for her and said, I was in a hurry to pick you up, so I'm afraid this is the best I can offer you. The room next door is being renovated, and it'll be your dressing room. Nora didn't care about that, because the guest suite was quite spacious, and the important thing was that the bed was quite comfortable. It's fine, she said. Seeing that she was satisfied, Joel left her and went to the office. On the way there, he received a call from Mia. Dad, Cherry is here. Can I let her stay with me? His daughter's room was a princess room, and he was happy for the two children to stay there, so he immediately agreed. When he arrived at the company, the IT manager found him and said, "Mr. Smith, our system has been hacked." Joel was taken aback. "Who hacked it?" The IT manager shook his head and said, "I don't know, but the hacker seems to be after something specific and has been looking at Mr. Ian's schedule from 25 years ago." What had Uncle Ian been doing 25 years ago? Joel wondered. He followed the IT manager into the operations room and looked at a large monitor. Ian's schedule from 25 years before was laid out in front of him. When Yvette had left New York, Ian had kept himself busy and had almost never returned home. He had flown to various places every day to build up the business. In reality, he had been using work to numb himself. Although he had been to many foreign countries and most major cities in the United States, he had never been to California. Joel saw the screen change to Ryan's itinerary for the same period and saw that Ryan had reserved a ticket to California. First, the hacker investigates Ian's whereabouts, and now he's looking at Ryan's, Joel thought. It goes without saying who's hacked into our system. Mr. Hunt has gone too far in his effort to confirm his girlfriend's identity. Joel was surprised that he had been able to get into the system because it had been designed by top experts in online security. However, when he saw that the hacker had only investigated the schedules and had then exited, he decided not to pursue the matter. The hacker hadn't peeked at their company secrets, so no damage was done. He would need his people to discover how the breach was made and then get them to fix the vulnerability. Back at the Smiths, Nora was feeling disappointed. Although Ryan had been to California, Ian hadn't been there in the year before she was born. Therefore, she couldn't possibly be Ian's child. She exited the Smiths' system and looked around the guest suite. The suite was 1,000 square feet and was private and quiet. Apart from the bedroom, there was a living room and a study. She unpacked her luggage and lay on the bed. The sofa bed was wonderfully comfortable, and she soon fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already dark. She got up, stretched, and then looked at her phone. She realized there were several text messages from Justin. "What are you doing? Want to have lunch together? Are you sleeping? Shall we eat together tonight? It's already 5 o'clock. Are you still sleeping? It's already 8 o'clock. Why aren't you awake yet?" She yawned and replied, "I'm awake." Justin replied instantly, "Shall we have supper together?" "Just eat something, I'm busy," she texted. "What are you busy with?" "I want to sleep after eating." After sending that message, Nora threw her phone aside and went out. A few days previously, she hadn't slept for 2 days in order to refine the medicine for Mrs. Hunt. Therefore, she needed to make up for the lost sleep. The guest suite was on the second floor. As she left and walked along the corridor, she heard voices in the dining room downstairs. Yvonne sounded a little worried as she said, "Warren, are you really not going to wake her up? She didn't even eat dinner. Perhaps she feels embarrassed." Warren sounded annoyed. "Who cares if she eats or not? I'm feeling extremely disappointed right now. I thought she was Uncle Ian's daughter. I didn't expect her to be Uncle Ryan's daughter. That's too much. How could Uncle Ryan steal Uncle Ian's woman? Although Nora is Uncle Ryan's biological daughter and is related by blood, I can't bring myself to like her." The servant beside him said, "Mr. Warren, would you like me to check if there's any food left in the kitchen?" Yvonne said, "Of course. Warren, she has come to our house and is our relative, so we have to make sure she has some food." Warren was furious. "Who does she think she is? Yvonne, don't worry. It won't affect your place in the family. She might be related to me by blood, but in my heart, you're the only sister I have." Having grown up in the family, Yvonne knew better than anyone else how indulgent the family was to girls. Although her uncles doted on her, they were still desperately trying to have a baby girl. The men in the family gave her great importance. The last time she had attended the Hunt's birthday banquet, Warren had bought a more expensive dress for her than he had for his own wife. Although she was not a biological daughter, her status in the family had always been number one. She had been afraid that, because Nora was related to the brothers by blood, she would lose her favored position in the family. So she was relieved by what Warren had said. She said, "Even so, since she has moved here, we can't let her starve. We can't throw the food away without making sure she's had something to eat." Warren said, "You're right. Even if a stray cat or dog comes to our house, we feed it. We can't let her go hungry." He said to the servant, "Save that portion of lobster for her. There's also some steak. If you see anything else that she might like, I want you to give that to her also. After you've served her the food, ask her if there's anything else she wants. If we have it, then give it to her. I want her to die from overeating." Yvonne looked displeased. She was used to Warren flying off the handle and decided to try and reason with him. "Warren, you've gone over the top and need to calm down. I hate seeing wasted food." Warren hesitated for a moment before saying, "She's not a fool. She won't really eat all that. Forget it. I'll get some leftovers sent to her and find out what she likes to eat and have it prepared for her tomorrow." Yvonne looked relieved, and Warren explained, "I'm not doing it for her health. I'm just showing her how generous the Smiths are. I'm also showing her what good taste we have." Yvonne rolled her eyes. Warren didn't think that he had said anything wrong. He remembered seeing Nora wolfing down cake at the Hunt's banquet. He had thought that she didn't present very good manners, and he hated the idea that a member of the Smith family would be looked down on for being unrefined. As he was thinking about that, there was a knock on the door, and several people walked in with hot dishes. The butler followed them in and said, "Mr. Warren, this is the supper Mr. Hunt has requested for Miss Smith. He said that Miss Smith had already woken up and asked us to bring it in." Nora was on the stairs and had seen the food arriving. "Justin, do you think I'm a pig?" Nora wondered. The dining table was quickly covered with food. Warren noticed Nora coming down the stairs. He straightened his back and raised his head. He pretended not to look at her, but kept paying attention to her from the corner of his eye. He had decided that if she went over to greet him, he would tell her not to think that he would recognize her as family just because she had the same name. Uncle Ian controlled the entire family, and his was the direct line of descent. The other brothers, including Warren, were outside that direct line. As far as Warren was concerned, Nora was even further away. Just as he was thinking about the family's hierarchy, Nora walked past him and went to the dining room without saying anything. Outrageous, he thought. She just ignored me. He was so angry that he wanted to go up to her and reprimand her for her rudeness. Yvonne could tell what was about to happen, so she grabbed his hand and said, "Warren, don't lower yourself to her level." He snorted and said, "I don't care about her. I'm not full yet, and I want something else to eat." Warren went back into the dining room, where he was soon joined by Yvonne. Nora ignored the two of them. She could feel Yvonne's inexplicable hostility toward her. As for Warren, he had schemed against her at the Hunt's party. She was doing her best by not settling old scores with him. Greeting him was a step too far for her. She sat at the dining table and wasn't picky about what she ate. She was someone who only ate to fill her stomach. The look of the food wasn't an important consideration for her. Seeing how she was wolfing down her food, Warren felt indignant. He went into the kitchen, picked up some of the prepared lobster, took it into the dining room, and placed it on the table. "This lobster is so delicious," he said. "I don't see what's so good about the food sent by the Hunts," he thought. "It's not better than our food." Unfortunately, Nora acted as if she hadn't heard him. She started on another plate of food and finished it in a few bites. She ate very fast, but very quietly. Whatever it was, she stuffed it into her mouth and chewed quickly before swallowing it. Warren couldn't contain himself any longer. "Hey, can't you eat a little more elegantly? You need to try to be a bit more genteel if you're a member of the Smiths. You look like you haven't eaten in years." She ignored him and demolished another 2 platefuls of food. She then grabbed a napkin and wiped her mouth. She looked around the room and asked, "Where's Cherry?" The housekeeper looked at her and said, "In Miss Mia's room. She's going to sleep with her tonight. She took a liking to her princess bed and insisted on staying there." Cherry had also persuaded Mia into taking out several princess dresses and sharing them with her. The little child was very good at getting people to do what she wanted. "Where's Mia's room?" Nora asked. "Turn left on the 2nd floor, it's the 3rd room," the housekeeper said. Nora nodded and went upstairs. After Nora had left, the housekeeper instructed the maid to take out a cloth and carefully wipe the spot where Nora had sat. "Take this silverware and disinfect it," she added. Warren didn't take any notice of what the housekeeper had said. He didn't even know how the staff washed the dishes, and he expected that it was normal for the items in the house to be disinfected. However, Yvonne raised her eyebrows. Nora had just gone upstairs when she heard a voice behind her. She looked around and saw that the housekeeper had followed her. When the housekeeper saw her, she walked beside her and said, "Miss Mia's room is over there. Don't walk around freely because it wouldn't be good if you bump into the men." As she was about to go into Mia's room, she noticed an adjacent room with its doors open. There were 4 computers in it, and they were all running. When the housekeeper noticed her looking at it, she said, "This is Miss Yvonne's work studio. She likes coding computer programs as a hobby. Sometimes she makes software applications. The firewall that she created has even won awards. These 4 computers are very powerful servers, so don't barge in there in case you accidentally press something and affect Miss Yvonne's software." It was a field that Nora was familiar with, and she couldn't resist asking, "Is she a hacker?" "A hacker? No, it's just Miss Yvonne's hobby. She only writes code occasionally. Miss Yvonne is multi-talented. She has great ability in flower arranging, drawing, and calligraphy. She also plays violin and piano. She's achieved several accomplishments in all those fields." The housekeeper sounded immensely proud as she explained it. Then she said, "Although Miss Yvonne is an adopted daughter, she's the adopted daughter of Mr. Ian. Her status is different from the other gentlemen and ladies in the other houses. Other than Mr. Joel, all the other gentlemen dote on her very much. They treat her with respect." Although some of the Smiths lived at home, some of them had moved out. Strictly speaking, Ian was the owner of the Smiths' residence. Joel had been chosen by him to become the head and take over his business. Warren and his wife only lived there. Even if Nora were the daughter of the Smiths, she was from the 2nd branch, so wouldn't be considered the matriarch of the household. The housekeeper knew very well who the owner of the house was. After showing Mia's door to Nora, the housekeeper left her. When she went downstairs to the kitchen, she heard the maids saying, "Miss Smith is going to marry Mr. Hunt in the future. Then she will be Mrs. Hunt, and she will become the mistress of the entire Hunt empire. But after Miss Yvonne gets married, she won't be considered a member of the Smiths anymore. In the whole of New York, other than the Hunts, no one can compare to the Smiths. Who is more respected, Miss Smith or Miss Yvonne?" The housekeeper immediately entered and said, "The answer is clear. The owner is the most respected." Florence Stone, the housekeeper in charge of internal affairs at the Smiths' residence, was Ian's biggest fan. She was absolutely loyal to the Smiths and had great respect and admiration for Ian. She had witnessed with her own eyes how Ian had gone from someone who was shrewd, capable, lively, and active who loved talking and smiling, to the zombie he currently was. All because of Yvette. She hated Yvette with every fibre of her being. Therefore, she always looked at things from Ian's perspective. She said, "Even if Miss Nora becomes Mrs. Hunt in the future, she's still just Miss Smith now. Mr. Ian's daughter is the most important of all. Although Miss Yvonne is adopted, she's Mr. Ian's adopted daughter. Can't you tell which of the two matters more?" The maids hung their heads after being reprimanded. None of them dared to speak any more. When Nora went into Mia's room, the two girls were already fast asleep. It wasn't the first time Cherry had slept with a friend. The little child was carefree and slept very soundly. Mia, on the other hand, was relatively restrained. Her arms were held parallel to her body, and her little face was adorable. Nora pulled up the covers over the children and went out. As soon as she did, she ran into Joel, who had just returned home from work. Nora jumped when she saw him. Joel was also a little surprised, though he quickly recovered by saying, "I'm here to take a look at Mia." Nora nodded and stepped aside. Joel said, "By the way, please tell Mr. Hunt that he can just ask us directly if there's something he wants to know. It's not very polite to hack into the Smith's computer system without permission." She was shocked for a moment before she realized that Joel had misunderstood what had happened. Because she had been too anxious to know Ian's itinerary, she hadn't covered her tracks that afternoon. It was equivalent to breaking into a house by smashing the front door down. She coughed but didn't explain. Instead, she replied calmly, "I'll let him know." Joel stared at her. He couldn't help feeling that something wasn't quite right with the woman after he had told her that, yet he couldn't pinpoint what it was, so he just nodded and went into Mia's bedroom. Nora walked back to her room with a guilty conscience. She had only taken 2 steps when her phone rang. She held up the phone in the silent corridor and saw that it was Justin. Because she was feeling guilty, she picked up the call immediately and asked, "What's up?" Justin said dispassionately, "Let's switch the children back tomorrow." Nora's voice was quiet as she asked, "Is Pete missing me?" "Yeah, I guess you could say that. Let's have lunch at noon with the children and then switch them back." Nora said, "I won't be able to." "How about in the evening then?" "Okay." After the two agreed on the time, Nora was about to hang up when Justin asked, "Was the supper good?" "It was all right, but you didn't have to go to so much trouble." "It's your first day there," he explained. "I was afraid that you would be looked down upon. After all, there are too many people in this world who are too blind to tell good and bad people apart." "Thanks. I'll speak to you tomorrow," she said before ending the call. Since she relied on the Smiths for neither food nor living expenses, it meant that she felt she had a lot of freedom there. At worst, she could just move out. She didn't need anything from the Smiths. Apart from speaking a little sarcastically, the housekeeper hadn't really done anything, so she couldn't be bothered to hold it against her. Nora yawned and went back to her room to sleep. She was awakened by the alarm clock the next day. She had to get Cherry to the kindergarten, so she soon got up and went downstairs, where she found that Mia and Cherry were already up and sitting at the dinner table. Florence instructed the servants to bring the food out. Cherry's eyes lit up when she saw that they were having pancakes for breakfast. She said, "I want pancakes." She stretched out her little hand after she spoke, intending to take the plate of pancakes from the maid. Florence, however, took the plate of pancakes and gave it to Mia instead. She said to Cherry, "Miss Cherry, this is Miss Mia's. If you want some, I'll get them to bring another plate of them for you." Cherry's expression turned cold at once. She was about to say something when Mia pushed the plate of pancakes toward her. "You can have them first. They can just give me another plate of them when they're done. I can eat the scrambled eggs first." Cherry had her pancakes, so she ignored Florence and asked Mia, "Do you eat the eggs first? I always eat the pancakes first, otherwise I'll choke." Mia replied, "I like eating the side dishes first and the main dish later." The two children matched each other very well, and both started eating their breakfasts happily. Florence's expression turned cold at the sight of the children getting on so well. She said, "Well, that's good. It's very polite of Miss Mia to give her food to a guest." The children were too innocent to recognize her sarcasm. Cherry even nodded and said, "Yes, Mia is very polite, unlike Brandon. He doesn't have any manners at all." Mia blushed and said softly, "Thank you for the compliment, Cherry." "You're welcome. We have to praise each other a little more every day, okay? That way, we'll be happy every day." Okie dokie. The two girls started munching away on their respective plates of food again after they had finished talking. Florence returned to the kitchen. Seeing that Cherry hadn't been bullied, Nora smiled. "My little girl is incredibly positive and quirky," she thought. Nora went out and heard a door beside her open. Joel, who looked as if he had stayed up late the night before, came out. He had some shadows under his eyes, and he was frowning, which toned down his usually smiling face and made him look a little more serious. But when he saw Nora, his frown gradually softened, and the gentle look returned. He said, "You didn't have to get up so early, Nora. I can take Cherry with me when I take Mia to school." Nora didn't hesitate to accept his offer. She turned, started walking upstairs, and then turned back and said, "I'm counting on you then." By the time Nora woke up again, she had finally made up for her lack of sleep. The groggy feeling in her head had disappeared, and her whole being felt reborn. She stretched and went out, intending to see whether Cherry was back so that she could take her out for dinner with Justin. However, the moment she came out of her bedroom, someone rushed right over to her. It was an old man who had burns on his face, which made it difficult to discern his features. He stared at Nora for a while before exclaiming, "You're Ian's daughter." Nora was startled by the man's sudden appearance, not to mention his confident assertion of her parentage. It was impossible to make out the man's features, and his appearance was terrifying. The skin around his eyes was all burned, making him appear expressionless. Most people would have been shocked at his appearance, but Nora had seen much scarier things on the operating table, so she merely asked, "Why do you say that?" The man tilted his head, as though he were crazy, and replied, "Because you don't look like Ryan, you look like Ian." She mostly took after her mother, so she only slightly resembled Ian. It was also said that her slight resemblance to the Smiths reminded people of Ryan. Besides, even if Ian were her uncle, it was normal that they would resemble each other a little. Just as she was about to say something, the man jumped and exclaimed, "You're Ian's daughter. Ian has a daughter now. The Smiths also have a daughter now. This is awesome." Nora was about to speak again when the butler rushed up to them. He had a few other men with him and seemed pleased to have discovered the burned man. "I found you," the butler said. The security guards grabbed the man and held his arms, not ungently. The butler looked nervously at Nora. "He didn't offend you, did he, Miss Smith?" Nora was puzzled and asked, "And who exactly is he?" The butler said, "We'll call him Old Maddie. A number of years ago, he came to our door to beg, and we couldn't get rid of him, no matter what we did. He just kept hanging around outside. We called the police and they took him away, but he just came back again, asking for food. In the end, Mr. Ian told us to let him stay and give him some food. We arranged for him to stay in a small house in the yard, and he normally stays there. For some reason, when he heard today that a new young lady from the Smiths had come, he started to shout excitedly that Mr. Ian has a daughter now, and he came into the main house. He's always been well-behaved and has never given anyone trouble in all these years. So I didn't think that he would suddenly go crazy and run up to your door. I'm really sorry." Nora waved her hand as she said, "It's fine." She looked again at the man who was still being held. He didn't resist and stood quietly. Because the skin on his face had been burned, it was difficult to tell what he had looked like originally or how old he was. Judging from the wrinkles on his hands, the man seemed likely to be at least 50 years old. As she walked downstairs with the butler, she asked, "What's his background?" The butler replied, "The ID card we found on him stated that he's from a small town near the mountains. A huge fire burned down his home, so he had to go in search of a new home. He had to start when he had no alternative. Mr. Ian said that he wouldn't have taken him in if he had been mentally sound. He took pity on the man because he wasn't able to make a living for himself." The security guards led the man past Nora, and she looked at him again. The man's hair was dirty, and he looked like he hadn't had a bath in a very long while. Although his clothes were intact and didn't have any patches, they were covered in dust and dirt. The butler noticed her looking at his unkempt condition and explained, "He has burns on his body, so his skin has always been in poor condition. It's very uncomfortable for him if he takes a hot bath, so he runs off and kicks up a fuss when we try to give him one. Because of that, we only give him a bath once a month. He doesn't bother with his clothes because he spends most of his time in his house and doesn't meet anyone." Nora nodded. The butler asked the security guards to take him away. She watched them go. The butler followed. Even when they had walked a distance away, she could still hear the butler threatening him. "If you run in there again, I'll kick you out, and I won't give you burgers anymore. You hear me?" "Burgers! Burgers! I want to eat burgers!" The man jumped around while following the guards through the yard. They treated the man like a dog, and it made her a bit uncomfortable. Nora shook her head and turned her attention away from the matter. She turned and walked into the living room. Warren and Maureen were both on the couch. Their necks were craned as they looked at the door anxiously. They were also waiting for Brandon to return from school. When Maureen saw her, she waved and called out, "Nora, let's go to the dining room and have dinner together." Nora shook her head and said, "I'm waiting for Cherry. We're going out for dinner." Maureen winked at her. "With Mr. Hunt?" "Yeah." After Nora answered her, Warren gave the crawfish and pasta plates in front of him a small push and said, "Do you think the Smiths can't feed you? Do you have to go out for meals every day? Or are the Hunts' meals better than the food at home?" Before she could respond, Maureen had smacked Warren on the head. Maureen said angrily, "Don't be so rude. It's up to Nora where and what she eats." Warren rubbed his head, glared at Maureen, and said, "That was uncalled for." Maureen ignored him and looked at Nora instead. "Don't mind him, Nora. He's in a panic because a game developed by the company has a major bug that can't be fixed. That's why he's like a bear with a sore head. Just ignore him. He does care about you. He brought the crawfish and pasta for you." Warren looked as if he were about to explode. He asked angrily, "Who says I bought them for her? You're obviously the one who likes them, so why are you going on about them?" "Okay, I'm the one who likes them," said Maureen, smiling. She added, "I just wonder who happened to see Nora happily eating crawfish yesterday and traveled a long way to buy the best crawfish in New York." Nora thought about it. She had eaten crawfish and pasta the day before, but it didn't mean that she liked eating them. Why is Warren behaving so strangely, she wondered. Warren focused on his laptop. He stared at the programming code on the screen and muttered to himself, "The coding looks fine, so why is there a bug?" Maureen said, "How would someone like you, who only understands a little about programming, know that? You should leave it for a professional to sort out." "Don't you think I've already done that? There are so many technicians in the company, but they still haven't found it. even after searching for a whole day and night. The game is only just launched. If this continues for one more day, all our users are going to disappear." Nora glanced at his computer. Warren saw her looking and said, "What are you looking at? Do you even understand what this is?" "I do understand something about it," she answered. Warren was taken aback by Nora's revelation. Maureen asked in surprise, "You can understand it?" Nora nodded. She was about to speak when she heard Yvonne say, "Were you looking for me, Warren?" When he saw Yvonne, Warren got up and walked over to her with the laptop. He said, "Yvonne, take a look at this for me. What's wrong with the game? None of the technicians in the IT department can find the problem. The game's gone live, so if we don't solve it, we'll lose all the players." Nora looked at Maureen, who explained, "Yvonne is a software consultant in the company. He always goes to her for help if there are any problems that the technicians can't solve." Maureen gave a look of disdain when she saw Yvonne and Warren together in front of the laptop. She said, "I feel so miserable, Nora." Nora wasn't sure what to say. She didn't feel that she was familiar enough with Maureen to say anything, so she took on the role of a listener instead. Maureen said, "Although my family, the Lights, isn't as rich and prosperous as the Smiths, we can still be said to be a wealthy family. My parents have always pampered me and never sought any benefit from my marriage with the Smiths. Warren and I fell in love with each other. Joel, the current head of the family, is a fair and just man, so he didn't pressure Warren into a marriage that would bring gains to the family. You're probably thinking that I'm leading a very blissful life, right?" Nora wanted to say that she hadn't heard anything that sounded blissful. It seemed like the only thing going for her was that she had freedom in her marriage. While she was thinking about it, Maureen sighed and went on, "But people don't know what kind of life I've actually been leading in the Smiths." She glanced at Yvonne and whispered, "When Warren asked Yvonne to be a consultant in his company, he wanted to pay her a salary, but she refused it. After all, she does have money. She also refused when I suggested letting her become a shareholder. It sounds nice, and makes her look especially big-hearted, right?" Nora nodded. She wanted to say that since they were a family, Yvonne had done the right thing. Maureen continued, "After word of that spread, everyone talked about how kind and pure Yvonne was, how caring she was toward her brother, and how much she was at peace with the world. But just take a look at Warren there." Nora looked over accordingly and saw Warren was standing, whereas Yvonne was seated. Warren stood beside Yvonne like her lackey and pointed at the computer screen eagerly. Whenever Yvonne said something, Warren would immediately nod repeatedly, just like a very obedient dog. As soon as the thought formed in Nora's mind, Maureen spoke again. "Did you see that? She has Warren completely wrapped around her little finger. I have quite a lot of savings from when I married into the family, and Warren also receives a lot of dividends from the company every year. When we started the game company, we just wanted something to do so that life wouldn't be that boring. However, the restrictions on the Smith Corporation employees are plentiful. It wouldn't be much of a problem if Warren just approached the company's computer wizards if he has a problem with his software. But Warren keeps saying that it doesn't make sense to get an outsider to do it when there's his younger sister at home. But once he asks her for help, he feels indebted to her. For example, I like caviar, so my family sent me some Almas caviar, which is very precious and almost impossible to buy. Warren said that the caviar was great and suggested giving some to Yvonne. If I'd refused, it would have made me look stingy, so I agreed to give it to her. Unfortunately, he said that half of it was too little, so I had to give her 2/3 of it." Nora didn't say anything and just gave an impartial nod. Maureen continued, She's the most senior woman in the Smith family, so she eats all the best food, drinks the best drinks, and wears the best clothes. I can understand all of that, but my husband can't buy anything without giving the same to her." Maureen paused and looked at Nora, who remained silent. "I know you'll say that since she's helped us, we should give something to repay her. But I'd rather spend the money and hire a computer expert so that the two of us would at least be on equal standing, since I would have paid for it. I don't want to owe her a favor that I can't ever repay." She gave another melancholic sigh. Then she looked at Nora and said, "Never mind. I expect you're thinking that I'm just whining. After all, there are people who don't even have any food to eat, and here I am complaining about having too little Almas caviar." Nora understood her argument. She also hated owing people favors. It was just like when Solo had been seriously ill, and she had discovered his condition in time and performed an operation on him, saving his life. Solo had always wanted to pay her instead of working for her, but she knew that he would disappear after she took the money, which would leave her having to personally take care of a lot of troublesome things that would have taken up too much of her sleeping time. When she thought about it that way, it seemed like she had become the same kind of person as Yvonne. Does that mean that Solo also finds me annoying? She wondered. It was very unusual for Nora to reflect upon herself. At the other side of the room, Yvonne was keeping a constant watch over Maureen out of the corner of her eye, while she looked at the programming code for Warren. She didn't know what Maureen was saying, but could see that she was talking affectionately at great length with Nora, and she was concerned by it. What has Nora done to get Maureen's affection? She wondered. She focused on the laptop again and quickly edited some of the code. Then she smiled and said, "The problem's fixed now." Warren gave her a thumbs up. "You're amazing, Yvonne. All those techies in the company can't compare to you. Let me see." He loaded the game and tested it. "The bug's gone, that's awesome." He thanked Yvonne and made a phone call. At that point, the children arrived home. Joel hadn't picked them up from school because of an important meeting, so it was the butler who had collected the three children. Nora took Cherry out while Mia went upstairs to change. Brandon bounced around Maureen mischievously. Yvonne looked at them, and then she looked at Warren. She thought of Maureen's enthusiastic attitude toward Nora as she walked toward Maureen and Brandon. Brandon was saying something and bouncing around. When he took a step back, he accidentally stepped on Yvonne's foot. "Ah!" Yvonne let out a cry of pain and held her foot. Her cry made Warren look up. He hurried over and asked, "What's wrong, Yvonne?" When he realized what had happened, he said, "Brandon, apologize to your aunt." Yvonne held Warren's arm. She frowned deeply and acted as if her foot really hurt, but then said with a smile, "I'm fine, Warren. The boy didn't mean it." Practically at the same time she spoke, Brandon, who was also shocked, asked, "Why were you behind me, Aunt Yvonne?" Yvonne smiled and said, "I was just passing by." Brandon was at the age when kids were at their most rebellious, so he hated having to apologize. He scratched his head and said, "I didn't mean to hurt you. It's not like I have eyes on the back of my head." His impudence made Warren furious. "Didn't you hear me? I'm telling you to apologize. Stop making excuses." Brandon had always been very mischievous and had damaged a lot of things at home. In addition, he had recently been amusing himself by stepping on other people's feet. He had even been playing games to see who could step on more people's feet. As a result, Warren had the impression that the boy had done it on purpose. There was no way the little boy would ever apologize, though. He retorted, "I didn't do anything wrong." Warren was livid. Yvonne has just helped me out and now my son has hurt her, he thought. He decided to take the opportunity to teach Brandon a lesson and make him behave. He picked up the boy and stared at him sternly. "Will you apologize or not?" Brandon, who was startled by his father's action, struggled and flailed about. "Daddy, let me go. Don't hurt me, or else I'll hurt you back when I grow up." Warren was staggered. Yvonne glared at the boy and said, "How can you say that, Brandon? That's so outrageous of you. I don't need you to apologize to me, but you should be apologizing to your father instead." Brandon was furious. The boy, who had never been one to allow himself to suffer any injustice, said, "I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't mean to step on your foot. You were the one who came up to me and let yourself be stepped on, so why should I apologize?" Warren became even angrier. "You little brat, will you apologize or not?" Maureen was distressed at how angry Warren was with Brandon. No matter how naughty the boy was, he was still her precious baby. She had seen that it was Yvonne who had run into Brandon. But when her husband had told her son to apologize, she had felt that she should give in to Yvonne, so she had kept quiet about what she had seen. Having her son apologize wasn't really much of a big deal, so she hadn't stopped her husband from demanding an apology. She thought that what her son had said after that had been very annoying, so she hadn't been too upset when he had picked up the boy forcefully. But she was starting to feel as if he was getting too demanding and might hurt the boy. His words were not only hurtful to Brandon, but also to her, making her feel terribly sad. She said anxiously, "All right, that's enough. You're going to hurt the boy." Warren was afraid of his wife, so he immediately set the boy down when he heard her. But as soon as he did, Yvonne said, "I know you love your son, Maureen, but spare the rod and spoil the child. He actually said he was going to hurt his father when he grows up. You have to let him know when he's done wrong. Otherwise, he will go down a path of no return when he's older." Maureen was furious. "He isn't your child, so you don't need to feel bad about it. It's our responsibility to educate our son. You don't need to bother yourself with it." Yvonne looked shocked at being scolded. She sighed and said, "You're right. Warren, Maureen, what I said was out of order." Warren, however, was still angry. "Yvonne was saying it for Brandon's own good. Besides, she's his aunt, so why would she do anything to harm him? She has the right to give her opinion on disciplining the child. She's right. The boy ought to be disciplined, otherwise he really will hurt me once he grows up. What an impertinent boy." Brandon stubbornly refused to cry, but his feelings were hurt. Maureen couldn't stand it anymore. She pushed Warren away and grabbed her son from him. Tears formed in her eyes, and she shouted, "Warren, if you dare to touch my son again, I will fight you." Maureen was so mad that she picked up Brandon and went upstairs to their bedroom. Before she went in, she looked back at her husband and said, "Warren, do you want your son and me, or your precious little sister? Are you going to make your son suffer just for your sister's sake? I can't live with this anymore. I'm taking my son back home. You can live with your sister instead." With that, she slammed the door shut with a loud bang. Warren stammered, "Dear, But after taking a step forward, he looked back at Yvonne. She sighed and said, "Go and talk to her, Warren. I'll be fine. She must have misunderstood something. Have a good talk with her and try to calm her down. I know you're scared of her, so if you don't get anywhere, I can come up and apologize to her." Most men wouldn't have been able to stand having someone say that they were scared of their wives. Had it been someone else, Warren would have asserted his masculinity. However, he nodded and said, "You know me best. I'm afraid of her going back to her parents. Let me quickly go upstairs and appease her. If I fail, I'll have to ask you to give in and apologize to her." He then went upstairs without looking back, leaving Yvonne standing there alone. She was so mad that she had to take a deep breath to suppress her anger. Just as I suspected, she thought. Warren doesn't have a conscience at all. Now that he has a wife, he doesn't protect his sister anymore. Do the two of them really think I don't have any way of keeping them in my control? I'll just wait for him to come begging to me. After half an hour of being begged and coaxed, Maureen finally gave in and agreed to stay for the time being. She was in love with her husband, and even though her son's feelings were hurt, she decided to drop the matter. Not long after the two of them had made up, Warren's cell phone rang. It was one of the company's technicians who said, "Go and look at the game, Mr. Smith. There's another bug. It's a different one this time. We haven't found the cause of it yet. Can you ask Miss Yvonne for help again?" Maureen was someone who refused to be indebted to anyone. If she asked someone for help, she would either pay them or do something for them. No matter what, she would always repay any debt she owed. She had only just been angry at Yvonne because of Brandon, yet her husband was about to beg for her help again, and she wasn't happy about that. Warren scratched his head and said, "It's okay, she's my younger sister. She'll be fine about it. We're family, so it isn't really begging for help." Maureen grabbed her husband before he could leave the room. "I've had enough, Warren. Look at your son. Would you have yelled at him so harshly if he'd stepped on your feet?" Warren was taken aback. Maureen pointed at him and ranted, "It's because you always feel like you owe her a favor that you unknowingly behave as if you're beneath her. Yes, she's from the Smiths' direct lineage, but the fact is that she's just an adopted daughter. I've never seen you so wimpy, even when you're in front of Joel. Why is it that you can't even say a single word in front of her?" Maureen became more and more aggrieved as she spoke. She started to cry as she shouted, "Think about the wrongs you've made me suffer all these years, like the Alma's caviar. You knew that I loved caviar while it doesn't matter to her whether she has it or not. Yet you still forced me to give her 2/3 of it. My mum only managed to get hold of that after asking someone for a favor and spending a lot of money. She gave it to me because she knew how much I loved it." Maureen wiped her tears and went on, "I was willing to overlook some of these things before, but we have got to get things clear now. She's your younger sister, and you have a sister complex. It's not a problem that you want to spoil her, but she isn't related to me by blood at all, and she's never done anything for me. So why do I also have to repay her for the favors she's done for you?" Warren anxiously said, "Don't cry, dear. I just thought that good things ought to be shared, that's all." "Yeah, right. The problem is that she doesn't even like caviar. I saw with my own eyes that she couldn't bring herself to eat it after it was prepared. So she gave it to Florence, the housekeeper. I've kept all this to myself and have never brought it up before, but don't you dare go too far. You have 2 choices today, Warren Smith. One is that you go to her and we get divorced. The second is that you either remove her software consultant position in the company or pay her a salary. You can even give her dividends if you want. Just stop owing her any more favors." Maureen's lips trembled after she had finished speaking. Although she could forgive her husband for yelling at their son, she was full of grievances towards Yvonne over it. Brandon was angry and hurt, but he had been holding back his tears. However, when he saw that his mother was upset, he walked over and pushed his dad away. Then he hugged his mum and burst into tears. He said, "Don't cry, Bubby, don't cry. We won't talk to Daddy anymore. If he makes you angry, I'll unplug the oxygen from his respirator when I grow up." Warren was apoplectic. "You little brat, do you have a conscience or not?" Maureen burst into laughter after holding it back for a moment. Warren also saw the funny side of it and calmed down. Brandon's words had dispelled the tense atmosphere in the room. Warren stepped forward and put his arm around Maureen's shoulders. "All right, dear. Although I don't totally understand what you were saying, nor do I understand what's so delicious about the Alma's caviar, I'll listen to you. We won't go to Yvonne anymore. I'll hire an expert from outside, okay? The sniffling Maureen nodded. She took another deep breath before she looked at Warren and asked, "Do you really mean that?" "Yes, I really mean it." He then sighed and asked, "Why didn't you tell me about the Almas caviar earlier? If you'd told me, I would have bought you some. With the Smiths' connections, it wouldn't be difficult to get hold of some." "Do you think Almas caviar is that easy to find?" He said confidently, "Don't worry, I'll definitely buy some for you, however hard it is to come by." The family of 3 finally reconciled and hugged one another happily. Because Maureen had cried a lot, her eyes were all red and swollen, so she was too embarrassed to go downstairs for dinner. Warren decided to bring the food up instead. When he went downstairs, he saw Yvonne, Joel, and Mia eating. He smiled and said, "The boy is angry because of me, so he doesn't want to come down. We'll eat upstairs instead." He then instructed the servants to take the food to their room. Joel didn't think much about it and concentrated on feeding Mia instead. Yvonne raised her eyebrows. She had thought that Warren wouldn't be able to stop himself from speaking to her, and that Maureen would be embarrassed and would force Brandon to come down and apologize to her. Why isn't Warren acting according to plan? She wondered. She loved seeing Maureen having to practice forbearance, even when she was clearly feeling terribly aggrieved. She saw herself as the true mistress of the household and liked seeing Maureen being put in her place. Warren, Maureen, and Brandon went to sleep after dinner. After sleeping for some time, Maureen was woken up by the heat. She opened her eyes and found that Brandon's limbs were all over her. She pushed him off her and got up, intending to drink some water. It was then that she found that there was no one on the other side of Brandon. Surprised, she looked around. She could vaguely hear sounds coming from the balcony in the suite's study. She drank a glass of water and walked over there. Warren was on the phone with someone. He lowered his voice and said, "You can't find the cause. How can that be? Didn't I say that you could get external help? If you can't find anyone, I think Joel knows someone who could help." The person he was talking to replied, "I've already approached him, but he says that he couldn't find the cause of the problem. What do we do now?" Things looked very tricky if even the Smiths expert couldn't detect the issue. Warren frowned. The person he was speaking to, who was in charge of operations, said, "It's been more than 24 hours since the game went live. The forums are full of negative feedback right now. If we can't fix the bug within 36 hours, the players will doubt our competence. We managed to find the cause of the previous bug, but we just can't nail this one down." Warren ran his hand through his hair and felt troubled that he was going bald. "What will happen if we don't fix it soon?" The person in charge of operations remained quiet for a moment before saying, "We'll lose all the money we invested to get the game up and running. You said that you wanted to create a perfect game, so from production planning to art and design, we hired only the best. We even hired a top artist to do the landscape designs, so even the backgrounds are super expensive. The hit would be devastating. And that's not to mention the loss of future revenues." Warren had dividends from the company and could also ask Joel for money if he didn't have enough. His goal had been to create a successful game studio, so he had invested almost all of his savings into the game. Warren was so troubled that he tugged at his hair again and pulled out a few more strands. In the room next door, Yvonne listened to the voices coming from the monitoring device. She had hacked into Warren's phone and was eavesdropping on his conversation. When she heard the other person saying that they couldn't find the bug and couldn't pinpoint the cause either, she smiled. It's hardly surprising that they aren't able to find the cause, she thought. That was because it was her newly created virus. She had planted the virus when she had been repairing the game earlier that day. She was the only one who could remove it. She went through her skincare routine, leisurely opening a bottle of expensive body lotion and spreading it carefully on herself. Even a wealthy young lady's skin required meticulous care. She listened closely, and a short while later she heard Maureen say, "Why don't we go to Yvonne after all, Warren?" Yvonne smirked. Maureen tries to look arrogant, she thought, but she has to bow down to me in the end. Nora, who had taken Cherry out with her, was having dinner with Justin and Pete in a private room. The family of 4 sat together. When Cherry and Pete sat facing each other, it was as if they were looking in a mirror. Justin looked at the children and asked, "Why does this pair of boy-girl twins look exactly the same? Boy-girl twins are supposed to be fraternal twins. Are there any medical case studies where fraternal twins look so alike?" Nora shook her head. "I've never seen any. Boy-girl twins are just like normal brothers and sisters. Outsiders might not be able to tell them apart at a glance, but their parents should definitely be able to see some differences. Yet Cherry and Pete look pretty much identical. Once they grow up and Pete's characteristics as a boy and Cherry's characteristics as a girl will become obvious, they won't look so similar anymore." Justin breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the 2 children would still look exactly the same even after they had grown up, which would have been very strange. He glanced at Cherry, who was sitting next to him, and looked at Nora. Then, as if he were reminiscing about the past, he said, "I was starting to think that Pete was a bit weird." Pete, who was eating, looked at Justin with a frown. He was about to protest when his mum asked, "Oh, why's that?" Justin coughed and said, "Pete suddenly became really girly, so I thought there was something psychologically wrong with him. I asked a family doctor to do a psychological test on him. The results indicated that he was a girl at heart." Nora looked down at Pete. The picture of a shocked Justin formed in her mind, and she found it very amusing. Pete gave Cherry a confused look and asked, "When did the test happen?" Cherry was also bewildered. She looked at Justin and asked, "When did you make me take the test, Daddy?" When Justin mentioned the events in the hotel in California, Cherry was suddenly enlightened. She exclaimed, "Ah, so that was a psychological test. I thought it was an IQ test." So when Cherry had said so confidently that their father made her take an IQ test and the results turned out super high, she was actually talking about a psychological test. Pete realized the terrible situation Cherry had put him in back then. He looked at Cherry and asked, "What about the history trivia and all that?" Cherry replied proudly, "My history knowledge is really great. You can ask Daddy if you don't believe me." Pete looked at Justin, who coughed and said, "Yes, it's pretty good." He didn't believe him anymore, so he looked at Nora, who said, "Yeah, it's good. Who invented the first car?" "Harrison Ford," Cherry answered right away. Pete's pride and dignity of being a high IQ genius had all been destroyed by Cherry. Nora started to talk more than usual. She wanted to know about her son. Justin slowly started to talk about all the things Pete had done when he was younger. He said, "He drove his tutors mad. When he was 2, the tutor told the children the story about the 3 little pigs and asked them which of the pigs they wanted to be. All the children said they wanted to be the 3rd pig because only hard-working people can build sturdy houses. When the tutor asked Pete the same question, what do you think he said?" Nora shook her head. Justin chuckled and said, "He said he didn't want to be a pig. He wanted to be a human being." It was the first time in Nora's life that she had laughed out loud so happily. She hadn't expected her disciplined and rigid son to have had such a cute and funny moments when he was younger. Justin became a little infatuated when he saw her laugh. Her eyelids were always drooping when she wasn't smiling, which made her look half asleep. However, when she was laughing, her eyes looked brighter than usual. He looked away and took a sip of water to suppress the tickle in his throat. That was the first time they were having a meal so happily as a family of 4. Nora wasn't gobbling down her food like she usually did. In fact, after she had finished eating, she even sat there and listened to him talk about all the embarrassing things Pete had done as a child. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was 9 o'clock. The children had to go to bed, so Justin took Nora and Pete back to the Smiths' residence. After they reached the house, he tried to ask her out on a date. "Shall we go down to the amusement park on the weekend?" Cherry immediately clapped. Yes, Daddy's the best." Justin looked at Nora. Nora wanted to refuse so that she could sleep, but perhaps the atmosphere that evening had been so great, or perhaps because the night was getting dark, she hesitated when she saw the longing looks on all the children's faces, as well as Justin's dark eyes. A moment later, she nodded. After Justin left with Cherry, Nora took Pete into the Smiths' house. As soon as they entered, Mia rushed over and hugged Pete. "Cherry, why did you come back so late? Let's go and sleep together." Pete had only slept in the same bed with Nora and Justin before. When he heard Mia's words, he froze and stammered, "No, it's okay." "Why?" Mia looked dejected. "Don't you like me?" Pete couldn't offer any resistance to the look in her eyes. "Of course I do," he said. "Then let's go." With that, Mia dragged Pete away. Nora didn't stop them. She reasoned that the children were only 5, and they counted as cousins, so it was okay if they slept together. She took a leisurely climb up the stairs. Before she entered her bedroom, she spotted Maureen sitting on the couch in the lounge on the 2nd floor. She was sighing. Nora was someone who minded her own business. She rarely took the initiative to show concern for others, unless they were people very close to her. Maureen was just her sister-in-law, and the two had only just met, so she was very averse to prying into her private matters. So she merely paused for a moment before she started walking toward her room. She had only taken a couple of steps when she heard voices coming from Mia's room. She hadn't been planning on going over, but it suddenly occurred to her that she had brought Pete instead of Cherry back with her that night. Cherry would never allow anyone to bully her, so Nora wouldn't have been bothered if it had been her in Mia's bedroom. However, Pete was sensitive by nature. She had contacted several well-known psychologists abroad and had found that Pete's condition was due to the psychological trauma he had suffered from being abandoned at birth. Because of that, she was aware that she had to pay more attention to him. This was also why she and Justin had switched the children they were taking care of. Cherry liked her father and was talkative, so she had let her go with Justin instead. Her son, however, had almost died because she hadn't gone after him for Cherry's sake when they were born. Nora was constantly plagued with guilt because of that. For that reason, she paused and walked toward Mia's room. Maureen had probably also heard the voices and was following her there. Inside her dressing room, Mia was saying softly, "Florence, Daddy's the one who said Cherry could sleep with me." Florence, who had a sullen look on her face, said, "You can't do that, Miss Mia. How sad would your granduncle Ian be if you did that?" A puzzled Mia asked, "What's the matter with granduncle Ian?" Florence replied, "Your granduncle Ian hates Nora Smith, yet you're such close friends with her child. His condition is going to worsen because of this." She looked at Pete after she spoke, and her expression turned cold. There was none of the politeness and respect she showed Mia as she said, "Miss Cherry, you're not allowed to sleep with Miss Mia. This place is meant for the Smiths' children. By doing that, you'll mess up the hierarchy of the family." Pete thought that it wasn't the hierarchy of the family that was the problem, but it was the fact that he was a boy. He was happy that he had an excuse to get out of there. He looked at Mia and said, "I won't sleep here then." He started to walk away, but Mia grabbed his hand. No, I was the one who asked you to sleep here, Cherry. If you leave, everyone will look down on you. Mia had been educated by her mother ever since she was very little, so she was very sensitive despite her young age. Pete was touched when he heard what she said. Mia really does have my interests at heart, he thought. Florence said, "You have to listen to me, Miss Mia. If you make Miss Cherry stay, your father will get angry too." "No, he won't," Mia said in her young and tender voice. "Daddy agreed to it." Right after she spoke, they heard a sound coming from downstairs. Joel was back. He had worked overtime that day, which was why he was so late getting home. Nevertheless, he immediately went up the stairs to see if Mia had gone to bed. If she hadn't, he would still be in time to say goodnight to her. As soon as he went in, he was met by Mia, Florence, and Pete's eyes. He frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Florence was about to speak when Mia rushed into his arms. She said a little angrily, "Daddy, Florence won't let Cherry sleep with me. Tell her you agreed to it." Joel said, "That's right. I've already agreed to it." Mia became excited. She got off him, grabbed Pete's hand, and got ready to go into her bedroom. Joel looked at Pete. Ever since he had realized that Justin had a pair of boy-girl twins, his observation skills had become very keen. There was still a very big difference between girls and boys, and he could tell at a glance that the person Mia was dragging into her bedroom was Pete. Seeing that Joel had actually agreed to it, Florence said, "Sir, that's Miss Smith's daughter. You—" Before she could finish, Joel took a couple of steps forward and stopped Mia and Pete. After casting a few glances at Pete, he looked at Mia and said, "Mia, let's not ask Cherry to keep you company tonight, okay? She probably also misses her mum." Mia was taken aback. She gave Pete a puzzled look and asked, "Is that so, Cherry?" Pete immediately said, "Yeah, that's right." Mia hung her head disappointedly. "Then, when can you sleep with me?" "That would be when I switch places with Cherry again," he thought. Joel said, "She'll look for you when she wants to. Let's go to bed now, okay?" Mia nodded. As Joel carried her into the bedroom, he said, "Send Cherry back, Florence." "Yes, sir." Florence, however, had misunderstood and felt that she knew what Joel was thinking. When they were in the corridor, she sneered at Pete and said, "Please, know your place in the future, Miss Cherry. Even if your mother marries a Hunt in the future, you still won't be a real Hunt. Don't compare yourself with the Hunt's boy." Pete resisted the urge to roll his eyes and walked on without a word. When Nora and Maureen got there, they were just in time to hear Florence say that. Maureen immediately looked at Nora, intending to give her some reassurance, only to find that she didn't seem to care at all. Maureen coughed and whispered, "Florence is totally devoted to Uncle Ian. She sees him as her true boss, so she'll definitely have something against you. She's worked for the Smiths for many years, so sometimes we have to overlook her behavior." Meaning that it's better not to offend the old servant, Nora thought. However, she merely said, "Oh." Pete walked faster when he spotted his mum. She took his hand and glanced at Florence, who was still in the distance. The woman raised her head and snorted arrogantly, but nevertheless nodded at Maureen as a sign of respect. Then she left. It was only after she had gone that Nora glanced at Maureen. When she noticed that her eyes were red and swollen from crying, she thought of how she had kept sighing before. She tried to hold herself back, but after a short hesitation, she asked, "What happened to you? Did you run into some kind of trouble?" Maureen gave another huge sigh. After a few moments of hesitation, she asked, "Do you know any really good programmers?" Maureen didn't know why she had asked Nora such a question. She knew that real computer experts were very hard to find. Even her family and the Smiths put together couldn't find a top-class programmer. Joel had paid a lot to hire the Smiths' current expert. It was said that when he attended the interview, Joel, who hadn't known his background at that time, had asked, "Why should I pay you such a high salary?" The man had taken out his laptop and pressed a few keys, and 2 minutes later, someone from the IT department called and said, "Mr. Smith, the company's network is down." Joel had then looked at the hacker in front of him. After the hacker typed away for another 2 minutes, the network was back up. The hacker even said, "I've also upgraded the company's firewall to the highest level of security." Joel had been impressed, and the man became revered by the Smiths. Maureen knew that story and regretted looking foolish by asking Nora for help. What made me do that, she wondered. How would Nora possibly be able to help when neither the Lights nor Warren could find anyone with the necessary expertise? I've just put her on the spot and she's probably feeling embarrassed. She smiled awkwardly and said, "It's okay if you don't know anyone. None of us do either." That's because no one with top-class talent would work in a game company, Nora thought. The reality was that the elite in the field either protected the national cybersecurity for a country, where they were known as white hats, or they had already been hired by big corporations. Another possibility was that they freelanced and took on jobs privately, just like Solo. They usually made a lot of money that way. A game studio like Warren's would be unlikely to hold on to a top-level programmer for long. Maureen continued, "There's a bug in Warren's new game, and no one seems to be able to sort it out. It's a big worry for us because he's invested so much in the game." Seeing Maureen look so dejected and her eyes welling up, Nora took pity on her, and thinking of Solo, she said, "I do know one." Maureen's head shot up and she looked at Nora in disbelief. "Really? Who is it? Are they well known? Would it be expensive to hire them as a software engineer? No, a consultant, in our company." "No, not particularly. If it's just for a small one-off piece of work, he'll ask a reasonable fee." Nora thought that it was a small favor and that the bug in the game would be easy for him to track down. Maureen frowned. "So cheap. Is this person reliable?" She became worried that she was sounding ungrateful, so she hurriedly added, "I'm not questioning the person's abilities. What I mean is, most experts are really expensive to hire." "It's fine. His name is Solo. I'll give him a heads up first." In a dark room in another country, a few computer screens glowed faintly in the dark. A skinny man in front of one of those screens was writing a program excitedly when he suddenly sneezed. As he rubbed his nose, he wondered who was thinking about him. Then he returned to his intense work. A short while later, his cell phone rang. He was so engrossed in writing his program that he couldn't be bothered to look at his phone. He continued to stare at the computer screen. Shortly after, his phone automatically connected, and he heard Nora ask, "What are you doing?" Solo was so shocked that his hands shook, and he accidentally entered a whole bunch of meaningless code into the computer, messing up the program. He stared at the phone and said, "Stop being so overbearing. All I did was miss a call and you're already hacking into my phone." "It's because your cell phone is so easy to hack. I needed to talk to you and I didn't want to hang around waiting for you to call me back." He picked up the phone and pressed the answer button stubbornly, as if that was how a call should be picked up. He asked, "What's up? Need me to do something again?" "Yeah, do me a small favor." "What is it?" "Help my..." She fell silent for a while before she finally said, "My cousin, I suppose. He's run into a small problem with his company's new game. Take a look at it for him." Solo asked nosily, "What do you mean by your cousin? How many cousins do you have?" Nora didn't reply, so Solo continued, "You're not someone who normally picks up other people's problems, so what do I get if I help him out? I know that I owe you a favor, but I don't owe him anything, so why should I do it?" Nora said, If you become their company's consultant, I'll write off the debt you owe me." He was shocked. "Have you suddenly found your conscience? Is the cruel overlord finally willing to release her helpless captive? You don't need to answer that. Whatever the reason, I'll do it." If helping a small game company by being their consultant could repay what he owed Nora for saving his life, then it was a no-brainer for him. Solo hated being under Nora's control and was overjoyed to be presented with a way out. After Solo had agreed, Nora hung up and went out. After she had gone, Pete, who was lying on the bed, suddenly opened his eyes. As he looked at the door, he thought about what he had heard his mum say and concluded that she was a top-class hacker. "Mummy is so amazing," he thought. "I must become even more impressive in the future so that I can be worthy of being her child." Nora was unaware of how much Pete had worked out about her. She found Maureen sitting outside waiting for her. Maureen asked, "How did it go?" Nora replied, "He's agreed to it. I'll set up a group chat for you guys later. You can tell him in the chat which part is buggy. He'll help you guys out." "That's great. I'll go and let Warren know about it. Thanks for doing that, Nora." She excitedly went off to find Warren. Warren's game had just gone live, so it was important to fix the problem without delay, and he was in a huge panic about it. When he saw Maureen enter the room, he immediately asked, "Have you talked to Yvonne?" She shook her head. He said, "I thought you'd agreed to ask her. You stopped me from asking, so I was counting on you to do it. I know there are conflicts between you and Yvonne, but this is too important to let those things get in the way." He was about to go on about how Yvonne was their only hope, when Maureen said, "No, what I mean is, I have found you an expert who's willing to do work as a consultant for your company." He was surprised to hear that. "Are you crazy or something? Do you think it's that easy to find someone with the skills we need? You didn't let someone fool you, did you?" Maureen replied, "I don't think so. Don't worry too much about it for now. Just show him the bug in the game and let him see what he can do. As for whether or not he's good, you'll know once you let him give it a shot." Warren, however, was extremely dubious. "I can't just send our game software to some unknown person. Tell me the name of the expert you found and I'll look him up on the internet." "His name is Solo," she said. Yvonne, who had hacked into Warren's cell phone and was eavesdropping on them, felt concerned by what she had just heard. After Warren entered Solo's name into the search engine, his information soon appeared. Solo had won an international hacker competition held during the previous year. He was very good at spotting system vulnerabilities, hacking into other people's systems, and stealing documents. When he was younger, he had won a computer programming award and was considered one of the top hackers in the country. Warren was amazed. He looked at Maureen in shock and asked, "Is it this Solo?" She was also very surprised. "I expect so. Is there another one?" He closed the tab and shook his head. "No." "Nora introduced him to me." Warren spluttered. "What? She's just a hick from rural California. How could she know such a powerful person?" "I don't see what's wrong with coming from California. Anyhow, she's also been overseas for a few years. Maybe they met up then." "Maybe," Warren said doubtfully. He was still worried and he said, "I'd better ask Yvonne." He left before Maureen could say anything. In her room, Yvonne hurriedly turned off her surveillance. After a short while, there was a knock on the door. She opened it, but Warren didn't enter. They weren't biological siblings, and it would have been inappropriate for him to go into her bedroom. He stood outside the door and asked, "Yvonne, have you heard of Solo?" Yvonne raised an eyebrow and said, "Of course I've heard of him. He was the champion of last year's hacker competition. I've seen him before and we worked together once." Warren was relieved. Just as he was about to say something, Yvonne said, He's very introverted. Last year, I wanted to bring him into the Smiths' business, but he refused. Can you guess why? Warren shook his head. She explained, because he said that he doesn't like to be controlled and restrained, and he prefers doing things by himself. He's got a tricky personality. He works alone and he's very aloof. He talks in a very condescending manner, and I don't think he has any friends. Even though I tried, I couldn't get even slightly close to him.
It sounds as though he might be difficult to work with,
said Warren. She said, capable people can often come across as being rather superior. He nodded thoughtfully.
Yes, not everyone is like you. You're capable and approachable. All right, Yvonne, thank you.
With that, Warren turned and left. Yvonne was disappointed and stared at Warren's back as he walked away. She had thought that when he had heard that Solo was a difficult person to deal with, he would have asked her about the software. She hadn't expected him to just leave like that. He's not begging yet, she thought. Just wait. My coding can't be deciphered by any Tom, Dick, or Solo. Besides, he's such a high flyer that I can't see him being a consultant for Warren's gaming company. By the time Warren had returned to his room, Yvonne was already monitoring them. She hoped that after the two of them realized that they might not be able to work with Solo, they would say something negative to Nora. She heard the two of them chatting.
Warren said, I think this Solo might be a fake. It's unlikely that the real Solo would work with a small company like mine.
Now that you mention it, I also had my doubts, said Maureen. What should we do? After a long silence, Maureen slowly said, Nora introduced him. Do you think? Yvonne smiled. She felt that the two of them would definitely blame Nora next. However, they went in a direction that she hadn't expected.
Warren said, Do I think Nora has been deceived too?
Maureen said, Yes. But how are we going to tell Nora about this? If we say that Solo is a fake, will she be offended?
I don't know. You seem to know her better than I do.
I don't know her very well, but I think it would hurt her self-esteem. She's probably feeling good about helping us. It would seem like we were throwing it back in her face. What do you think we should do?
She's not that sensitive, is she?
Warren asked. After a moment of silence, he said impatiently,
She came from a small town, so she's probably not very tough.
Don't be so hard on her. I'm sure she meant well. You need to be more respectful. After all, you're related by blood, and you've always wanted a biological sister.
She's not my biological sister, but then again, neither is Yvonne. I'm starting to feel like there's a wall between me and Yvonne, even though she's been so good to me since she was young. When I went to speak to her just now, if she had been my biological sister, I could have gone into her room to talk to her, but I had to talk to her from the corridor. It just brought it home that she's not my sister.
Maureen said, I understand. With Nora coming onto the scene, it's upset the family dynamics. That's probably why you've been so unwilling to welcome Nora. I liked her from the moment I saw her. Just give it time. I'm sure you'll adjust to her being in the family.
I expect you're right, he said. You know me best.
Yvonne was fuming because it wasn't the outcome she had hoped for. She was Ian's daughter, while Nora was the daughter of her deceased uncle. How could Nora compare to her? Why are these people treating Nora so well? She muttered angrily. In Warren and Maureen's suite, Warren said,
What we should do is invite Solo to the group chat, and we'll expose his fake identity and let Nora know that she's been deceived. We can't hide this from her.
Maureen felt that it made sense, and she asked Nora to add them to the group chat. Nora did that and was soon introducing Solo to them. This is Solo at Warren at Maureen. Solo sent a welcoming emoji that waved a small handkerchief around, which made him look very friendly. Warren sneered.
That's not the aloof and mysterious hacker that Yvonne described, he thought. Let's see how I can expose his fake identity.
He sent an early version of the game program to the group and said,
Solo, can you tell me where the bug in this software is?
Let's see how Solo gets on with that, he thought. While Warren was feeling smug, Solo replied to the chat. What nonsense is this? This code is way too buggy. There's no way that this is ready for release. Warren was taken aback. Maureen was unaware that Warren had sent a very old version of the software and said excitedly, Maybe he really is an expert and can see the problems that no one else has noticed yet. Warren put his hand over his mouth.
Oh no, I'll have to try again, he muttered.
He sent another message to the group. Sorry about that. I accidentally sent the wrong code. Are you really Solo? Solo was anxious. He didn't have much time to waste with the man, so he quickly typed a message. Yes, cut the crap. Shall we sign the contract first? Nora had finally relented and said that as long as he became a consultant to her cousin, he wouldn't have to work for free in the future. He had to seize the opportunity. The guy has sent a bunch of junk code, he thought. It's obvious that he's testing me and doesn't trust me. What if, after I fix the bug, he kicks me out without paying me? I need this contract to get Nora off my back. I can't believe I'm begging to be a consultant for an idiot like this. However, in the eyes of Warren and Maureen, his eagerness for a contract made it even more certain that he was a liar. They looked at each other, and Warren sent another message. Sure, but what about the salary? Anything, just give me $200,000. He had pitched it low because he didn't care about the money. What he cared about was freedom. Freedom seemed so close, and he was anxious to get rid of Nora, so he didn't want to blow his opportunity. He sent another message. Hurry up, I've already written the contract for you. I'll sign an electronic one, you can just sign it too. He then posted a contract in the group chat. Maureen gulped. It's only been a few minutes and he's put together a contract, she whispered to Warren.
He probably prepared it in advance,
Warren said. Maureen opened the contract and took a look. The amount was $200,000. She glanced at her husband and asked, Isn't this too cheap? He replied,
Compared to what we stand to lose, you can practically say that he's helping us for free.
The two of them looked at each other again. They were certain that this Solo was a liar. Warren rolled his sleeves up and looked at Maureen.
How dare he deceive us? How disrespectful. He's not even a convincing liar. A real high-level hacker can't be hired for so little. He's just a scammer going for a quick cash grab. That stupid girl has probably been deceived by this person for a long time. He might have also swindled tens of thousands from her.
Yes, it's scandalous, said Maureen. Warren continued,
Tens of thousands is nothing to us, but to Nora it's probably a fortune. She's a Smith, and we can't allow the Smiths to be bullied like this.
Maureen nodded repeatedly. Yes, we have to do something about this. But what? Warren thought about it and said slowly,
First, we have to let Nora know that he's a liar.
Maureen took out her phone. I'll private chat with her. She sent a message to Nora saying that they had reason to believe that Solo was a liar. Nora's reply was very fast because there were only 2 words. He's real. Warren saw her reply, and the two of them just looked at each other and shook their heads. Maureen said, It looks like Nora has been deceived quite badly. Her husband nodded and sighed. What do we do now? Asked Maureen. After thinking for a while, Warren came up with an idea.
I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll pretend to go along with it and sign the contract. After we sign it, he won't be able to find any bugs, and Nora will learn the truth.
But what about the money? Maureen asked. He said,
The family reputation is more important than a bit of money.
That's true. Let's show Nora how she's being deceived. Yvonne heard the conversation and clenched her jaw in anger. This is too much, she thought. Those two gullible fools are being far too good to Nora. She decided that if Warren were to come looking for her later, she definitely wouldn't help him. If he doesn't care about that bit of money, she thought, then I'll have to make sure he goes bankrupt. Warren signed the contract electronically and sent it back to Solo. Solo immediately sent a message to the group. Okay, the contract has been settled. Warren sent another message. Then I'll send you the code with the bug. Your software is on the computer you're using, right? Warren glanced at his computer and sent his reply. Yes. Okay, no need to send it. I hacked into your computer. Warren looked at his screen and saw nothing unusual on it. It was just like it had been earlier. Has he found a way in? He wondered. He sent another message. Are you sure? Yes. Warren looked at his wife and said, transfer the money. She swallowed hard. It's really happening, she thought. Her husband could see her apprehension and said, if we don't transfer the money, then it won't count as fraud. It'll just be someone trying to scam us, and the police won't take it seriously. Only when there's a transaction with a large sum of money will anything be done about it. Maureen transferred the money over. After the money reached Solo's account, Warren sent another message. The money has been transferred. Please repair the game. However, after that message was sent, there was nothing from Solo. After waiting a full 2 minutes, Warren and Maureen glanced at each other, and Warren sent another message. Where are you? Another 2 minutes passed. I've transferred the money to you. Are you not talking anymore? Have you blacklisted me? Another 3 minutes passed. Are you a cheat at Solo? Solo still didn't respond. Warren and Maureen decided that they had seen enough and that the scammer had taken the bait. Maureen decided to send a message to the group chat. Nora, did you see that? The person is a liar. He's not Solo. Warren followed that with his own message, which sounded more aggrieved. I don't know how much money you've been scammed for, Nora, but I'm going to call in the police, and hopefully they'll be able to help you get it back. After that, there was a new message from Solo. Stop talking. Your phones have been bugged. With that, the group fell silent. Warren looked around. When he realized that there were no cameras in the room, he became dubious about Solo's claim. Maureen, who had also been shocked by the claim, said, Darling, if someone's watching us, what are they trying to do? Has someone been watching me in the bathroom? Is it a voyeur? He said, Calm down, Maureen. I really don't think it's possible that someone's watching us. The estate is well guarded, and I can't see how anyone could have gotten in and set up any surveillance cameras. I think the guy's just trying to scare us. I hope you're right. He walked around his wife, looked at the slightly revealing pajamas she was wearing, and coughed. Then he took down a bathrobe from a hook and helped her into it. Regardless of what the guy said, I think you should dress more appropriately. She grimaced and wrapped the robe tightly around herself. There was another message from Solo. No one is watching you, they're listening. Stop acting like you're in a TV drama. Warren looked at Maureen with grave concern and saw the same emotion reflected back to him. They leaned against each other and looked around again. Finally, Maureen suggested softly, Darling, maybe we should switch rooms. Solo provided them with more information. The surveillance is being done through the computer. There might also be something on your phone. I was planning to hack into your phone to take a look. Warren and Maureen looked at their phones at the same time. Then, they instinctively threw them onto the bed. They didn't speak for a full 2 minutes, not sure whether to believe him. Then Warren said, What's there to be afraid of? I think this person is just trying to scare us. I'll start believing him if he can repair the software. Maureen agreed. You're right, He hasn't proven himself, so why are we being afraid? She pulled her robe even more tightly around herself and said, If the Smith's house can be bugged so easily, there's probably not a safe place in the world. Warren nodded and said conclusively, Exactly. He looked at his computer and said, That's what he's playing at. Instead of repairing the game, he's just trying to scare us. He's probably laughing at us right now as he's counting his money. He doesn't frighten me. I haven't been frightened since I was a young boy. Almost immediately, a voice came from the computer. So, you're not scared of the boogeyman anymore? Warren jumped up and hid behind Maureen. Honey, he screamed, what was that? His wife put her arms out to protect him. Don't be afraid. Who is it? She shouted. The room was silent for a full 20 seconds before a laugh came from the computer. Warren was furious. He tried to recover his dignity by standing up straight. He remained behind Maureen and shouted, What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. The voice was slightly robotic and had obviously been put through some software, making it impossible to tell who the person was. Warren asked, Are you just pretending to be Solo? No. How can we believe you? I'm real. How could a faker hack into your computer? Warren said, Even I know how to hack into other people's computers. It's not that difficult. It's what I do to set up a remote office. Anyone who knows a little technology knows how to do it. The other person said, Remote connection work is about controlling a computer from a distance and is widely used for legitimate purposes. But hacking into a computer is something that usually goes unnoticed. Also, I had to first break through your firewall and then... forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I tell you. I'll just say this. Do you think an ordinary person could break through the Smith's firewall? Only I can do that. Maureen spotted a flaw in what he had said. If that's the case, she said, how can someone be listening to us? How did that person hack in? You said it's too difficult for anyone but you, so you've contradicted yourself. Solo remained silent for a while, and the tension in the room mounted. Eventually, he said, What if the other person is in your house? There's no need to break through the external firewall if the person is on the same local area network. The family members in the house are all inside the firewall. Maureen was shocked. In our house? Who is it? Solo said, The Smith's firewall is very robust. It's taken me a while to hack in and discover that you guys are being listened to. I haven't found out who the person behind it is yet. Warren sneered and said, That doesn't say much for your ability. If you can't find out who's listening to us, then what can you do? I've managed to fix your bug already. Warren was stunned, and he looked at Maureen in disbelief. The couple stared at each other for a long time, unsure of what to think. Then, Warren's phone rang. He picked up the call and heard the voice of one of the company staff on the other end. Mr. Smith, the bug has been repaired. The users are playing normally now. We lost a few players because of the bugs, but there are plenty of new ones coming online. Warren was flabbergasted. Really? He asked in disbelief. Yes, everything is running very smoothly now. There are no more crashes, and we haven't had any new bug reports from the players. The graphics also seem to have been enhanced. Where did you find this person? He's not only fixed the bug, but improved the look and feel of the game. After hanging up, Warren looked at the computer in a daze and stammered, Was that your work? Yes, your game was too shoddy. I helped you fix it. I also fixed another bug that no one had spotted. That way it will save you from getting any crashes in the future. Warren stammered again and asked, Are you really Solo? I can't believe you're asking that. Isn't it obvious? Who else could have done that? The girl from small-town California really does know Solo, Warren thought. How did she meet someone like that? It's incredible. Seeing that her husband had been rendered speechless, Maureen took the initiative by asking, "If you're Solo, then can you help us find out who was listening in on us?" Solo said, "Yeah, that's simple. Wait a while and you'll have the answer." The two of them heard keyboard tapping coming from Solo. He continued to type as he said, "Give me 5 minutes and I'll definitely find that person." After all the bugs in the game had been repaired, Warren and Maureen had no doubts that he was Solo. Warren was moved to tears.
"Thank you."
Solo said, "Don't thank me. I should be the one thanking you." He was grateful that they had given him a great opportunity to escape from Nora's control. When he thought of his future freedom, he was so touched that he almost cried. Warren and Maureen looked at each other wide-eyed.
"Why does Solo have such a strange personality?"
Warren wondered.
"He's only asked for a small amount of money and has worked above and beyond what I asked of him, and he still wants to thank us. Maybe he's happy to have the privilege of working for my company."
Warren raised his chin and puffed out his chest. Maureen understood what her husband was thinking and rolled her eyes. She asked, "Solo, please give us a name. I need to know who it is. It might be one of the servants."
"If it is," Warren said, "I'll tell Joel to fire him."
Just then there was a knock at the door. Warren walked over to open the door. He saw Yvonne standing there with a guilty look on her face. "Warren, I'm sorry. I made a mistake when I was looking for a bug for you." Warren was taken aback. She had noticed that the signal had been unexpectedly lost while she was listening in on Maureen and Warren, and she had panicked. She knew that something must have gone wrong and that she had been discovered. She had made a quick decision and had rushed over to Warren's suite. At that moment, she looked ashamed. "Warren, you know that I helped someone create a listening app some time ago? A problem suddenly happened and it accidentally got onto the family's computer. I hope there hasn't been a problem." He immediately understood.
"So it was you. I knew it. How else could my place be monitored?"
Yvonne pretended to be sorry. "The code started to jump just now. Someone must have hacked into it and triggered it. The software must have spread to many computers through the intranet. What should we do? Should I get everyone to log out one by one and tell them what's happened before helping them to remove it?" She started to cry. "I didn't do it on purpose. That software was at a critical moment when the network was attacked from the outside. I was busy blocking it, but I didn't expect it to go crazy. Warren, help me." The network was attacked from the outside, he thought. Was it because of Solo? He accepted that Solo had been helping him out and was willing to believe that it had been an accident. He was pleased that Yvonne's first reaction had been to look for him out of everyone in the house and that she was asking him for help. He felt a strong sense of accomplishment and said, "Leave this to me. I'll get everyone to log out now. Whose computer has been hacked by the virus?" Yvonne explained in a serious voice. "In those 5 minutes, the people who had their computers on have probably been hacked. For the others, it's fine as long as they don't turn them on until I've sorted it out. I'll check some more and find the extent of the infection."
"All right, no problem. Go back and do your work. I'll inform the butler and get him to go door to door."
Yvonne was moved to tears. "Warren, thank you. You're the only one I could turn to." When he closed the door, she felt a huge wave of relief. Inside the room, Maureen frowned and stared at the door. Why do I feel like she did it on purpose? Otherwise, how did she come right when Solo found out that we were being monitored? Warren was simple-minded. When he heard that, he defended Yvonne.
"You're letting your imagination get the better of you. Why would she be monitoring us? If she wanted to monitor anyone, wouldn't she benefit more by listening to Joel? Does she want to listen to us flirting?"
Maureen also found it strange. She couldn't see any reason why Yvonne would monitor her and her husband. Solo said, "I found it. She's from the room next door. I didn't expect her to move faster than me." Solo didn't say if it had been intentional or not. He only said, "In the future, just let me know in the group if there's anything you need. The salary is up to you." Then he silenced himself. After a minute of silence, Warren called out softly, "Solo?" When no one responded, he looked at Maureen in relief. "I'm glad that's over, but why do I feel a little uncomfortable? I feel like we don't have any privacy anymore." She said, "Darling, from now on, leave the computer and phone in the living room while we sleep." They lived in a suite with 3 bedrooms. Apart from a large living room, there was a master bedroom, a children's room, and a study. "You're right. It would be so awkward if someone were to listen to us sleeping together at night." "Behave," Maureen said. Warren chuckled and said, "So, I should leave my phone outside the room tonight?" The meaning of his words was obvious. Maureen hit his shoulder. "You're too much, Mr. Smith." The night before, Warren had let the butler know that Nora was not to be disturbed no matter what. Nora had also hung a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door and slept until the next afternoon. When she woke up, Pete and Mia had already been taken to the kindergarten by Joel. She yawned and went downstairs to look for something to eat. Nora was not as reserved as some newcomers might have been. She acted naturally and was unrestrained. The lavishness of her surroundings didn't intimidate her. Her phone beeped. She looked down and saw a message. "Boss, the member application forms for this year's Hacker Alliance admissions have been sent to your phone." She yawned because she didn't want to work. As she walked around, she happened to hear the housekeeper, Florence, say to Yvonne, "Miss, you will definitely be able to secure the membership. With your skills, there won't be a problem." Warren, who was sitting on the couch with his legs crossed, asked, "What membership?" "The Hacker Alliance." Nora paused at the bottom of the stairs. Sensing her presence, Florence raised her voice. Although she was speaking to Warren, everyone in the room, including Nora, could hear her. "Do you know what the Hacker Alliance is?" she asked. "It's an organization that contains the world's top hackers. If Yvonne enters the Alliance, they'll take care of her in the future. Miss Yvonne's computer skills are extraordinary, and she'll be with the most elite hackers in the world, including Y and Q. Q was the one who started the Hacker Alliance. Now that Miss Yvonne has submitted her application, they'll review it." "Y and Q?" Warren raised his eyebrows in surprise. "I don't know hacking, but even I've heard of them. And you're going to be in the same organization. That's impressive." Yvonne ducked her head and smiled. "Yesterday's programming was the key to entering the Alliance. Without your help, I would have really messed up. If Y or Q found out about what happened yesterday, they'd never let me in." It was a serious breach of etiquette for a hacker to ignore orders and impersonate someone else. Yvonne had hidden the truth about what had really happened, and she was not about to come clean now. Warren waved his hand in the air. "I wouldn't worry about that. No one in our family knows Y or Q. How would they find out? Besides, I asked around and nobody lost any data." Yvonne nodded, acting relieved. In reality, she had been confident that her application would be accepted. The monitoring software I created was actually quite good, she thought. If the real Solo hadn't shown up, I would never have been discovered. Who would have thought that Nora knows Solo? She glanced over at Nora as she entered the room. How on earth did they ever meet? Warren saw Nora enter the room as well. His first instinct was to rush over and thank her for introducing him to Solo. "But she's Uncle Ryan's daughter," he thought. "She's my cousin, not my sister. It wouldn't be seemly to show too much gratitude." Instead, he said, "The person you introduced us to yesterday really was Solo.
I thought you were lying about knowing him."
Over the past few days, Nora had learned that Warren rarely said what he really meant. "You're welcome," she said. Warren blinked in surprise.
"What do you mean you're welcome? Did you think I was thanking you? I agreed to add Solo yesterday because I thought he was deceiving you and lying about his identity. He did me a small favor, but that's because he wants to work with me. He said that he doesn't care if he gets paid or not. If there's a problem in the future, I can call him directly. We just met, but we already have a good working relationship. I guess I'm just that charming."
Maureen interrupted him. "Nora, if Warren won't thank you, I will. Just let me know if there is anything you need, and I'll get it for you." "No, it's all right," Nora replied. "I really don't need anything right now." As she was taking her seat at the table, Warren asked her curiously,
"Just how do you know Solo anyway?"
Yvonne looked at her too, her curiosity mixed with apprehension. "I met him overseas," Nora said. "He was a patient of mine." It's a good excuse, Nora thought. The whole family knows that I'm a surgeon. That's my only profession the outside world knows about, and I owned a private practice. Someone like Solo wouldn't go to a normal hospital. It would make sense that he'd be treated at a small private clinic. Yvonne sighed in relief.
"I never knew being a doctor would give you such connections," Warren said. "Not bad. Have you treated any other celebrities?"
I wonder if they would consider the Queen of England a celebrity, Nora thought wryly. How impressed would they be if I told them I visited the Royal College of Surgeons, and Cherry even got to meet the princess? But she said simply, "I have to respect my patient's privacy." "Oh, of course," Florence said. "We all know that medicine is a noble career. But I noticed that you haven't seen any patients since you've moved here. Don't you have any current appointments?" "No," Nora said. She had arranged some time ago to perform just 2 surgeries a month, and Lily handled the scheduling for her. Florence misunderstood. "Then do you need us to introduce you to potential patients? Or have you considered a different profession?" Introduce potential patients, Nora thought. Do they think my services aren't in demand? That's funny. "No, thank you," she said. "I'm not currently working full-time as a doctor." She's only working part-time, thought Florence. Can't she find patients? It must be humiliating to be a doctor with no patients. Florence hid her grin. "I see. Then what kind of work are you considering? Do you have much interest in programming? But of course, ordinary girls don't get into computers, do they?" She looked over at Yvonne. "It's too bad. If you were interested in programming, I'm sure Miss Yvonne could show you a thing or two." "Florence, what are you saying?" Yvonne said. "You're making it sound like Nora has to earn her keep. Even if she's not working, the Smiths can afford to take care of her." She looked over at Nora. "I never did ask if you have spending money. If you don't, I have plenty, and I can lend you some." Her superior attitude, and the fact that she had brought this up in front of so many people, combined to make the atmosphere awkward. "Miss Yvonne," Florence said hurriedly, "we can't ask you to spend your own money like that. Look at the calendar. Today is the distribution day for petty cash. The finance department will be transferring money onto your bank cards later today." "Then give my share this month to Nora," Yvonne said. "She might not have enough money for this first month." "You really don't need to do that," Nora said. "I'm quite all right when it comes to money." She stood up from the table, grabbed her plate, and went upstairs to finish her meal. As she was leaving the room, she heard Yvonne say, "Why is Nora so cold toward me? Doesn't she like me?" Florence replied, "I can't see why. You're always so kind. Nora's the one staying in your home. You're Mr. Smith's lawful daughter. But don't worry about it. You just concentrate on the Hacker Alliance. I'm sure there's nothing to worry about." Nora raised her eyebrows at that. She sat at her desk and opened her email. Yvonne's application form was right there. She sat there, chin in hand, as she considered it. She thought. Do I let her join or not? Nora scrolled casually through the list of hacker aliases. Only about a dozen hackers belonged to the Hacker Alliance. They were the most elite hackers in the world, and their identities had to be protected. Nora, as Q, knew that Y was powerful enough to protect them. Although rumor said otherwise, Y was the actual creator of the Hacker Alliance. Although she and Y were the top hackers in the organization, Y handled the administration of the group, and Nora had no direct interaction with him. Though they had equal reputations and similar skill levels, they never competed. They generally chose new members together, though. As Nora was looking at the application, Y sent her a direct message with 2 names listed. Yvonne was one of them. Which one do we choose? Nora considered. Yvonne's monitoring system had indeed been elite programming and difficult to detect. Nora never let personal feelings cloud her professional judgment. Warren had said, though, that something had supposedly been wrong with Yvonne's software that she had not been able to control, and it had hacked into nearby computers inadvertently. If Yvonne could make such a rookie mistake, they could not accept her no matter how good she was. After a few minutes' deliberation, Nora sent the other candidate's name back to Y. She started to type a message to explain her reasoning when Y responded, "Okay." Y's simple acceptance left Nora speechless. She erased the message she had started to type and sent a different one instead. "Aren't you going to ask why?" "I trust you to handle this," came the reply. "I'm currently busy." "With what?" she responded. As far as she knew, Y had not taken on any direct commissions for some time. She had always assumed that he was like her and preferred to do as little work as possible. Had he become involved with something big? If so, it must be something challenging to take this much of his attention. She was interested, despite herself. His reply came back quickly. "I'm busy chasing my future wife. Do you have any objections? Or any man-to-man advice?" Everyone assumed that Q was a man, and Nora had never corrected the assumption. She wondered what advice she could give him. She thought of Justin, and she grinned as she typed, "You have to be thick-skinned." "What? Are you thinking of yourself now?" "And you have to have a child with her first." "You're absolutely no help." Nora decided not to reply to that and logged out of the system. She was pleased with herself for contributing to the Hacker Alliance. She hoped their new applicant was pleased as well. Her phone rang with a call from Justin. "What did you eat for lunch?" he asked. "I forgot already. Buns, I think. Or maybe some sort of bread?" She tried to think back to the meal she had just consumed. "I ate so quickly I didn't really pay attention." "You have to eat more slowly. It's not good for your stomach to eat so quickly." "Mr. Hunt, I am a doctor," Nora said bluntly. Justin was silent for a moment before he responded. "Yes, Dr. Nora. So let me ask you this. In your professional opinion, why do people who are in love feel happy all the time?" Nora wasn't sure how to respond, so she answered professionally. "Falling in love causes the brain to secrete dopamine. Dopamine is the neurotransmitter that controls feelings and emotions in the brain. It makes people feel excited and happy." "Then why do we also feel happy when we eat candy?" "Sugar also makes the body secrete dopamine." "Oh, I see. So you're my candy." Nora felt herself grin despite herself. "Mr. Hunt, your joke isn't funny." "It's not a joke," he replied. "These are words of love." Words of love, she thought, stunned. His earlier words ran through her mind. "You're my candy." She felt herself blushing. She had to change the subject. "How's Cherry?" she asked. Justin chuckled at her obvious evasion but did not press her.
She's doing quite well. She likes this place a lot, but she misses you. Do you have time to visit?
You want me to come to the Hunt's house? Nora asked in surprise.
Here or someplace else? It's up to you.
Nora considered and then replied, I'll come there. I'll see you soon. It's more inconvenient to arrange another place, she thought. Plus, if I go to their house, I can see how well she's doing with the Hunts. The thought of seeing Cherry soon sent a rush of maternal love through her. She stood up and got ready to leave. As she opened the door of her room, she saw Florence and Yvonne standing there. Florence's hand was raised as though she had just been about to knock. Ms. Nora, I'm sorry, Florence said quickly. I just checked, and since you arrived so recently, your bank account is still being processed. I can't put any money into it this month. Is that okay? Yvonne also had an apologetic look on her face. Nora, I'm sorry, she said. I'm the one who was supposed to be handling it, but I was too focused on the Hacker Alliance, and I missed the deadline to get you your bank card this month. If you need spending money, I can give you some. There's really no need, Nora replied. I don't care about the Smiths' money, she thought, and I want as little to do with these two women as possible. After all, I didn't come here to deal with them. I'm trying to investigate who my biological father is. Nora, are you blaming me? Yvonne asked sorrowfully. It's all my fault. I'm so sorry. Yvonne, this isn't your fault alone. Florence cut her off. After all, you can only do so much in a day. You're not like some people who have nothing at all to do all day long. She gave Nora a significant look and then turned back to Yvonne. Have you heard from the Hacker Alliance yet? We're all waiting for the news. Not yet, Yvonne said, but it should be soon. Even as she spoke, her phone beeped with an email notification. Yvonne's eyes lit up. Check it, Florence urged. Who cares about bank accounts? Joining the Hacker Alliance is much more important. Yvonne nodded in agreement. She pulled out her phone and opened her email. The smile on her face froze. Florence did not see Yvonne's expression. She was watching Nora's reaction. Nora has to know who's the best in this family, Florence thought. Mr. Smith's loyal daughter must be stronger than the daughter who betrayed him. Florence was not going to miss a chance to criticize Nora or elevate Yvonne. It's the invitation, right, Miss Yvonne? She asked. We know you're a shoo-in for the Hacker Alliance. She did not notice that Yvonne's expression turned uglier with each word she spoke. Yvonne just stared at the email on her phone and the simple message there. We regret to inform you that your application has been denied. I didn't pass, she thought in disbelief. This is impossible. She took a deep breath and suppressed her shock and disappointment. No, they haven't let me know yet. This is a different email from someone else. Nora looked at Yvonne in amusement. A different email, she thought. I can see from here the black arrowhead logo of the Hacker Alliance on her screen. It's unmistakable. She must have just gotten her rejection notice. Yvonne really cares about saving face. Florence simply nodded, unaware of either Yvonne's or Nora's true feelings. Yes, I was too eager. I have to be more patient. But you don't have to worry, Miss Yvonne. Everyone knows how good you are with computers. You've been outstanding in everything you've done since you were little. And you don't even specialize in hacking. It's just something you're interested in. But you've been like that with everything you've tried. She continued her pep talk, enumerating Yvonne's strengths. You're proficient in art, you're an exceptional rider, and you're a superb archer. The national team would have recruited you if the Smiths didn't want you to avoid overexertion. You would have gone to the Olympics if they would have let you. You're just so intelligent that you learn things quickly, and you can do complex things with very little training. You're truly a genius. Now, Miss Stone, a male voice said. With you singing her praises like that, anyone who didn't actually know Yvonne might think she truly is amazing. everyone turned to see a young man with dyed blonde hair coming down the corridor, a bag slung over his shoulder. He was quite handsome, and his face looked similar to Warren's and Quentin's. Nora could see at a glance that he was a Smith, but she wasn't sure which family he belonged to. Florence frowned. "Why are you back?" she asked. The blonde man sneered. "That's a strange question. This is my house. Why shouldn't I come back to it?" "This is Mr. Smith's house," Florence replied darkly. "Your family has left it." The young man smiled cheekily, his blonde hair a bright halo around his face. "And you know that Mr. Smith didn't kick us out, and I have every right to be here. You're a housekeeper who serves the Smith family. What gives you the right to talk to me like that?" "Mr. Louis," she said angrily. "Mr. Ian and Mr. Joel do not speak to me like this. You—" "Come now," Louis said as he casually brushed his hair away from his face. "Uncle Ian and Joel are polite to you because they had a good upbringing, but I'm different. You know, I've always been the wild child in the family. I've heard you say so often enough. Even so, your last name is Stone and mine is Smith. Why don't we ask Uncle Ian if you have the right to kick me out? Or we can get Joel's thoughts on the matter." Florence sputtered, trying to think of a comeback. "Louis," Yvonne broke in, "did you come back to collect this month's money? It should have already been deposited into your account. You didn't need to come to the house." Louis snorted. "I couldn't help it. You only gave me $1,500 this month. How long do you think that's gonna last?" "Joel specifically instructed me to do that," Yvonne replied. "He's doing this for your own good. He says you need to settle down. The rest of the money is saved in a different account for now." "Don't use Joel to pressure me," Louis said. "I know what you're like. You said this came from him, but you must have said something to cause him to decide this." Yvonne bowed her head. "Yes, I admit we spoke about it. I told him that you didn't do your job and instead hung around and played video games with Chester every day. I did it for your own good." "For my own good, Yvonne? The others don't know you like I do. Everybody spoils you since you're the only daughter in the family. But I know your secret. Everybody says that you can learn anything you want with just a little work, and they call you a genius. In front of outsiders, you act as if everything in your life is so easy. I know that you practice like crazy when no one is watching. Remember, in school, we used to skip classes and goof off together, and you still ranked top of the class. I would think you're a genius too, if I hadn't seen you staying up all night studying." He shook one finger at her and continued his tirade. "Don't think I don't know what you're planning. You're just trying to make me give in to you. It's not going to happen. Even if I die of poverty or starve to death, I won't bow down before you. You've got everyone else in this family wrapped around your finger, but not me. You're just an adopted daughter, but you want to control me. Dream on." Yvonne kept her face emotionless during Louis's diatribe, but inside she seethed with resentment. Her adopted father had never pushed her into anything, and since she had been young, he had told her that he only wanted to see her happy. But she had known that everybody praised geniuses, so she had deliberately cultivated the image that she was exceptional. In school, she had always acted bored and spent her free time playing with the other children. At night, however, after everyone else had gone to sleep, she studied hard to make sure she came first in every class. Gradually, her teachers had started to call her a top student, then a talented girl, and finally, a genius. Their words had given her confidence, and her future with the Smith family had been assured. This had all gone on until one night when Louis had caught her studying and realized her secret. From then on, he had actively gone against everything she said or did, and he no longer treated her as the exceptional person she knew she was. Yvonne had learned how to deal with him, though. Louis, she said, motioning to Nora. This is your cousin Nora. Why don't you two get to know each other? Louis laughed. Why should we get to know each other? Women are terrifying creatures, and I know I won't like her. Unless, of course, she's very rich. Yvonne ducked her head and hid her expression. How could Nora be very rich, she thought. But this works out. If Louis is determined not to like Nora, then they can't support each other against me. Nora raised her eyebrows and looked from Yvonne to Louis. The Smith family is actually very interesting, she thought. We've got Quentin, who acts like an overgrown teenager, full of himself and always wanting to fight. Warren's a fool. He acts fierce in public, but is nice in private. And now here's Louis. He looks like he's a couple of years younger than me. Though he acts like he's not well educated, he seems like he might be competent. Louis looked back at her. You want me to acknowledge you as a cousin, Nora? He asked. Then why don't you lend me your allowance this month? Nora raised her eyebrows. We've just met and he's borrowing money already, she thought. She was thinking of a comeback when Yvonne spoke first. Louis, I know you only got $1,500, but your food and lodgings are paid for. Why isn't that enough money? How could that be enough? He replied indignantly. I need money for the internet cafes. I need money to buy new gaming equipment. I need money to buy new avatars in my games. $1,500 won't even last me 2 days. Yvonne sighed. Nora has even less money than you do, she explained. She was living with the Andersons, and before she returned to them, she was living in California. Louis looked at Nora in disdain. But you're hot. At least you're easier on the eyes than Yvonne. Excuse me? Yvonne exclaimed. Louis only shrugged. Yvonne frowned. Nora's bank card was delayed this month, so she doesn't have any money. So no, she can't lend any to you. No money? Louis's eyes widened. Yvonne, what's wrong with you? It's fine if you bully me, but why are you bullying a guest who's just arrived? I'm a guy. I don't need fancy clothes or expensive coffee. Money doesn't matter as much to me. But how can you let her go empty-handed? Are you jealous of her because she's better looking than you? Louis thinks I've done this on purpose, Yvonne thought. And he's right. It's not that I don't want Nora to have money. I just want her to know her place. And if she doesn't have any money, it'll be harder for her to get out of the house and meet people. But I can't believe he would say something like that and make me look so petty. Her expression turned cold. I'll get Nora spending money tomorrow, and in 2 days, she'll have a bank card with her money for the month. But don't think you're going to get any more money, Louis. Everyone's monthly allowance is decided by Joel. Ask him if you think you need more. Don't ask me. Louis hitched his bag up on his shoulder and looked at Yvonne. Fine. You win. He turned to leave. But after taking 2 steps, he turned back and came to stand in front of Nora. He eyed her critically. What? Asked Nora. She glanced down at herself. She felt she was dressed appropriately. Technically, she was wearing pajamas, but they were made of fine linen. They were breathable and comfortable, and Lily had arranged to have them specially made for her. Most of her clothes were similar. Without a word, Louis opened his shoulder bag and took out his wallet, which was fat with bills. When his deposit had arrived earlier, he had immediately withdrawn the cash. He did not want to risk his brother blocking his card at Yvonne's instigation. He had not expected the amount to be only $1,500, but he took what he could get. He counted out $700 and stuffed it into Nora's hand. Take this, he said. He turned to Yvonne. This young lady, a member of the Smith family, is so poor she doesn't even have clothes. She's wearing pajamas. We wouldn't want word about this to get out, would we? How long has she been staying here? Has anyone even come and taken her measurements yet? The housekeepers cleaning the living room looked over and then quickly looked away, pretending not to eavesdrop. Yvonne blushed. He's called me out again, she thought. No, I didn't get clothes made for Nora. I didn't want her to have any good outfits for going out. I thought that she would either be embarrassed to leave or have to ask Justin for clothes, which would make him look down on her. If anybody asked, I could just claim to have overlooked the matter. But now that Louis has pointed it out, I can't pretend anymore. You're right, she said brightly. I was careless. Florence, consult our usual brands and get them to immediately send over some of this season's styles. She turned to Nora. It takes time for bespoke clothes to be made. We can get a few finished pieces for you to wear right away. Don't worry, some off-the-rack clothes look very nice. Actually, she said as she turned to Florence, I don't think we've chosen clothes here at home this month. How about this? Have them deliver the clothes tonight. Let Maureen and the other ladies know. They can come and take a look at the new styles, and everyone can pick what they want. Nora was surprised and a little confused. You buy clothes here at the house? Nora's stepmother had taken care of her clothing needs when she was younger. Most of her clothes had come from some shop in California, but Nora wasn't picky about her style and had not paid attention. Once she had moved overseas, her daily needs were taken care of either by her aunt or Lily. As long as her clothes were comfortable, she didn't care where they came from. She had never bought clothes on her own before. Florence sneered at her ignorance. The Smith family is an important client for all the major luxury clothing brands. Every season, when their new lines come out, they deliver them to the Smiths and the Hunts, and the ladies choose what they want. Whatever we don't keep, they sell retail. Nora nodded. I see. Louis winked at Nora. Pick a few nice things tonight. Even if you don't wear them, you can sell them later. Trust me. Nora looked at the $700 in her hand and then handed it back to Louis. He frowned. You don't want it? No, thank you, she replied. What, do you think it's not enough? Nora shook her head. I don't need it. Louis glanced over at Yvonne and then leaned in close to Nora. You might not need money for meals or necessities while you're here, but it's still useful, he whispered. Keep it. Are you worried I'll ask you to pay it back? Don't worry. I was just joking earlier. That's not what I meant, Nora said. I have money. At Nora's words, everyone fell silent. Yvonne raised her eyebrows and Louis asked in surprise, Did the Andersons give you money? No, Nora said. When Nora had left the Andersons' house to stay with the Smiths, Melissa had tried to give her money. Nora knew, though, that the income from the Carefree pills was not yet tabulated, and the Andersons had been short on cash. Melissa had prepared a card with $1 million on it, which was the majority of the Andersons' net worth at the time. Nora had secretly left the card in her room when she left. Louis was stunned. Then whose money do you have? My own. How can she have her own money? Louis wondered. She might be a cousin, but she's also just some random girl from California. Is this money that she earned? How much could she possibly have? Still, he was quick to take advantage of the situation. So, since you have money, can you lend me some? Sure, Nora said. How much do you want? She was touched that Louis had offered her his own money just now, and she wanted to reciprocate. Louis, Yvonne, and even Florence all glanced at each other, confused. Florence pursed her lips. Mr. Louis, she said, can't you borrow money from someone else? How could you think of taking Miss Nora's money? Why wouldn't I borrow from her? Louis retorted. She's my cousin, after all. He turned back to Nora. Would you lend me, let's see, $150? She nodded. Louis was surprised at her quick agreement. How about $1,500? She nodded again. 15,000? Louis routinely spent around $50,000 each month. 15,000 was just a fraction of that. But the more he thought about it, The more he was afraid she would be unable to afford even that. Nora took a bank card out of the back pocket of her pajamas. "Here," she said, handing it to Louis. "Take it." Florence and Yvonne shared a look, thinking they understood what was happening. She doesn't really have any money, Florence thought. She's just pretending to be rich. It's possible there are millions of dollars on that bank card, but there are more likely hundreds, if that. But if she gives it to Louis in front of everybody, she saves face. She wouldn't want the servants to mock her for being poor. How smart of her. Yvonne frowned, but Louis smiled and took the card. "Thank you," he said. He turned quickly and left. There was nothing else to say, so Yvonne and Florence left as well. Because they had made fun of her comfortable pajamas, Nora changed her clothes and prepared to visit Jerry. As she passed through the living room, Yvonne asked, "Nora, where are you going?" "To the Hunt's house." Yvonne turned away with a hurt expression. Florence said coldly, "Miss Nora, it's bad enough that you've stolen Miss Yvonne's fiancé. You don't have to rub it in her face." Nora just turned away. They're both crazy, she thought, as she walked toward the door. "Miss Yvonne," Florence said quietly, "don't lower yourself to her level. You can tell just by looking at her that she's the kind of person who flaunts her achievements whenever she can. A woman who depends on a man will eventually run out of luck. She's not like you. You can rely on yourself." Nora heard the muttered comment. She stopped on her way out the door and turned back to the two women before giving them her brightest smile. "Then I wish you all the best, and I hope you receive your notice from the Hacker Alliance soon." She left and closed the door behind her. Yvonne felt her heart skip a beat. Did she just read my mind? She wondered. Florence frowned. What did she mean by that? Is she trying to jinx your application? That's too cruel. She looks and acts like a nobody. She doesn't even look like she belongs in the Smith family at all. Yvonne took a deep breath. "Florence, please don't mention the Hacker Alliance in front of her again," she said. "What if I'm not accepted? It would be such a joke to her." "Nonsense," Florence replied. "How could you not get in with skills like yours? Besides, even if for some unknown reason you don't get accepted, she has no right to mock you. Remember, you're Mr. Smith's daughter. Even if you're adopted, your status in the family is higher than hers. Mr. Ian is the head of the family, and you're his legitimate heir." Nora didn't think of the conversation any further as she drove the black car the Smiths had arranged for her visit to the Hunt's house. As she turned a corner, she saw Louis's car stopped on the side of the road ahead of her. Louis squatted next to the car, facing the ditch. Nora slowed as she drove closer, and she saw that Louis was surrounded by stray cats. One of his hands held and distributed food to them, while the other held his phone to his ear. "I don't have enough money to buy food this month, Chester," he said into the phone. "Joel cut my allowance and blocked my credit card. Lend me some cash." "I can't," Chester replied. "I'm in the same boat right now." "Okay," Louis sighed. "I understand. I'll think of something." He hung up and lowered his head in defeat as he petted the strays that crowded around him. "Little friends, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer with me this month. I only have $1,500, so we have to cut back on food. Let's see, $1,500 to last 30 days. Is that $300 a day? No, wait, it's $50 a day. That's not even enough for 2 cases of food. I guess I'll go see what I can find that's cheap." He got into his car and drove away without even noticing Nora. She followed him to the pet store and quietly entered behind him. She watched as he studied the various types of pet food on the shelf, muttering to himself. "Oh, my little friends, I'm sorry. It looks like it's only going to be kibble this month. I can't afford to get canned food and still have enough to feed you all. This sucks." He knew objectively that the cats would eat anything they were offered, but he had developed feelings towards his little friends, and he wanted to give them the best he could. He'd always been able to afford high-quality cat food in the past. Now he was going to have to lower his standards. As he was trying to decide what to get, Nora walked in. She beckoned to a salesperson, pointed to the cans of food Louis had been looking at, and said, "I want 60 cases of this food." Louis jumped in surprise and turned to look at her. "Nora, what you doing? I don't have the money to buy 60 cases of this." "No," she said, "but I do." Louis was stunned. He had indeed spent way too much money on feeding the stray cats and dogs in the district. When he had first started taking in strays, he had given them cheaper food because he figured it was better than nothing. However, after a while, he realized that some of the cats had lost a lot of fur and still looked skinny and malnourished. He had taken them to the vet, who told him that they had likely been abandoned by their owners, and that was why they were on the streets. They needed higher quality food to restore them to a healthy condition. The vet had suggested that Louis feed them better food that contained more vitamins and proteins. He had also recommended that the dogs should have meat and bones to grind their teeth with every meal. At the end of the visit, the vet had said, "Honestly, it's great that you can feed them anything at all to keep them from starving to death. These are all just suggestions to get them to their healthiest state. Don't feel like you need to go broke trying to feed every stray that crosses your path." Louis had thanked the vet, but he had known that he would do his best to follow his suggestions. Louis had always tried to pursue perfection in everything he did. It was a compulsion. More importantly, he couldn't stand to let the animals suffer, so he started to spend his monthly allowance on them. Later on, his older brother limited his expenses. When he had gone to ask his family for money, they had scolded him and said that he must have a screw loose. Who would spend thousands of dollars every month just to feed stray cats and dogs? When others would ask him where the money went, he wouldn't tell them the truth because he didn't want people to think he was crazy. Sometimes he would make something up to get them off his back. Anyone who saw him feeding stray cats and dogs would urge him not to feed them such expensive food. No one had ever come up to him and offered to buy the food for him. He looked at Nora in a daze. He slowly asked in disbelief, "Aren't you going to ask me how much these cans are?" Nora raised her eyebrows. "Oh, how much are they?" "There are dozens of cans of food, but they need other things as well. I make them a special concoction with vitamins for them, to feed all of them. I'm afraid it costs $1,500 a month." $1,500? Nora was a little hesitant. Does he think that's a lot of money? She thought. It would be no problem to use her card for $1,500. She didn't understand why he was so conflicted. Louis coughed and then said, "So, will you still buy them?" "Yes," she answered. She asked the service staff to pack up everything that Louis needed. When he had a large bag of cat and dog food in his hands, the corners of his mouth twitched. "Are you sure you have enough in your bank account for this? I don't want to take all your money." Nora just nodded and handed her card to the cashier. The cashier swiped it, and the transaction was complete. Nora took the card back from the cashier and stuffed it into Louis's hand. "Here, so you can feed yourself too." He immediately stood up straight and stared at Nora with wide eyes. "I only needed help to feed the animals." "Oh," Nora said, and then she glanced at the bags of food in his hand. "Well, your nutrition is just as important as theirs." Without waiting for an argument, she turned around and walked out of the store. After she left, Louis stood at the register in shock. He looked at the cans, vitamins, and various other foods in his hands. There was no way for him to know how much money was still on the card, but since she had offered it so freely, he figured it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Nora drove the Jeep to Justin's place. The front door opened as soon as she pulled up in front of the house, and Justin stood in the doorway smiling at her. He came down the stairs to open the door for her.
Baby, you're here.
Nora paused when she got out of the car. Then she pocketed her car keys and closed the door before replying calmly, "Mm-hmm." When did I tell him it was okay to start calling me baby? She thought. Justin lowered his head and smiled coyly.
It's been less than an hour. You must have really missed me.
She grimaced and was about to say something when he spoke first.
And Cherry, too, of course.
Nora swallowed her argument and walked straight ahead. Where is Cherry staying? Justin followed behind her.
Second floor, in a suite.
Nora acknowledged his reply with an indifferent nod and followed him upstairs. The moment she opened the door to the suite, the overwhelming pinkness instantly engulfed her, causing her to pause where she stood. She looked down at her daughter, who was combing a doll's hair. Cherry was wearing neutral clothing for once. When she heard the door open and turned to see Nora, her big eyes lit up. "Mummy, I was wondering why my mood suddenly got so much better. It's because you're here." She stretched out her arms and pounced on her mother's lap, hugging her as she raised her head to look up at Nora's face. "Mummy, I missed you so much. I know you missed me too. After all, I'm so cute and beautiful." She finally knew from whom Cherry had inherited her narcissistic nature. She was about to speak when her phone rang. She took it out of her pocket and looked at the notification on the screen. It showed that $13.90 had been spent from one of her bank accounts. She was puzzled by the small amount. Judging by Louis's appearance, she figured he would have spent a lot more than that. What could he have bought that only cost $13? As she was thinking about it, she heard another beep. It was another notification with the same amount listed. What is he doing? She wondered. More notifications kept coming through, each listing that the same amount was being spent from her card. With a head full of questions, she watched as the endless notifications streamed in. Another one. Louis took a can of dog food and handed it to the salesperson. The cashier held the bank card in confusion and swiped it to pay for the can. Louis asked, "Did it go through?" "Yes," the cashier replied hesitantly. Louis was surprised. "There's still money. I've spent almost $3,000. Did the Andersons really give her $50,000? He took out another can. "Swipe another." He wanted to see how much money this woman from the country had on her card and how many cans of food he could buy. Surely she didn't have as much as $100,000. He could buy 10,000 cans. He suddenly decided that he would stay there at the store until he had spent all the money in the account. He put another 10 cans on the conveyor belt. "I'll buy 10 more. The cashier looked at Louis like he was out of his mind. He kept adding more cans to the belt, ringing up tens and then hundreds of cans of pet food. Even after he had purchased all the cans of pet food in the store, the card still wasn't maxed out. Louis was dumbfounded. Just how much money is on here? He waved at the cashier and then said, "All right, that's enough. Store the rest here for now. I'll come over and collect them tomorrow." The cashier finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had been starting to fear that the man in front of her was going to try to buy the whole store. Louis stared at the credit card in his hand after he left the pet food shop. He had bought multiple months' supply of cat and dog food in the store and had spent a total of almost $50,000. How can there still be money left? He wondered. He decided to visit the bank to check the balance. Nora's cell phone finally stopped beeping. She checked her card balance and saw that Louis had spent $50,000 at that same pet food store with her card. She figured he must have decided to stock up for months' worth of feeding the strays. What she didn't understand was why he had paid in a bunch of small transactions instead of one large one. She shook her head. Unable to understand, she simply slipped the phone back into her pocket. When she looked up, she saw Cherry and Justin sitting across from her, staring at her curiously. Justin didn't say anything, but Cherry asked, "Who was sending you so many text messages, Mummy?" Nora glanced at her as she replied, "No one." As soon as the reply left her lips, a faint voice said,
"So, what were all those notifications then?"
Nora and Cherry looked at Justin in unison, both of them noticing that his unusually deep eyes were looking at her with a gleam of innocence. Even the beauty mark at the corner of his eye seemed to exude the sense that he had suffered an injustice, like she had done something behind his back. Nora pursed her lips and changed the subject. "I heard that you have a marriage agreement with Yvonne Smith." Her words made Justin sit up straight as a rod. His expression turned serious, and he replied,
"I should clarify. My marriage agreement is with a daughter of the Smiths, not specifically Yvonne Smith. Come to think of it, this may be fate between you and me. No wonder you made loving me your priority the moment you saw me."
Nora blinked in surprise, not sure what to say in response to that. She studied Justin as he sat there with that serious look on his face. He was wearing a black suit and looked stern and solemn. "Does he really mean what I think he means?" she thought. She just raised her eyebrows at him and then stood up and glanced around Cherry's room. "Where does Pete live?" she asked. She wanted to see what her son's room had turned into, but as soon as she voiced the question, Justin and Cherry exchanged a look. Seeing that their expressions didn't look quite right, Nora frowned. "He does have his own room here, doesn't he?"
"He does, but..."
Justin found it hard to explain without going into a long-winded explanation.
"Because I misunderstood his gender identity before, and because Cherry likes pink, I renovated it into a pink-themed room. I thought it would make him happy."
Nora looked at Justin curiously. "Are you sure you don't need me to take a look at your brain?" She wanted to laugh at him for automatically assuming that his son would like a pink room instead of asking him what he would want. She tried to hold back the laugh. She was about to say something when Justin stood up. He said,
"I have photos of Pete when he was a baby. Do you want to look at them?"
If he had been trying to distract her, it had worked. She no longer cared about the pink debacle. She followed Justin to the next room. When he took out the album of Pete's pictures, she started flipping through it from the very beginning. The first photo was of a tiny little infant. His skin was almost translucent, and he looked pitifully skinny. "Is this from when Pete was a month old?" she asked. As the twins had been born prematurely, they were both very small when they were born. The photo of Pete looked like how Cherry had looked when she was a month old. Justin kept quiet for a while before he replied,
"Yeah, I guess."
Even though Pete had been rescued, his health had suffered a lot. It was only because the Hunts were rich enough to have their own high-end medical equipment that they had managed to slowly restore his health. They had spared no expense. When he was a month old, he had even been sent into the ICU a few times and had tubes inserted into him all over. However, Justin didn't intend to tell Nora all those grim details. She kept quiet for a long while because she had already spotted the date marked at the bottom of the photo. It was a photo of Pete when he was 6 months old. Even though Justin didn't mention it, she could still imagine just how much Pete had suffered back then. Nora sighed quietly but didn't say anything. Instead, she continued to flip through the album in silence. Pete at 1 month old looked about the same as Cherry at 3 months old. Somehow, though, Pete had slowly caught up with Cherry, and the siblings were about the same height. Pete had lagged behind for a long time, but he had finally become healthy and vibrant. In the photos, her little boy always stood there expressionlessly and stared quietly at the camera. As time progressed, his eyes, which looked identical to Cherry's big round ones, slowly gained some light. She knew it was all thanks to Justin taking such good care of him. Nora flipped through the pages until she reached the end. On the last pages, she even saw a couple of photos of Pete with the corners of his lips quirked upwards. He looks like he's smiling, she thought. She suddenly felt terribly emotional. It felt like all the emotions she would ever experience in her entire life had emerged right at that second. She had never been so worked up before. Even when her child had been taken away, she had merely felt fury. She suppressed the twinge in her heart and slowly raised her head to meet Justin's gaze. "Thank you," she said.
"If anyone should say thank you,"
Justin looked intensely into her eyes,
"it should be me. Thank you for giving me 2 wonderful children."
Ever since his parents had gotten divorced and his mother moved away when he was 5, he had no longer experienced love and affection from them. Having been alone for so many years, he had once considered just staying alone for the rest of his life. He hadn't understood familial kinship in the past. But Pete's existence had gradually given him something to look forward to. Rather than saying that he had saved Pete, it was more accurate to say that Pete had saved him during the 5 years Justin had been taking care of him. Nora, who seemed to sense his emotional fluctuation, smiled warmly. She realized that she should never have even entertained the idea of taking Pete away from Justin. He was the boy's father after all. Louis entered the lobby of the bank, took a number, and stood in line. When it was his turn, he took out the bank card and handed it to the clerk at the counter.
"Please check the balance of this card for me."
The bank clerk looked up, and her eyes widened when she saw the card in his grasp. The bank clerk stood up at once, surprising Louis. He stared at the clerk, stupefied.
"What's the matter?"
The clerk bowed her head before saying, "Please wait here for a moment." Then she took the card and rushed to the manager's office.
"What's going on?"
Louis thought. He looked around and noticed that the rest of the staff were all behaving normally. The clerk attending to him was the only one who had suddenly run off. He swallowed hard, suddenly worrying that Nora had stolen the card from someone.
"Is the clerk calling the police?" he wondered.
He was so alarmed that he turned abruptly and started walking quickly toward the door. Halfway to the exit, he heard a voice behind him call out,
"Sir, please wait."
But Louis was too afraid to turn around. Instead, he started running. The security guard posted at the door saw the manager chasing him and assumed that Louis was a thief. He rushed toward him at once to stop him from escaping. Louis easily avoided the security guard.
"Don't grab me, man. The card isn't mine. I found it somewhere."
He ran out of the bank until he reached the street, and then he started to run along the sidewalk. He didn't get far before the security guard caught up with him. He said,
"What are you afraid of if you didn't do anything wrong? Stop running and explain yourself to the manager. Otherwise, I'm calling the cops."
"You can't," Louis yelled as he continued to run.
"I didn't break the law."
"Then stop running," the security guard called out to him.
"No way."
Louis kept running away from the guard. As he ran, he took out his cell phone and sent a text message to Nora. "You sneaky woman, you've gotten me into huge trouble." Louis had taken the initiative to add Nora's contact information to his phone when they were buying food for the animals. He had even told her that she could come to him if she ever ran into any trouble in the future. Little did he think that things would turn out so terribly. After sending the text message, he summoned up as much speed as he could and kept running. Fleeing was what Louis did best. He had become accustomed to being disciplined by his family ever since he was a child, so he had learned to run very fast. He soon disappeared from the guard's view. The security guard was out of breath from chasing after him, and when he lost sight of Louis, he bent over and panted heavily. The manager ran up behind him. He asked,
"What were you chasing him for? You've scared him away." "Isn't he a criminal?" asked the security guard.
"Of course not," the manager exclaimed huffily. "He's a distinguished customer." The security guard was puzzled.
"If he's a customer, why is he running away?"
The manager smacked the security guard's arm angrily.
"Isn't it because you were chasing him? I would run too if someone started chasing me." Oh, I hadn't thought of that, said the security guard.
The manager sighed. He looked down at the bank card in his hand in disappointment.
Did you know that only 5 cards like this have ever been issued since our bank was established?
The security guard just stared at the manager blankly. The manager turned the card to look at it from all sides.
The clerk came to get me so that I could personally attend to the customer, and now you've scared him off. I have to report this to the higher-ups as soon as possible.
They turned around and returned to the bank, where the security guard showed the manager the security camera footage. He wanted to identify the man so he could track him down and give his card back. Louis hadn't worn anything to restrict the view of his identity, because he hadn't planned on needing to run away. The manager snapped a screenshot of Louis's face and sent it to a friend to investigate who he was. They quickly found out who he was. The bank manager read the report with his name and address and headed out to the Smith's house to find whom he believed was a VIP customer. Louis stopped and leant over as he panted heavily. He had run a great distance and he was exhausted. He looked behind him and was relieved when he didn't see anyone there. He took out his cell phone and dialed Chester's number with his trembling fingers.
I'm in trouble,
he yelled when Chester answered. Chester asked, "What's wrong?" Louis thought for a moment and decided that he wouldn't rat Nora out. Even if she had stolen someone's card, he would cover for her. After all, he was the one who had caused all this trouble with his trip to the bank. He took a deep breath.
Don't ask. I need you to give me all the money you can spare. I'm going on the run.
I only have $300, but I'll transfer it to you, said Chester.
300? How are you even more pitiful than I am?
Louis hung up on him straight away. If he fled, he would be a wanted criminal, and it would take any suspicion away from Nora. Besides, it might end up being a good thing for him. He could travel the world and see things he had never seen. Come to think of it, it sounded pretty exciting. The main problem was, how was he going to escape if he didn't have any money? As he mulled over his options, he drove quietly to the Smiths' manor. He would have to go to Warren and borrow some money from him. Warren was easygoing and easy to bluff. He wouldn't be able to stand by and watch Louis be in trouble. When he got to the house, in order not to make too much noise, he parked the car outside the door and sneaked in quietly by himself. He was about to go up the stairs to look for Warren when he was discovered. Yvonne came up behind him. "What are you sneaking around for, Louis?" He jumped in surprise. Why was it he always ran into her every time he was down on his luck? With an evasive look in his eyes, he replied, "I'm not sneaking." Yvonne knew at once from his behavior that he must have gotten himself in trouble. She immediately said, "You've done something bad again, haven't you? I'm going to tell Joel." He snapped at her. "Don't be such a snitch. Do you know how to do anything else besides being a tattletale?" She looked him up and down a few times. Then she cast her eyes down and suddenly asked, "Did Nora's bank card get you into trouble?" Although Louis was mischievous, didn't like studying and had a weird personality, he had only become like that thanks to her schemes. No one knew better than Yvonne how kind Louis actually was. He had always played the hero and spoke up whenever he ran into trouble in the past. But he simply refused to say even a word about it that day. Yvonne figured she would have to make him tell her the truth. The look in his eyes changed the moment she said that, and he replied, "No, it didn't." She frowned. "I think you're lying." Before he could say anything in response, a butler came over hesitantly from outside.
"Miss Yvonne, the manager of the New York branch of ABC Bank is here. He says he's here for Mr. Louis."
How did they find me so quickly? Louis wondered. He wanted to slip away, but Yvonne grabbed his collar as she said, "What are you running for? What did you do that you can't explain properly to everyone? It will be better if you just face what you did." She concluded that something must have gone wrong with Nora's card. And judging from how panicky Louis was, it seemed like a pretty big problem. Let's see how she gains a foothold in our family now, she thought, happily. Yvonne gave instructions to the butler. Please invite the bank manager inside. He answered, Yes, miss. He turned to leave, and a frightened Louis shouted, Wait. The butler ignored his plea and kept walking away. Louis had always been naughty and mischievous since he was a child, and compared to Yvonne, he seemed even more unruly. The servants in the manor all found him rather objectionable. The house belonged to Ian and Joel. Joel had become head of the family, but Yvonne was the true mistress of the household. When the butler left, a furious and panicky Louis demanded, What do you think you're doing? What makes you think you can agree to meet him when he's here to look for me? Yvonne cast her eyes down and replied dispassionately, Why are you so worked up because the manager of the bank is looking for you? Is there something wrong with Nora's card? He glanced toward the stairs. A few of the household servants were eavesdropping on the conversation. He called out loudly, That card belongs to me. Yvonne kept her eyes down as she said detachedly, As your big sister, I have to interfere in this, Louis. Let's go and see what the deal is. He wanted to push her away, but the manager had already entered the room by then. He was following behind the butler. He looked around him, marveling at the lavish interior of the manor. No wonder he has one of those cards, he thought. He is obviously very well off. He would have to apologize to the distinguished customer later, though. He mustn't behave too frivolously. With that in mind, he straightened his back and put on a rather serious expression. Seeing how stern he looked, Louis became even more scared. He held back a sob that was collecting in his throat. Did Nora steal that card from someone? He wondered again. The bank manager had put so much effort into tracking him down and coming to his house to find him. He realized that if the manager had been able to find him, he must have asked the police for help. Despite knowing that he was part of the Smith family, they had still come for him. That meant that he probably couldn't even be swayed if Joel stood up for him. Just what kind of crime has Nora committed? He wondered, his brows furrowing deeply. Seeing that he had no way out, Louis decided to face the music and took a big step forward. When the manager saw him, he came closer, took out the card, and asked respectfully, Excuse me, is this card yours? Are you the only one using it? Louis held his head high, puffed out his chest, and said righteously, Yes, of course I'm the only one using it. Why would I share it with someone else? The manager looked at him quizzically. Louis snorted, All right, that's enough. A man must bear the consequences of his own actions. This card belongs to me and me alone. It was at that point that Yvonne smiled at him. She said, I think that card belongs to Nora, doesn't it? I saw her giving it to you earlier today. There's a blue pattern on one side of the card. Louis looked at the card and then retorted, What are you talking about? You're colorblind, how would you know? She took a deep breath and then continued, There's no way I would have made a mistake. That's Nora's card, no doubt about it. Did something happen to Nora, Louis? You can just come straight out and say if there's something wrong. I can help you. Even if I can't, Joel will. It would be worse to keep it a secret. Louis glared at her viciously. I told you, the card belongs to me. Stop being so annoying. She bit her lip and put on a pitiful act. Florence frowned. Mr. Louis, watch the way you speak to Miss Yvonne. She's saying it for your own good. The Smiths would never give up their own for the sake of an indecent woman who's an outsider. You can try to protect her, but the truth always comes out. Louis stared at her coldly. Mind your business. If I don't take my sister's side, then why would I take yours, you detestable old woman? He curled his lips disdainfully and went on. When a beautiful girl is meddlesome, we can say that she is acting bravely for a just cause. But for people like you, do you know what they call it?" Florence was taken aback. "What do they call it?" "Ugly people being up to no good." Florence gasped in disbelief. There was some movement from the door. Joel was back. Florence's eyes reddened the moment she saw him enter. She cried out, "Sir, you have to help me. I have been working for your family for so many years, and now Mr. Louis is treating me terribly." Florence had watched Joel grow up, taking care of him and treating him with great respect, ever since Ian had appointed him as his successor when he was 10. In return, Joel had treated her with courtesy. Upon hearing her report, he glared at Louis as he said, "Apologize to Florence, Louis." Although he spoke gently, his words brooked no refusal. Louis feared Joel and wouldn't dare go against him. Even though he was filled with reluctance, he made eye contact with Florence as he said, "I won't say you're ugly anymore, old fogey." Everyone stood there in shocked disbelief. Although his words had been unpleasant, Florence didn't dare to act presumptuously in front of Joel anymore after asking him to make Louis apologize to her. She just glared at Louis hatefully. Yvonne changed the subject. "You're back just in time, Joel. It seems like Nora has gotten into some kind of trouble, and Louis is insisting on taking the blame for her. That's also why Florence is arguing with him. She's doing it for your own good, Louis." Florence was touched to hear Yvonne's words. Joel, however, looked displeased with Louis. "What's going on?" he asked. Louis shrank back at the look in Joel's eyes. He wanted to chicken out, but he was afraid that Joel would give him a good thrashing. In the end, he bit the bullet and replied, "Please don't make me tell you. I did all this by myself. It has nothing to do with Nora." He turned to Yvonne to say, "Stop trying to smear Nora's name. You only want to see Nora make a fool out of herself. I don't care what you have to say." He turned to speak to the bank manager. "Listen, the card is mine. If you want to arrest me, then go ahead. Let's cut the crap." The manager wasn't sure why everyone was acting so strangely. He hadn't said anything about criminal behavior or taking anyone to jail. Joel's eyes swept over Yvonne as Louis spoke. For some reason, she suddenly felt uneasy. It was as if someone had seen into her mind and was reading her thoughts. She lowered her head in shame. But then she thought, so what if they can see my intentions? I'm only telling the truth. She knew the card belonged to Nora. Now that there were credibility problems with it, maybe she would be so embarrassed she would run away and leave them all alone. While she was daydreaming about the scenario, the manager stepped forward and grabbed Louis's hand. Yvonne had never considered that the card had been stolen from someone else. After all, it was impossible that Nora would do something like that when she had Justin to help her. Her only thought was that a problem had occurred with Nora's credit score. She knew there were a lot of people who didn't pay their credit card bills and let the balances stack up. If that was the case, she was sure Nora would be completely mortified. As soon as the thought formed in her mind, the manager said excitedly, "What are you talking about, Mr. Smith? Arrest you? We just wanted to invite you to the bank as a special guest. Why would we arrest you?" His words caused the room to fall silent. Yvonne looked at the bank manager incredulously. He said, "You are our bank's VIP customer. I wanted to personally ask you if you need financial management services for your balance. We have capital protection and an interest rate of 5%. I know it's a little low, but isn't it a waste to just let the money rest in the account like that? Or perhaps you have investment plans for the near future." Louis understood the individual words the manager was saying, but he didn't understand what they meant when they were strung together that way. Next to him, an even more surprised Florence asked, "What are you talking about? What VIP customer?" Yvonne's eyes widened in astonishment, and she stared at the manager in disbelief. A VIP customer. The manager glanced at Florence.
"This does not pertain to you, miss."
He turned back to Louis.
"Mr. Smith. Mr. Smith?"
Only then did Louis come back to his senses. He pointed at the bank card incredulously.
"Did you say that the owner of the card is a VIP customer? In that case, who is the owner of the card?"
His first reaction was that he was finished because Nora had stolen such a rare card. The manager smiled.
"Don't joke around anymore, Mr. Smith. Didn't you say it yourself just now? It's you. This card doesn't require registration with a real name, and there are only 5 in the world. Customer information is confidential, so I won't know either. This is the first time I'm meeting the owner of one of the cards."
Louis swallowed hard.
"What's the credit limit on the card?"
The manager replied,
"This bank card is both a savings card and a credit card. This one is a supplementary card. I wouldn't know where the primary card is. Only the owner would know that. It doesn't have a credit limit."
The reason why such cards were rarely issued around the world was that they weren't registered with the owners' names. Just how much trust must one have in their customers to issue unregistered cards without a credit limit? The manager's words had clearly shocked everyone. Louis stammered,
Is there a chance for someone to steal the card?"
The manager laughed again.
You must be joking. There's no way the owner would lose a card like this. How could anyone steal it?"
The people who owned these cards were either rich or noble. They would likely have bodyguards with them whenever they went out. Even if they happened to misplace it, they could just inform the account manager that had applied for the card for them, and they would reissue a new one to them right away. Seeing how embarrassing Louis was behaving, Joel pressed his palm to his forehead. He said to the manager,
"Well, you came to deliver the card back to Louis, and you've done that. I'm sure you need to get back to work."
Although his attitude was detached and distant, the manager didn't feel slighted at all. After all, he was right. He had come there to deliver the card. He handed the card to Louis respectfully and held his hand with great reluctance to part with him. He said,
"Mr. Louis, do visit the bank when you're free. If you aren't interested in financial management services, I can also recommend our other services to you."
Louis, who was holding the bank card, nodded dazedly and watched the manager leave. After the manager was gone, he asked Joel,
"Joel, just what kind of background does that cousin of mine have? You and Uncle Ian are the only ones in the family who can use a card like this, right?"
His tone was surprisingly respectful, but his words made Yvonne's eyes flicker. Among the Smiths, Ian and Joel were indeed the only ones who could use credit cards with no credit limit. Since Yvonne was not related to them by blood, she didn't have the right to use them. She clenched her fists at the thought of it. Joel didn't answer. Instead, he held out his hand toward Louis, beckoning for the card. Louis hid the card against his chest in refusal.
"Nora gave this to me."
Joel raised his brows and looked at him dispassionately.
"Are you worthy of using it?"
Louis gritted his teeth and slowly handed the card to Joel, who reached out to take it, only to find that Louis was still holding onto the card tightly.
"Please?"
He sounded pitiful and miserable. Even his bleached blonde hair looked a lot softer than usual. Joel ignored him. He applied more force and pried the card from his grip. He slid it into his pocket and then casually took out a credit card that belonged to the Smiths and handed it to Louis. At the sight of his new credit card that he had been restricted from using before, Louis almost jumped straight into the air. He immediately gave the card a huge kiss. Then, fearing that Joel would change his mind, he quickly ran out while calling back, "I love you, Joel." The rest of them remained standing in the living room. Yvonne's fists were balled up tightly. She simply couldn't understand why Nora would have such a card. But when Louis had left, she suddenly realized something. Justin must have given it to her. That was the only way she could possibly have so much money. She lifted her head and glanced at Joel. Is it really okay that Nora uses the Hunt's money like that? He lowered his gaze and she went on. You should have her return the card. It won't do her reputation any good to spend the money. I'm saying this for her sake, Joel. He said coolly, Come with me. She felt nervous as she followed him into the study. Joel leaned against the desk and Yvonne stood in front of him with her head down, like a child who had done something wrong. He asked, You think this card belongs to Justin? She nodded. Who else could it belong to? Nora can't possibly know anyone else that powerful, can she? He handed the card to his personal assistant and instructed, Go find out who the owner of this card is. Yes, sir, the assistant said before walking hastily out of the room. 10 minutes later, he returned, feeling rather lightheaded. As he stared at the results of the investigation, he felt as if he was stepping on cotton, his footsteps alternating between shallow and deep. Yvonne had been standing right there, anxiously waiting for him to return. Whose card is it? It's Justin Hunt's, right? Yvonne had always been very good at remaining calm, cool, and collected. But with Joel, it was different. She always felt like he could see right through her. The past 10 minutes had been the most unbearable of her life. The air of confidence she had always projected completely dissipated in front of her older brother. It was like he could hear her every thought and see her every flaw. He deliberately sat there saying nothing. She felt as if a whole year had gone by. She had been too candid in asking that question after the assistant came in. She felt like she had exposed herself. She internally cursed herself as she turned to Joel. Sure enough, he was looking straight at her. His usually friendly countenance was now sharp and chilly. Yvonne swallowed hard and lowered her eyes. The assistant could clearly feel the tension between the two siblings. He replied as gently as he could. The card was used for the first time in a foreign country 5 years ago. Although it's an anonymous card, it was, without a doubt, Ms. Nora Smith who used it. Yvonne was too afraid to speak while Joel stared at her. Even though she was astounded, she bit her lip, hiding her emotions. Did she know Mr. Hunt at the time? Her words took the assistant by surprise. He glanced at Joel, who looked over at the door in a silent signal to leave. He quietly exited the study, closing the door behind him. As soon as the door closed, Joel's cold and mellow voice reached Yvonne's ears. Are you hoping that this card belongs to Justin? She looked up in a panic. No, let me explain, Joel. That's not... But when Yvonne's eyes met Joel's mocking gaze, she shut up. There was no use in trying to talk her way out of this. He knew. Yvonne lowered her head. Joel, in your eyes, who is more important here? Me or her? I'm Dad's legal daughter. Then do you remember what your legal name is? Yvonne was taken aback. Yvonne Smith. She suddenly paused. Yvonne Smith. Her name had been a topic of discussion ever since she was a child. Of course, her adoptive father's romantic history was also the talk of the town. However, he never seemed to care about all the gossip. Even though people talked about how Yvette had betrayed him, he had never shown anything but love for her. He had even stayed single after Yvette had left. Later, he had adopted a daughter who would marry into the Hunt family in the future, and he named her Yvonne. Yvonne lowered her head, her fingers balling up into even tighter fists. Do you think that just because Dad liked that woman, he would also like the daughter she had with another man? Joel was silent. But Yvonne wasn't one to back down. She regained her composure and stood up to Joel. Aren't you afraid that Dad would be disappointed if you defend Nora? Everyone talks about how I'm just the adopted daughter, but I care about him as if we were related by blood, If he doesn't like Nora, I don't like Nora. And you're not just his nephew, you're pretty much his son. In fact, you're even closer to him than I am. How could you let him down like this?" Joel pressed his lips together again. Had he really let Uncle Ian down? He recalled how his uncle had reacted when the DNA report was first released. He remembered his own internal struggle at the time, and how he had defended Nora at the Hunt's family party. Joel slowly lowered his gaze.
"Just don't do anything rash. Uncle Ian hasn't even made a decision yet."
Seeing that he wasn't going to argue with her, Yvonne breathed a sigh of relief. "I promise," she said, nodding and standing up. Just after she left, the office window was suddenly wrenched open, and Quentin climbed in nimbly from the outside. The thin, fair-skinned young man stared at the door Yvonne had just clicked shut. His lip curled.
"Are you really not going to do anything about this?"
Joel had always handled family affairs fairly. However, he'd definitely been a bit biased with Yvonne just then.
"There's nothing I can do," he said.
Quentin was taken aback. Giving Yvonne a warning was tantamount to slapping Ian in the face. Yet if he defended Nora, it would also shame Ian.
"But Nora is our cousin. She has blood ties with us."
Joel sighed and said,
"She's also the daughter of the woman that had broken his heart."
Quentin scratched his head and kept quiet for a long while. At last he said,
"Forget it. The previous generation's relationships are too complicated. Better to pretend I don't know anything."
Joel cast a confused look at him.
"Aren't you supposed to be protecting her?"
Quentin looked back disdainfully.
"Yeah, she's home. Wait, here she is now."
A big black Jeep pulled up to the manor with a screech. Afraid that Joel would confiscate his card again, Louis had slipped away quickly. In his rush, though, he almost ran directly into the Jeep. He stood in front of the car, his hand on his heaving chest.
"What are you doing driving like that? You scared me half to death."
He walked around to the driver's side window, upon which he saw Nora's cool and expressionless face through the open window. Louis's frown dissipated, and a huge smile blossomed on his face at once.
"Nora!"
"What's up with this sudden change in attitude?" Nora wondered.
"Sorry about that, I didn't know it was you. How could I be mad at my cousin? We have to have each other's backs, after all."
He paused for a moment before continuing.
"Speaking of, Joel has taken the card. Do you think you could transfer some money to me?"
he asked, his voice sweeter than honey. Again? Poor kid. It seemed like he was always having money troubles. "All right, how much do you need?" She took out her cell phone. Only then did she realize that Louis had left her a voicemail. She raised her eyebrows. "What did you call me about?" She was about to play the message when Louis abruptly grabbed her phone. He remembered the nasty things he had said to her. Fumbling a bit, he hastily deleted the message. Only then did he return the phone.
"It is nothing,"
he said, laughing nervously. Nora was off-put by his sneaky behavior, but she didn't want to prolong the interaction with further questions. Instead, she picked up her phone and asked him again how much he needed. Louis held up 5 fingers. His monthly allowance was $50,000. Although that was considered rather low for a family like theirs, it was just enough to pamper both himself and the cats and dogs. Even though Joel had returned his credit card, the limit of which also happened to be $50,000, who would ever say no to more money? Nora tapped away on her phone. Then a beep sounded as Louis received a notification. She tossed the phone onto the passenger seat and left without saying goodbye.
"Bye, Nora,"
Louis called out in a saccharine voice. He picked up his cell phone, and when he saw the transfer amount, his jaw dropped. The text Louis received read, "Your bank account has been credited with $500,000. Louis felt like he was seeing things. He read the message a second and third time. It was definitely $500,000. He turned and chased after her car.
Nora, wait up. Let me open the door for you.
With a sister like her, what would he need his older brother for? Joel would never have given him that much money. As someone whose pocket money had always been under someone else's control, Louis had never personally had access to an amount of money like that. He trotted behind Nora to the garage. After she parked the car, he walked eagerly to her side and opened the door for her.
Watch your step.
Giving him a wary look, she sidestepped Louis and entered the house. He looked down again at his phone in delight. But, just as he was about to leave, someone blocked his path. It was Quentin, who was wearing a baseball cap that hid almost all of his facial features.
Well, look at you, Louis. Have you run out of money? Who are you sucking up to? Your cousin?
He asked in a chummy voice. Still high off of his good fortune, Louis replied without hesitation.
If she has money and she isn't afraid to share it with me, then she must be my real sister.
You good-for-nothing, Quentin said disdainfully.
Uncle Ian watched you grow up, you know. Did it ever occur to you that you're really letting him down? Uncle Ian is very important to me, but so is Nora. How am I supposed to pick one over the other? If only she was Uncle Ian's daughter.
Quentin stared at him, his face a mask of disapproval. After thinking about it, Louis finally said,
I don't care anymore. I'll follow my heart instead. There hasn't been a girl in our family for many years, and I like Nora. Uncle Ian wants me to stay away from her? Sure, I can do that. Just give me $1 million and I'll do whatever he wants. Just look at how much of a letdown you are, Quentin said. All you care about is money. If she were the senior student of the Quinn School of Martial Arts, would you still have something against her?
Quinn didn't hesitate.
Of course not.
Apart from Quinn and Irvin, the two great martial arts masters, the senior students of the Quinn School and the Irvin School were the idols of every martial artist in the world. Quentin frowned disdainfully.
Your question makes no sense, though. There's no way she's the senior student of the Quinn School of Martial Arts.
It's just an example, Louis whined. She's the same to you as money is to me. Quentin's face lit up in indignation.
She might be my idol. She's better and more talented than anyone. How can you compare her to something as crude as money?
Louis bounced toward the gates.
Money may be crude to you, but it isn't at all to me. The mere smell of it is enough to send me straight to heaven.
Quentin snorted coldly and scoffed.
I'm not as childish as you. I wouldn't lose control of myself just from being in the senior student's vicinity.
Suddenly, his cell phone rang. He calmly picked up the call. In a voice full of self-importance as ever, he said, "Speak." The caller was his subordinate.
Boss, I found out some info about your favorite senior student.
Quentin's eyes lit up in interest. This was quite a coincidence. He suppressed the excitement in his voice.
Where is she?
She's at the martial arts tournament. After taking a bath, Nora prepared to lie down in her room and relax for a bit. However, as soon as she entered her bedroom, she received a call from Quinn. The old man spoke in a solemn voice.
There's a martial arts tournament starting today. It's held only once every 10 years, and I've signed you up for it.
Nora, who was towel drying her hair, paused. I'm not going, she said. Quinn knew her well.
Are you sure you're not going?
Yes. She preferred to sleep. The people she would be competing against were simply too weak, and she didn't want to waste her precious time on them.
The senior student from the Irvin School of Martial Arts will be there, Quinn said.
Nora suddenly sat upright. Tell me where and when, she said. Quinn had been talking about the other senior student ever since she had started learning martial arts as a child. Nora felt that they had been friends in spirit for a long time. She couldn't pass up the opportunity to finally spar with him. She tossed the towel aside and flexed her wrists. She was going to beat him up so bad that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Several schools are fighting for the top spot this time. The senior student of the Irvin School of Martial Arts took first place 10 years ago, which allowed that devious old man to show off in front of me for 10 years. I don't know if you remember, but I told you to go that time, and you didn't. Nora had only been 15 years old back then. She had been receiving hormonal injections at the time, and getting out of the house was just too difficult for her. Moreover, she wasn't of age back then. Her mother had told her to lay low, to not take any risks or reveal who she was, until she had the power to protect herself. And even though she still didn't have the ability to protect herself, after all, she presented herself as a frail woman. She could pretend to be someone else today and give the other senior student a good thrashing. Quinn knew that she wanted to protect her identity. I know you want to keep a low profile. You don't have to participate under your name if you don't want to. Just think of a name, and I'll get someone to make a contestant card for you. Being there will broaden your horizons, and it wouldn't hurt to make the Quinn School of Martial Arts a little proud, right? All right, then. How about the name Smith-Ra? Quinn suggested. Nora was about to tell him that the name sounded pretty good, but Quinn cut her off. I've already asked someone to sign you up. Oh, and by the way, the first match is tonight. It seemed that he had called less to discuss this with her, and more to inform her about it. She wanted to give Quinn a piece of her mind, but he continued talking. Every school in the tournament is required to participate anonymously. Only the winner will reveal their name and which school they are from. This is to prevent any drama between them. Nora frowned. Why were they making this so mysterious? Will the senior student from the Irvin School of Martial Arts be there tonight? Yes. Okay, Nora said before hanging up. She dried her hair using a hairdryer and changed into a well-fitted outfit. As she was leaving, she found Quentin standing outside her door. Don't go out tonight. I have to go out for something. Nora gave him a questioning look. Quentin noticed that she was wearing a new outfit. Trying to scare her, he said, Don't you know that there are at least 5 different groups of people watching you right now? If you leave without me to protect you, you won't live to see tomorrow. Nora's gaze casually swept across the card that Quentin was holding. Where are you going? She asked. To see my crush, Quentin replied casually. Then he turned and slipped away. Without heeding his warning, Nora walked downstairs leisurely after he left. Are youngsters nowadays still chasing after idols? She wondered. They should take a page out of her book. She had never chased after crushes before. Besides, those boys couldn't have held a candle to Justin. But Quentin had the biggest delusions of grandeur she had ever encountered. Who was this star that captivated him so much? When Nora bumped into Joel in the garage, it just so happened that he was also going out. Oh, Miss Smith, I didn't see you there, he said shakily. Nora looked him up and down. Is something wrong, Mr. Smith? Both of them were a little uncomfortable. Although they shared the same last name, there was a strong sense of estrangement between them. Suppressing his emotions, Joel stiffly took a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to Nora. Louis appreciates your kindness, but you should take this card. It's valuable. Nora raised her eyebrows. She wasn't entirely sure that it was very valuable, but she reached out and took it from him anyway. Are you off to work this late in the day? She asked. Joel shuffled awkwardly, not answering her question. The silence between them was thick. What is it? Nora asked. I'm picking up the kids, Joel said after a brief hesitation. Perfect. Bring Cherry back with you too, thanks. It seemed that she didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt about forgetting to pick up her child from school. She got into the Jeep and drove off. Joel stood where she had left him, completely flabbergasted. Just how heartless was she? Massaging his temples, he left for the kindergarten classroom. As soon as he arrived, he saw Tanya holding Pete and talking to him. "What's your mum up to lately?" she asked him. "Tell her to come over to my place. I'm the only one at home, and it's boring me to death." "Oh, okay," replied Pete, too young to know what to say. Tanya was about to say something else when she spotted Joel across the room. She got up at once and left without giving him a chance to say anything. Nora followed the map that Quinn had sent to get to the tournament. She saw a group of office workers all dressed in well-fitting suits and leather shoes going in and out. She wondered if she had come to the wrong place. She dialed Quinn's number. "Are you messing with me?" she asked. Quinn let out a sigh. "Why would I mess with you? What's the fun in that? Just enter the building and head to the basement. They'll let you in after you tell them your name." She was about to hang up when Quinn added, "By the way, remember to disguise yourself so that others won't recognize you." Nora scoffed. "If you knew that I wanted to keep a low profile, why did you make me come here?" She was met with silence on the other end. She hung up, rummaged through her car, and took out a bag of makeup. In her free time, Nora had begun learning some makeup skills. She had gotten so good at it that she could make herself look however she wanted. She used blue eyeliner to draw wingtips at the corner of each eye and gave herself full red lips. By the time she was done putting on all the makeup, even she was having trouble recognizing herself. Finally, she took out a black, tight-fitting dress from the back seat. After changing into it, Nora not only looked like a different person, she also looked incredibly gorgeous. She took out a stick of chewing gum and popped it into her mouth. Confident that no one would recognize her, she sauntered into the building. Everyone around her looked over curiously. However, perhaps because there were so many strange people going in and out of the building, they didn't think much of it. Nora was about to head down to the basement when she was stopped by two tall, muscular guards. "Who are you?" "Smithraw." Nora blew a bubble, as if going there was an everyday thing for her. She raised her half-closed eyes in a flirtatious way. One of the guards looked at her warily while the other keyed her name into his tablet. A moment later, he handed her a wristband and a number plate. "Your contestant number is 028. This is your mask." Nora took the mask from his hands and stared at it. "What is this about?" "Everyone who enters the basement has to hide their identity, so masks are given to all participants. The criterion for determining victory in the tournament is taking off the opponent's mask." At the top of the stairs, Nora called Quinn. "Don't you think this rule about the masks is really strange?" Quinn responded evenly. "Ever since the country started cracking down on the underworld many years ago, they've become much stricter on martial arts practitioners. A lot of us don't want to be recognized, so we wear masks. It's much more convenient than putting on makeup. That would take too much time." Nora couldn't believe this. She had spent so much time doing her makeup in the car. Had she known, she would have just entered with a face mask and sunglasses. She felt a tension headache coming on. "Why didn't you make that clear from the start?" She looked down at the mask in her hand. It was made of a silver material and covered only the upper half of her face. It was made to cling to the skin so that it wouldn't fall off too easily. She hung up and put her phone away. She followed a staff member down the stairs. "Which school are you from?" he asked gruffly. "The Quinn School of Martial Arts," Nora answered casually. "The Quinn School of Martial Arts? They're amazing. It's been so many years, yet they're still going strong. You have a promising future there." He began to explain the things happening around them to her. "The number of people participating in the martial arts tournament this year is less than half of what it was before. Most of them have changed jobs to make more money after getting married. It's been harder to recruit people these days." he said with a sigh. Although she didn't say anything in response, the man continued on.
By the way, do you know who the champion was 10 years ago?
He didn't wait for Nora to answer.
It was the senior student of the Irvine School of Martial Arts. He was just a teenager at the time, quite a thin boy. But even now, I remember the way he looked standing on the platform, looming over everyone, and asking if they were all ready to admit defeat. That was a really exciting thing to see.
Nora cast her eyes down and said frigidly, "He only won because the senior student of the Quinn School of Martial Arts hadn't participated in the tournament." The man chuckled.
Yeah, the Quinn School senior student is the most mysterious person. I've heard that even within the school there are students who have never seen her. Have you seen her before?
"No," replied Nora after a pause. It wasn't a total lie. After all, unless she looked in the mirror, she couldn't actually see herself. The man shook his head.
What a pity. I heard that all the students at the Quinn School are completely enamored with this senior student.
He suddenly leaned toward Nora, lowered his voice, and said,
"If you give me $10, I'll take you to meet the senior student. What do you say?"
Nora gave the man a questioning look. What was his deal? Nora narrowed her eyes at the man. He flashed her a huge smile. "You're acquainted with the senior student?" she asked evasively. The man nodded.
"Not only am I acquainted with her, I also know the Irvine School senior student. Would you like to meet him?"
If not for his previous statement, Nora might have been fooled by him. Her lips curled into a smile. "First, tell me how you plan to get either of them to meet me." The man puffed out his chest enthusiastically.
"We invited the senior student here, and the Quinn School of Martial Arts has already announced that she will be participating in the tournament. They say that she will be taking back the champion title for them."
He looked around, lowered his voice, and pointed to a room nearby.
"She's resting in there. Give me $20 and I'll let you take a photo with her."
Nora looked at him in disbelief.
"And if you want an autograph?"
He went on and on. Nora was about to refuse when she suddenly heard an excited voice ring out behind her.
"I'll do it."
She looked behind her to see a thin, fair-skinned teenager wearing all black and walking over in a hurry, as if he wouldn't be able to meet the senior student if he was too late. A black mask covered the upper half of his face. He grabbed the man's arm desperately and cried,
"If you take me to meet her, I'll give you $100.
The staff member fell silent. After a momentary pause, he grinned.
"No problem. We have to agree on something first, though. You're not allowed to talk about the martial arts tournament when you meet her. Also, she doesn't like people getting too close to her. She doesn't like talking very much."
"Well, is there anything she does like?"
the teen asked, exasperated. "She likes to sleep,"
the man explained, making up whatever lie came to mind. Ironically enough, he was right. Nora and the teenager stared at the man, waiting for him to go on. Now that he knew she was a monetary dead end, he wasn't paying attention to Nora anymore. Instead, he led the boy forward, telling him his bank details.
"Were you able to transfer me the money?" he asked.
"Yeah, I was. Now, where's the senior student?" Nora shook her head as she watched them walk away. Where had this rich, impulsive kid come from? She refocused her attention, turned the corner, and walked toward the other side of the room. She pushed on a heavy door, and as soon as she opened it, a deafening noise assaulted her ears. She slipped inside, rubbing her throbbing temples. The door slowly closed behind her as she gazed around the arena. It was no exaggeration to say that the place was jam-packed. In front of her was a sea of people, all turned away from her. It was hard to tell what kind of material the walls were made of, but the place clearly had excellent sound insulation. No one would have ever guessed that the basement of this unremarkable New York office building would be the site of a martial arts tournament. The lights were so bright that it looked like daylight. There were food stalls with men hawking their snacks, but just like in any other tourist destination, the prices were much more expensive than usual. Nora looked around and found that there were 8 fighting rings in the arena. Matches were in progress in all of them at the moment. As she was looking around, a staff member suddenly came up to her.
Are you here to watch or compete?
Nora showed him her wristband. I'm here to compete. The staff member nodded.
Okay, follow me backstage. That's where all the contestants prepare for their matches.
Oh, Nora said uncertainly. She followed the staff member, weaving through the crowd. Soon they arrived backstage. He entered her contestant number into the computer system.
You have 2 matches tonight. The first one is at 7 o'clock. After the first match, you'll have some time to rest before the second one starts. You'll need about an hour or so to rest, I assume.
Even through the mask, the staff member could tell that she was a woman, and a petite one at that. But although he was being sweet to Nora, he was completely underestimating her. I'll need 2 minutes, I suppose, replied Nora. She really just needed enough time to wash her hands after the match. Perhaps 2 minutes was longer than necessary. The staff member was completely flabbergasted.
You shouldn't be too confident, ma'am. You could get hurt.
Who will I be fighting? Nora asked, ignoring him. Seeing how persistent and cocky she was, the staff member decided not to question her. He checked the match schedule.
You'll be fighting someone named Tired Reno for your first match. He's in the renovation industry now, but he was also a martial artist in the past.
Oh, Nora said, tried to hide her disappointment. As it turned out, most of the contestants' aliases were quite transparent. What about the second match? She asked.
Also a newcomer. Their name is Milk Lover.
Nora stood there, too shocked by the stupidity of the alias to laugh at it. How can I get a match with the senior student of the Irvine School of Martial Arts? She asked abruptly. The staff member stood there dumbfounded.
There's no way a newcomer like you could possibly fight the reigning champion right away.
Nora was confused. What do you mean?
Didn't you look at the tournament rules?
She shook her head. The staff member frowned. He was frustrated, but seeing that she was a young woman, he regained his composure and partially explained it all to her.
All the contestants are split into classes, with 6 classes in total, ranging from A to F. People like you, who have only just registered, belong to Class A. You can only progress to Class B after you win 10 matches. After winning another 10 matches at Class B, you'll then progress to Class C, and so on. By the time you reach Class F, there will probably be fewer than 20 people left. The reigning champion from 10 years ago starts at Class F right away. Those in the 2nd to 10th places 10 years ago will start in Class E. Also, no one is allowed to challenge anyone outside of their class. This meant that Nora would have to fight 60 matches before she was allowed to fight the other senior student. What the hell? She wondered. What a waste of her sleeping time. Nora was terribly frustrated. The staff member noticed her silence. You should eat something first, so that you won't be out of energy when your match starts. Food is free of charge for all contestants. All the best to you. All right, thank you, Nora said impassively. She left the backstage area and walked over to the dining section at the front of the arena. She took a look at the match schedule hanging on the wall. A contestant could only fight a maximum of 2 matches a day. She would be expected to exercise integrity and virtue while fighting, which meant that the matches would take longer. At this rate, it would take at least a month for her to finally meet the senior student of the Irvine School. That was too long. Nora couldn't believe this. She had a sudden craving for cake. As she was walking over to the nearest dessert stall, she spotted a familiar-looking tall figure carrying an adorable little girl. Although they were both wearing masks, Nora immediately identified them. She would recognize her child anywhere. Her brows knitted together. It was Justin and Cherry. As she skipped over to them, she saw a staff member approach Justin. Sir, you're the reigning champion, right?
He called out quietly. Nora stopped in her tracks. She stared at Justin in utter disbelief. He seemed to sense her looking at him. Glimpsing her out of the corner of his eye, he straightened his back, coughed, and said to the man,
I'm sorry, I believe you're mistaken.
The staff member looked back at him, completely confused. Justin hurried away with Cherry in his arms. He stopped and pointed at Nora.
Look at that person,
he said.
Why does she look just like your mummy?
Cherry blinked her big round eyes, and a smile bloomed across her face. She doesn't look like my mummy. She is my mummy.
Is your mummy really that small?
Asked Justin. Cherry tilted her head up. Yeah, I hug her every day, so I know just how big she is. Justin sighed.
It's no wonder you can recognize her, but I can't. I've never hugged your mummy before.
Cherry looked at Justin strangely, trying to figure out what he meant. At last, she sighed theatrically. Oh, Daddy, you are so silly. Nora observed the two of them. Justin wore a casual black outfit with a black mask. Cherry was wearing a silver winged mask. But even with half their faces covered, they all recognized each other. They were family, after all. The three of them quickly came together. Why did you bring Cherry here? Nora asked. When they had lived abroad, Nora always made Cherry close her eyes during her fights. She had been afraid that the violence would negatively impact her daughter. Everyone was sparring so fiercely in this tournament. Was it really appropriate to let Cherry watch something like this? Mummy, Cherry said, I was the one who begged Daddy to bring me here. I heard him on the phone. He said that there was a martial arts tournament, so I wanted to come. Don't worry, I know violence isn't good for children to see, so I promise I won't look. Nora looked over at Justin. And why are you here? He kept quiet for a moment before replying, I'm here to watch the matches. Men have a natural passion for martial arts. Nora gave him a questioning look. Why would the busy Mr. Hunt bring his daughter here to watch some boring matches? She found the whole thing a little suspect. Narrowing her eyes, she asked, Why did that guy call you the reigning champion? Justin answered good-naturedly, I suppose he mistook me for him. Perhaps the Irvin School's champion is as tall and mighty as I am. Nora's lips twitched a little. Would this man die if he stopped being narcissistic for even a moment? She wondered. She rolled her eyes and picked up a piece of cake. Do you think he'll come today? She asked, as casually as possible. The actual senior student, Justin Hunt, kept quiet for a moment before replying, Maybe. Nora raised her eyebrows. Does he have a match today? Which one is it? And at what time? Justin cleared his throat uncomfortably. He's the only one in Class F at the moment, so he won't be having any matches in the near future. He'll only compete once the people in Class E win 10 matches and progress to Class F. Nora did some mental calculations. Since she was in Class A, she would have to compete in twice the number of matches as those in Class E. She would have to wait about 20 days before going up against him. This was far too slow. For Nora, nothing was more precious than time. She frowned. How can I meet him? Justin coughed. He was about to speak when he heard a voice behind him. Why didn't you just go when the guy asked you to just now? Nora and Justin looked over in unison to see the same skinny young man who she had met when she first entered. Nora couldn't help but feel the guy looked a little familiar to her, but she couldn't pinpoint who he was right away. The young man stretched out his hand toward her. Pleased to meet you. I'm Smithin. Based on her own alias, Smithra, she easily figured out who the young man was. It was none other than Quentin, her young cousin who suffered delusions of grandeur. Seeing his outstretched hand, Nora coughed as she extended her own. Hello, I'm contestant 028, she said, trying to mask her voice. Quentin immediately let go after a lightly squeezing her palm. "You know," he said arrogantly, "I just went to meet the Quinn School's senior student. I even took a photo with her and got her autograph. Why didn't you take up the staff member's offer?" Nora was shocked. "You met the senior student? The real deal?" Quentin scoffed. "Of course she's the real deal." He took out his cell phone and showed Nora a picture of a large woman. "See, this is her." Her face was fleshy, and the muscles on her arms were bulging. It was obvious at first glance that her physique was achievable only through regular bodybuilding. Quentin seemed very moved. "I've always considered myself a very observant person, but it was only when I met her that I realized why she is the senior student. It has always been very difficult for women to build muscles. In fact, it's much harder for women to do it than men. But take a look at her. It's impossible to achieve that without a few years of consistent bodybuilding. She is really just like Mr. Quinn described. She's obsessed with martial arts and has been practicing it since she was in the womb." "Are you sure it was really her?" Nora asked. She was trying not to laugh. The corners of her lips spasmed. Quentin looked at her doubtfully. "Is there any reason why I should doubt it? Do you know something I don't know?" "I'm not sure you actually met her. I don't know why she would want her photo taken for money." Quentin hesitated, doubt showing on his face more and more. She wanted to say something more, but Quentin had already started talking again. "Well, whether she was real or not, from here on out I will never slack. I will work until I'm the third strongest fighter in New York." Nora was constantly amazed at Quentin's ability to stroke his own ego. "Only a few people from the Quinn School of Martial Arts know her," he went on again. "Oh, and by the way, I also met the senior student from the Irwin School." Nora perked up. "Where is he? Is it really him?" Quentin nodded. "I had never seen him before, but I saw the champion 10 years ago. How could I possibly not know him? He's sitting right there in the room next to us, wearing the same clothes and mask he wore 10 years ago. His physique is exactly the same." He suddenly pointed at Justin. In fact, his physique is very similar to his. Justin and Nora were both speechless. After a moment, Nora turned and started to walk away. Justin, still holding Cherry, scurried after her. "Where are you going?" Nora flexed her wrists and sneered. "I'm going to look for him and challenge him to a sparring session." The senior student that the staff member had gone on about earlier was obviously fake, but maybe the other one was the real deal. After all, didn't he love being in the spotlight? Justin instantly felt the muscles in his back tighten. As soon as they left the arena, they spotted a group of people escorting a muscular woman through the crowd. Step aside, the senior student of the Quinn School of Martial Arts is here." Nora stood stock still. She had no clue what was going on. She scoffed at the sight of the imposter. Nora stood still. Before she could move, the group had already approached her, Cherry, and Justin. After the group quickly walked past them, an astonished Cherry asked, "Mummy, did Mr. Quinn take another student behind your back?" Nora and Justin glanced at her at the same time. She kept quiet for a moment before she said slowly, "She's a fake." That scared me to death. Cherry patted her chest and said, "I thought Mr. Quinn had finally come around and decided that you shouldn't be his student anymore." Nora glanced at Cherry, surprised and slightly hurt. "What did you say?" Cherry immediately smiled and said, "I was complimenting you, Mummy. You're not suited to be a martial arts student because you're the queen of martial arts itself. You're amazing even if you don't practice at all. You don't need to work hard at it anymore." Nora was so impressed at Cherry's flattery skills that she was left speechless. While they were talking, they had already started walking out. The staff member who had just led Nora inside was standing at the front and trying to convince his next target. He said,
"Do you want to take a photo with the Quinn School of Martial Arts' senior student? It costs $10 per picture. How about meeting the senior student of the Irvin School of Martial Arts?"
Nora walked over and said, "Take me to the Irvin School of Martial Arts. I want to meet their senior student." The staff member was about to nod when he turned around and spotted Justin. His eyes widened in shock. In reality, the martial arts tournament had become less and less profitable in recent years. Therefore, the senior students from the Quinn School of Martial Arts and the Irvin School of Martial Arts, who were admired by all, had become the tournament's new way of making money. That particular staff member was one of the rare employees who had stayed around for years, so he knew who Justin was. Although he didn't know what the Irvin School of Martial Arts' senior student actually looked like, he remembered his contestant number very well. It was 057. When he saw Justin's wristband, with his contestant number clearly written all over it, he rubbed his eyes, looked again, and then looked up at Justin's face in awe. He swallowed and coughed.
"Aren't you?"
He trailed off hesitantly. Justin narrowed his eyes behind the mask. His voice was low and coldly threatening.
"Yes, I am. Now, didn't you say that he's in the office and that we can take a photo with him? We would like to meet him."
The staff member simply stared at him as he thought,
"That means he knows the one inside is a fake. What does the real senior student intend to do?"
Justin had actually always known that someone had been impersonating him. He continued to stare at the staff member. Eventually, the staff member squirmed, coughed, and stepped to the side.
"This way, please,"
he said. He led them quickly inside and rushed them down a corridor. He kept looking back at them, his expression earnest and curious. Nora was a bit confused. She wondered why he had stopped asking them for money. He had initially looked demanding, but when he had laid eyes on Justin, his attitude had changed dramatically. What's going on? She wondered. He acts like he knows Justin and fears him. In the middle of her thoughts, the staff member arrived at a room and knocked on the door. A voice inside grumbled an inquiry, and the staff member opened the door. Nora looked at the person in the room. A man wearing a mask was sitting calmly and casually on a couch. She couldn't see what he looked like, but his demeanor was that of someone who was very arrogant. He frowned and asked the staff member,
"Why are you bothering me again?"
The staff member coughed, hesitated, and then replied,
"These two people would like to meet you."
"I'm very busy." The man, the senior student, said sullenly,
"If there's nothing you need, then leave."
"I have something I need," Nora suddenly said. The man looked at her in mild surprise.
"What is it?"
The staff member also turned to look at Nora. He wanted to ask what she wanted, but before he could say anything, she had disappeared. A shadow flashed past him. Nora rushed into the room, sped to the couch, and slammed her fist straight into the man's face. Her punch was quick and powerful, and the man had no time to react. The next moment, his eyes closed and he passed out. The staff member stared at Nora in shock. After a moment, he regained his composure and asked furiously,
"What are you doing? How dare you attack the senior student?"
Nora, who had knocked the man out with a single punch, seemed confused. She looked at her fist in surprise, and then at the man in front of her. A trickle of blood was already running down his cheek from under his mask. A strange silence filled the room. Just as Nora was about to apologize, Justin's low and deep voice rang out,
"He's fainted. Take him to the hospital."
The staff member didn't dare to say more. He reached for his phone and made the call at once. The tournament had specially hired medical staff in case people became seriously injured. They quickly arrived on the scene and took the injured imposter away. No one asked any questions. Even the staff member who had brought them there didn't pursue the matter. In fact, he didn't even cast a glance at them, but quickly slipped away with the crowd. Nora still looked confused. He's going to let me go just like that. However, she paused when she looked at Justin. For some reason, Justin had a rather odd look in his eyes as he stared back at her, as though he was the one who had just been punched. He coughed and asked, "What made you want to hit that man? Do you hate the senior student of the Irvin School of Martial Arts that much?" "Yeah." Nora looked down at her fist and heaved a sigh. Unfortunately, that guy was a fake. Justin looked at her in surprise and thought, "How did she know that?" Nora added, "When I threw the punch just now, I threw it slowly, yet he still didn't manage to react in time. If he had been the real senior student, he would have easily dodged the attack. In addition, the staff member didn't even try to hold me accountable at all. Based on all that, I can only assume that the man was a fake." She waved her fist in the air in frustration. "I wonder when I'll ever get the chance to attack the real senior student." Justin squirmed uncomfortably but said nothing. He suddenly felt like his was the cheek that had been really hurt. Since the staff didn't pursue the matter, Nora could only follow Justin back into the arena again. Soon it was time for Nora's match. She was in ring 6. When the host called out her contestant number, 028, she took a step forward and got ready to enter the ring. It was at that moment that Smithin jumped out from nowhere and grabbed her. He asked, "Hey, are you actually going into the ring to compete?" Nora jumped in surprise. She looked at the black-clad teenager with the mask, who was actually Quentin, and asked, "What's wrong?" "You sure are unlucky. To think you've been assigned to fight Tired Reno for your first match. Do you know anything about him? Even though he's a rookie, he has already won 9 consecutive matches. Once he wins the match with you, he'll advance to Class B." Nora frowned. "And then?" Quentin thought for a moment. Then he tried to persuade her and said, "You've seen him, right? Tired Reno is a big guy. He could send you sprawling with just a punch. I'd advise you to withdraw. A delicate young woman like you shouldn't go into the ring. It would look really bad if he had to take you down." Nora simply stared at him. Quentin lifted his chin and said, "What are you looking at me for? I am just trying to help you. He's my opponent in my next match. Just give up. I'll beat him up for you in the next match. You can think of it as revenge." Quentin sounded as full of delusions of grandeur as ever. Nora shook her head in consternation. She asked, "Are you this helpful and enthusiastic to everyone?" He looked at her questioningly and hesitated. For a moment, he also felt like he was behaving a little strangely. "When did I become such a busybody?" he thought. "Why am I showing so much concern for a stranger?" He couldn't quite describe what he was feeling either. It was just that the woman's calm and collected attitude kept reminding him of Nora. After all, he had been tailing and protecting Nora for a long time. He snorted and said, "I guess I was being unnecessarily nosy." Then he walked off. Nora watched him go. Did my words offend Quentin just now? She wondered. She shook her head and pulled her thoughts back into the moment. She had an impending match and needed to get her head back in the game. She took a step forward, about to go into the ring. Before she did, she looked back and glanced at Cherry. Cherry immediately took the hint and stretched out her hands and covered her eyes. She said, "Don't worry, Mummy, I'm ready. I'll tell rhymes to Daddy while you fight." Nora then looked at Justin. She was about to speak when Justin nodded and said, "I will report the rhymes to you later." Nora smiled and nodded. While walking to the ring, she felt that something was amiss. It was not until she got into the ring that something dawned on her. Had her rapport with Justin been a little too good just now? It was as if they were a family of three. She heard someone clear their throat and she was startled out of her thoughts. Tired Reno stood before her with a sneer on his face. He asked mockingly, "Not only are you a woman, but you're actually coming into the ring dressed like that? Are you here to fight, or are you here to look for a boyfriend?" Nora, who was a little taken aback, glanced down at what she was wearing. All the places that should have been covered were. What's the problem? She wondered. She frowned at her competitor. The audience, however, burst into loud laughter. "Yeah, it's actually a woman. What's a woman doing here? Does she think she's gonna fight?" Although there were a lot of girls and women who were learning martial arts nowadays, they generally didn't compete at the tournaments. Even if they fought well, most didn't make it to the competition level, and only a handful ever entered tournaments. Nora could see women in the crowd, and their reactions to the mocking tones were indignant. What's wrong with women? Have you all forgotten the senior student of the Quinn School of Martial Arts? Exactly. Are women incapable of fighting just because they're women? If men were all that great, they'd be able to beat her, but no one can stand up to her in a one-on-one fight. The men around them grumbled, but realized their mistake and didn't dare to antagonize them anymore. A few even spoke up to defend themselves. "No, that's not what we meant. We're just talking about the fact that she's wearing a dress. Yeah, it seems like she isn't dressed properly to compete. She's going to have a wardrobe malfunction as soon as she lifts her legs in the air. I'm saying it for her sake." "It's rare to see a woman in a one-on-one fight. Of course we'd love to watch. It wouldn't be as interesting if it's all men. I just think that she shouldn't have worn a dress." In the ring, Nora and Tired Reno stared around at the crowd, and then they looked at each other. Tired Reno frowned as he asked, "Shall we start?" Nora calmly stood where she was. "Yeah, let's start." "Are you sure you don't want to go and change?" he asked. "I can wait for you." "Why would I need to do that?" Tired Reno felt a headache coming on. "Didn't you hear what the audience just said? If you continue to wear that dress, it might impede your movement. I want to win fairly." Nora looked down at her dress again. Only then did she realize what they were talking about. "Oh, that's what you meant," she said. Tired Reno nodded. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Even Quentin, who was among the audience, felt relieved. "She's so foolish," he thought. "She had to know that the men would taunt her. She wore a dress to a fight. I'm curious to see what she's going to do." While he was thinking about it, he heard Nora say, "Oh, it's not a problem. I just won't use my legs." Everyone was stunned. They stared at her incredulously, wondering if the woman was out of her mind. She wasn't going to use her legs? Did that mean she was only going to use her hands? But how powerful could a woman's hands be? Moreover, without using her legs, she wouldn't be able to do movements that involved kicks or sweeps. She would be at a huge disadvantage. Quentin shook his head and thought, "She is a fool. She isn't going to use her legs. Is it because she thought flapping her lips would be enough?" Tired Reno frowned. "You. Let's cut the crap." Nora had become annoyed. She could have already ended the match while they were talking. It was a huge waste of her energy. She stretched out a finger and made a hooking gesture at Tired Reno. "Let's start." Her provocation angered him. He snorted and said, "You asked for it." He balled up his hands and swung his fist straight at Nora. His punch was quick and powerful. Tired Reno also wanted to end the match quickly, so he didn't show any mercy despite his opponent being a woman. The audience closed their eyes. They had seen that same punch before, and it had knocked all his previous 9 opponents to the mat. Quentin groaned and looked away. Tired Reno had moved so quickly that competitor 028 probably couldn't even react in time to admit defeat. He was still thinking about it when he heard the loud thwack of a fist making contact with flesh. Then, with a resounding crash, he heard the sound of a body landing hard on the floor. A sympathetic Quentin looked at the ring to see how miserable the woman looked. However, the moment Quentin looked up, he was stunned. The dust was settling in the ring. He expected to see the woman knocked out cold. Instead, the woman in the black dress was simply standing there. Her dress fluttered as the air circulated around her. In front of her, tired Reno had collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He had been knocked out cold. The spectators were dead quiet. Quentin narrowed his eyes. "Wow!" someone cried. Then the entire audience erupted. Everyone was asking, "Did you see what just happened? Wait, tired Reno was about to strike, but then he fell over. I think I saw her reach out her hand and simply tap tired Reno." The crowd fell silent again. They saw the woman in the dress rubbing her wrist and looking around hesitantly. "Is it over?" she asked. Only then did the referee react and announce, "Competitor 028 wins." Nora walked to the side and jumped down from the ring. The audience immediately gave way in fear and awe. Everyone started talking at once, and a few people even clapped and cheered. For the most part, no one knew how to react properly to what they had just seen. The crowd watched her walk up the stairs to the food concession area. There was a couch there, and a man was sitting on it hugging a little girl. After everyone simmered down, they could hear the little girl reciting a poem in her childish voice. "The stone path to the mountain is slanted. He and she were deep in the clouds, dreaming of a princess meeting a prince. But in reality, a dinosaur meets a frog." Nora stopped in her tracks as she watched the pair. She yawned. When Cherry saw her walking over, she said excitedly, "Mummy, I've already memorized 300 poems. I didn't peek at your competition either, I promised." The crowd continued to watch this strange little family. Initially, they had thought that the woman was hungry because she was going to the concession area. However, she simply sat down on the couch beside the little girl, looked at the man, and said, "Wake me up at 8 o'clock." Then she rested her head back on the couch and fell instantly asleep. Quentin, like the rest of the crowd, had watched the scene unfold. He was as amazed as everyone else. Who is this woman who could defeat tired Reno with one hit? Nora's dreams were strange and chaotic. In the end, she was not woken up by Justin, but by her own phone ringing. She yawned and answered the call in tired irritation. "You better have something important to say." With that, she opened her eyes blearily and saw Justin and Cherry sitting beside her. Behind their masks, 2 pairs of eyes were staring at her. Cherry said softly, "Mummy is always grumpy when she wakes up in the morning. It's always extra scary." Justin had a regretful look on his face. "It's a pity I haven't had the chance to see it." Cherry said, "Next time when we sleep together, I'll let you take a look in the morning. We're in public right now, so she's a little restrained." Justin smiled. "Yes, I look forward to that day." Nora looked around in confusion as she sat up a bit more. Only then did she remember that she was in the sparring arena. The noisy crowd around her had prevented her from taking a good nap. She subconsciously sat up straighter and wiped at the non-existent saliva from the corner of her mouth. Justin and Cherry continued to stare at her. Solo's voice came from the other end of the line. "Stop scaring me. I found some information out about Ryan. Didn't you ask me to help you investigate him?" Nora raised her eyebrows. "What did you find?" "Ryan was the second son of the Smiths," Solo reported. "Ian is the third son of the Smiths. You know that, right?"
Back then, the eldest son of the Smiths was a deadbeat and dishonoured the family name. As a result, the previous head of the family decided to look for the next patriarch between both Ryan and Ian. Unfortunately, Ryan's private life was chaotic, and his reputation was not much better than that of the eldest son. It was rumoured that he even got a minor celebrity pregnant. In addition, although Ian was 3 years younger than Ryan, he had already displayed outstanding aptitude and respect. Therefore, Ian was named the next head of the Smith family. Apparently, Ryan became more carefree than he had been before, but he was actually not as useless as everyone thought. All the news that Nora had heard about Ryan from the Smiths was about his bad characteristics. For example, they had told her that he had always been devious and unreliable. She narrowed her eyes as Solo continued, "Have you met Quentin yet? It wouldn't be surprising even if you hadn't. The Smiths have tried to hide his existence. Outsiders generally don't even know he exists. However, the family uses Quentin to handle things that aren't suitable to be seen by the public. The Smiths' hidden, darker powers are all in Quentin's hands. You've just reunited with the Smiths, so it's normal that you don't know about him." Nora was curious as to where Solo was going with his news. The second member of the Smith family that she had met had been Quentin. However, she did not interrupt Solo. She knew that he liked to keep people in suspense whenever he shared information, so she decided not to say anything. As expected, Solo felt that it was meaningless to wait for a reply from her. He cleared his throat as he asked, "But do you know who founded this dark power?" Nora frowned. "Ryan?" "No." Nora waited for him to speak, but when he still paused, apparently for dramatic effect, she began to lose her temper. Solo accurately grasped her temper and hurriedly explained, "It was Ian. Ian inherited the Smiths and became the patriarch on the surface, so he handed that power to Ryan." Nora narrowed her eyes. Also, Ryan studied at the Irvine School of Martial Arts. He was considered a great fighter. He had a rather impressive reputation in the world of New York martial arts. I learned that he hosted 2 tournaments back then. In fact, up until now, most of the ways that competitors earned money in the tournaments were thought up by both Ryan and Ian. Nora was stunned at the news. The Smiths own shares in the martial arts tournament. It's not shares. Ryan used to be the president of the entire league. Even now, his name is still on the title. Nora shook her head slightly. Solo went on, "I asked around again and learned that although the president of the entire league eventually disappeared, the association would often receive orders from him over the years to prevent the league from falling apart." "I see. Got it." Nora hung up. She leaned forward, put her head in her hands, and began to think. She had not expected to hear news about Ryan while she was participating in the martial arts tournament. She wanted to look for Ryan only to get his DNA sample. She could then compare the 2 DNA match results to determine who her father really was. After all, Lily had said that her genes had mutated. The comparison between her and Ian's DNA samples was not very clear, and she needed more information. As she was thinking about this, she caught a flash of movement out of the corner of her eye. When she looked up, she saw a person in ragged clothes flash past, not far away, and disappear into the crowd. She frowned as she recognized the figure. Did I just see old Maddie? What's he doing here? Nora couldn't believe her eyes. Without thinking, she hurriedly stood up to follow. But before she could take 2 steps, Justin grabbed her arm. "What's wrong?" "I saw an acquaintance," Nora replied simply, and she continued walking forward, craning her neck to look into the crowd. However, she realized that old Maddie had already disappeared. She was certain that it had been him.
But why is old Maddie even here? She wondered. The Smith villa was an hour away from the tournament location. How could he have gotten there? As she frowned and thought, she heard her number being called. It was time for her next match. The next competition is between competitor 028 and Milk Lover. Please come to the ring. Nora gave up on looking for old Maddie and went into the ring. Since she had managed to take down Tired Reno in her last match, she had drawn quite a bit of attention to herself. Everyone wanted to see what she was all about and what would happen in her next match. Some people even felt that Nora might have simply been lucky. Perhaps she had gotten in a lucky punch, or Tired Reno had slipped and knocked himself out. Everything had happened so fast, no one had actually seen what had happened. Similar to Tired Reno, Milk Lover had already won 8 or 9 rounds and was a strong competitor. Before Milk Lover had gone into the ring, he had been warned about competitor 028. However, after he went into the ring, he saw that Nora was still wearing a dress. She hadn't even attempted to change into proper clothes. With her eye-catchingly beautiful figure and slender waist, she did not look like a trained martial artist. However, Milk Lover was on his guard. He asked, 028, what's your name? Everyone else had given themselves a nickname or a fighting name. For example, Tired Reno and Milk Lover were internet aliases. Of course, if someone wanted to use their real name, it was not a problem either. I'm competitor 028, Nora said simply. I'm asking for your real name. I want to know which school you're from. Nora was silent for a moment. You don't need to know. She had known she was going to be asked that question sooner or later. She had been prepared and had no intention of giving her real name. When Milk Lover realized that she was not going to answer, he frowned. All right, since you don't want to say anything, don't blame me for being rude. You don't use your legs, right? With that, he leapt forward and kicked. The kick was very strong. In addition, he ran a short distance to gain more momentum in his kick. If his kick landed, she would definitely be injured. Everyone thought that she would dodge easily and find another opportunity to counterattack. However, they did not expect her to suddenly take a small step back and stretch out her fist. Nora's fist landed on the sole of Milk Lover's raised foot. The impact sent him flying out of the ring. He landed in a crumpled heap on the floor below. The entire venue was in an uproar. That time, everyone was certain that competitor 028 had not simply been lucky. She was really a martial arts expert. 028 wins this match, the referee called out, more confidently this time around. Nora stepped out of the ring. She ignored the surrounding voices trying to curry favor with her and walked toward Justin again. Quentin, who had been hiding in the crowd and watching her compete, narrowed his eyes. This woman was not bad. Not bad at all. He walked toward her. Nora had completed her goals for the day and was prepared to go home. After all, she only had to fight 2 matches a day. She needed to fight 60 times over 30 days to reach Class F. Then she would be able to fight against the Irvin School of Martial Arts senior student. She sighed to herself. This is all a waste of time, she thought. How nice would it be if I could finish all the competitions in one day? As she was thinking about this, she heard praise from behind her. Your performance just now was not bad. You impressed me. She pursed her lips and turned around. Sure enough, Quentin was standing behind her, staring at her seriously. I formally admit that I was wrong. We should be partners. For some reason, his attitude irritated her. She almost wanted to attack him. Instead, she grimaced and tried to think of something polite to say. I seriously considered it, Quentin continued. I think you should become my teammate. We can team up and level up together. Nora cocked her head and stared at him. I'm not interested in that at all. Quentin shook his head but answered calmly.
Is that so? Forget it then. I originally didn't think that we should team up. After all, I'm powerful. I can definitely advance all the way. If not for saving time, I wouldn't have considered asking you to team up. Sorry to disturb you.
With that, he turned to leave, but his arm was suddenly grabbed. He turned back hesitantly and saw the woman in the silver mask staring at him. Save time? What do you mean? Explain clearly before you leave. He was surprised.
Didn't you see the competition rules?
Nora blinked. No. Quentin smiled slightly.
In a one-on-one competition, you have to win 10 rounds before you can advance. But in a team competition, you can advance collectively after winning 5 rounds. I came to register for the competition today. It'll take a month to enter Class F, but if we team up, it will take far less time. Of course, after entering Class F, the team will automatically disband, and then we will become opponents.
Nora raised her eyebrows in surprise. Why didn't I know about this? She thought. Maybe I should read the rules next time. Let's team up, she agreed happily. Quentin frowned.
Team up? You really want to enter Class F? Why do you want to enter Class F?
Nora replied honestly. To fight with the senior student of the Irvin School of Martial Arts.
Impressive.
Quentin gave her a thumbs up.
Just now, I was worried that maybe I had overestimated you and that you were not worthy of being my match. But your ambition isn't small, and I'm impressed.
Nora chose to remain silent. Seeing her staring at him, Quentin raised his chin as well.
Well, it looks like we've come to an agreement then. We'll fight together as a team, and then, when we enter Class F, we'll have to fight each other. It looks like we have the same goal. That way, we'll save ourselves a lot of trouble.
Then let's team up, Nora replied.
Not yet,
Quentin sighed.
There have to be 3 people on a team. We're still short 1 person.
Nora raised her eyebrow in surprise. She looked around and finally looked at Justin. She grabbed his arm and pushed him forward. At him. Justin, the top student at the Irvin School of Martial Arts, was just standing at the side and listening to them talk. At the moment, he was speechless.
Can he do it?
Quentin asked in disdain. Justin had originally been planning to reject them, but when he heard this, he immediately sneered. Just as he was about to snap, Nora said, "He definitely can." Men can never say no to a fight, she thought smugly. Quentin hesitated.
Have you ever fought before? Are you any good?
Yes, Justin answered simply.
All right then, let's team up.
Justin looked at Quentin and Nora suspiciously. He sensed that they were both up to something. However, his curiosity and competitive spirit got the best of him, and he thought about it seriously. Nora leaned in and whispered, "Help me out. I have to meet the senior student in the tournament as quickly as I can." Justin, who would rather not meet Nora in a match, looked at her almond-shaped eyes.
Okay,
he agreed reluctantly. The 3 of them walked to the registration area and prepared to switch to the team competition. However, halfway there, Nora suddenly saw old Maddie again. He secretly sneaked into the room beside them, making Nora narrow her eyes. She gave Justin a look and slipped away. She wanted to see what old Maddie was up to. Quentin was stunned and planned to chase after her.
Hey, where you go?
However, Justin grabbed his arm and stopped him.
She's busy. What is she busy with? The registration deadline is coming up soon. Today is the last day.
Justin did not let go of his arm.
The 2 of us can just register.
Quentin frowned.
How is that possible? There have to be 3 people for the team competition. You...
Before he could finish speaking, Justin pulled him toward the registration counter. Quentin wanted to break free, but the other man was strong, and he couldn't get away. This reminded him of how Nora had grabbed his arm when he was about to leave and refused to let him go. This couple were really strange. They were both extremely strong and determined. The staff member at the registration counter was lazily slouched with his legs crossed. When he saw the two of them enter and noticed Justin, he immediately stood up. "Hey, it's you! You're the Before he could call out senior student, Justin interrupted him. "We came to sign up for the team competition. We have 3 members, but the other one is busy at the moment. Can the two of us sign up?" The staff member simply stared at him. Why is the senior student of the Irvin School signing up for the team competition? He thought. This must be some kind of joke. He has no need to enter the team competition. He could take on anyone single-handedly. However, the staff member didn't speak up, especially when he saw Justin's hard stare. He smiled. Of course. May I know your names?" "Smithin, competitor 028, and me." Justin paused, and then he added hesitantly, "Competitor 820. The staff member paused in confusion. They already had someone registered under that number, and it wasn't the senior student. However, he shrugged and jotted the number down. If the senior student said he was 820, then that's who he would be. The staff member was very tactful and immediately nodded. "All right, I'll handle it for you right away." With that, he lowered his head and filled out a couple of forms, stamped them with a seal, and they were entered into the team competition. "That should do it. You guys can participate in the team competition starting tomorrow." "Okay." After receiving their wristbands, Justin and Quentin left the registration area. As soon as they left, another person stepped up to the registration counter. "Can we sign up for the team competition? My other 2 team members aren't with me. Can I sign up for them?" The staff member said, "No, the 3 people attending the team competition must be here at the same time. Otherwise, you can't sign up." Quentin overheard the interaction as they were walking away. He was confused and pondered thoughtfully for a few moments. After leaving the registration area with Justin, he suddenly said reservedly, "I think I get it now." Justin glanced at him questioningly. Quentin sighed. "I must have been exposed." Justin continued to stare at him. Quentin turned to him. "Do you know why the staff was so respectful to us just now?" Justin hesitated for a moment before replying, "No, why?" "Because I was careless enough to expose my identity. That's right, Smithin is the same as Quentin." Quentin? Justin thought, surprised. So this was the same man who was the Smiths' dark power. Everyone in New York thought that the current generation of Smiths had 6 sons. However, most people didn't know that the Smiths actually had 7 sons. It was said that Quentin was the 3rd son. As Justin thought this, the young man in front of him tapped his own chest. "I'm sure you know who I am. My second uncle was Ryan Smith, the president of the Martial Arts League. That's why the staff was so respectful to me. However, you don't have to feel pressured to team up with me. I'm very approachable." Justin looked at him quizzically. "Tell your wife there's no need to feel any pressure. Now that you know my true identity, there's no need to be arrogant. After all, in the entire New York Martial Arts League, aside from the senior students of the 2 schools, I'm the most powerful." Justin raised one eyebrow. "Speaking of which, I'm a little worried about you," Quentin added. He studied Justin. "Your wife is really obsessed with the senior student from the Irvin School. It seems like more than just a grudge. You must be jealous, right?" Justin simply stared at him. "It's just like how I admire the senior student from the Quinn School of Martial Arts," Quentin went on, ignoring the silence he was getting from Justin. "I mean, I've never even met her. I only know her by reputation, but I admire her. If she doesn't dislike me, I'm hoping to have a shot. I don't even care what she looks like. I just know that she's strong, so I like her." Justin tried to keep from smiling.
I hate to break it to you, but the senior student from the Quinn School is already married.
What? Quentin was stunned.
Why haven't I heard that before? Do you know who I am? Justin asked.
Quentin shook his head, confused. Justin smiled.
Maybe it's best that you don't know.
Previously, he had been worried that this fool would recognize him. Now it seemed like this worry was completely unnecessary. Quentin knew nothing about who he was dealing with. Quentin simply looked at him in confusion. On the other side of the room, Nora continued to track Old Maddie. Old Maddie had been acting suspiciously. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he slipped around a corner and went into a room, closing the door behind himself. Nora slowed down and came to the door. She gently pushed the door open and looked inside. She opened her eyes wide in surprise.